Compton and Cox ton up as draw almost certain. It had been a run fest so far at the Cloud County ground. Kent's reply to Essex's first innings 514, more proof of just how flat this wicket was. Ben Compton was 47 not out overnight, and he was looking to push on. Relative of Nick and Dennis, he made his first half-century for Kent early on in the session. In the company of Tawanda Mayeye, they pushed onwards, going to a 100 partnership, and the 21-year-old former schoolboy prodigy made a 50 of his own. They'd go past 150 before Mayeye was undone by one that slid on from Matt Critchley, who continued his fine match after a first innings century. Jordan Cox was the next man in, and he and Compton stayed together until lunch. The score 200 for 2, with Compton heading into the pavilion 97 not out. And it wouldn't take him long after the break to reach three figures, his 100 coming from 220 balls. 14 fours in this effort, and the perfect start in his first game for the team he joined over the winter. It was not a particularly good contest between bat and ball in Chelmsford. The pitch wasn't offering a lot to the bowlers, and Compton and Cox just kept piling on the runs. They took Kent past 250, putting up 100 for the third wicket in the process, and Cox would go to a 50 of his own from 120 balls. Compton's 289 ball stay was finally ended when he was bowled by Sam Cook, who looked as surprised as anybody that a wicket had fallen. Kent had reached 300 when tea was taken, Cox 61 not out. Essex might have had some hope when Critchley trapped Ollie Robinson LBW for 12, but it was a false dawn. Cox was joined by Darren Stevens, who started to impose himself on proceedings, here thumping the leggy twice in an over to bring up 350. The Kent legend brought up yet another half-century with a boundary off Lawrence, which also took his side up to 400. But Lawrence had his revenge 2 balls later, thanks to a sharp catch from Sir Alistair Cook. Cox had quietly worked his way towards 3 figures while Stevens was doing his thing, and the 100 came up when he scrambled through for 1, the perfect start of what could be a big season for the 21-year-old. And that was the last important action on a long day in the field for Essex, this one almost certainly heading towards a draw, with only bonus points to play for on the final day.
Mags, just 3 wickets today. That was a tough one for the lads in the field, wasn't it?
Yeah, the pitch has just got better and better. I think we were hoping it might break up a little bit and do a little bit more than it did, particularly with the second new ball. But I think as the day went on, it just got slower and slower really. Not much swing in these cold conditions, no sideways movement or spin, so pretty dead pitch really, and I think the batters on both teams will be pretty pleased.
Yeah, you say the batters will be pleased. When you score 500 runs in the first innings, what's the mindset for the bowlers got to be when they're going out there, you know, thinking how hard this could be?
Yeah, actually it was the reverse last night, because I think we got a bit carried away. I think we thought, you know, 514 on the board, that's really attacking, get some wickets last night, and we went searching a little bit. I think on the better wickets you've got to be really disciplined with your lines and your lengths, and we missed them quite a bit, which again can happen early season. So I thought we were much better today. We controlled the rate a lot better, but again credit to them, you know, they batted well, equally well as we have. But I can't fault the bowlers really. I think we'll be better for the run out, and when you get a pitch like this really you've just got to try and get as many points as you can from the game.
Matt Critchley is having a strong debut, a century yesterday, a couple of wickets today. He's looking like a shrewd signing, isn't he?
Yeah, he's been good through pre-season, you know, getting better with his performances, you know, and he's taken his training performances into the matches, which is sometimes hard to do, especially early season. But the way he batted, tempo of his batting, his shots, and then the bowler, I mean, in cold conditions, for a wrist spinner to have that control early season is really, really impressive. And I think when hopefully when the weather gets warmer and the pitches help him a little bit more, particularly in the 3rd and 4th innings, I think he'll be a real asset and complement our attack, what we've already got.
Mark Steckety is also making his debut. He's wicketless so far. There's been a few chances. You know, how's he feeling? How do you think he's getting on as we speak?
He's a bit frustrated, but I mean it's not surprising really. He's come off a tour where he's not played. He's not played for a couple of months. He's just been training, and training is very different to playing. And also, his first time in the UK, he's not used to the cold weather, but he's not made any excuses. I think he's got better for the spells he's had, and I've no doubt this will do him good. As I say, not playing as a professional sportsman for a couple of months is tough, so it'll be better for the run out. And I think we've all seen in training signs what he can do, and I'm sure he'll contribute. The most pleasing thing, you see the effort there, keep running in, so it'll be a really good addition for us too.
And you mentioned it earlier, it looks like this one's probably heading towards a draw, but I'm assuming the lads will go out there tomorrow morning and just try and make something special happen, won't they?
Yeah, we always do. You would say percentage-wise it's looking like a draw, but you just never know, do you? We've seen games in the past, especially here, do something special. So we'll see. We'll probably know in the first hour, if we can rattle through them, and then who knows, bat well, and we might set up an exciting finish. But I would say it's pretty unlikely given what we've seen the last 3 days.
Headset over here. Yes, I've got two, so I should.
Which says cricket across England and Wales must be a game where every individual is treated fairly, with respect, and can enjoy a safe, positive atmosphere, whether they are watching, playing, volunteering, or working in the game. We all, as the cricket family, have a role to play in this. But if you see or experience inappropriate behaviour or discrimination, please know that you can call it out and reported safely and confident, either through one of the stewards or through the website essexcricket.org.uk. Cricket is a game for everyone. Thank you for joining us.
And good morning to you on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kent. Nick Leadhill here with Matt Cole, who's back from normal Saturday football season duty yesterday, and Paul Newton here again for what is the final day of this championship match between Essex and Kent at County Ground in Chelmsford. And well, I can't promise you it's going to be the most dramatic day's play we've ever seen, because the game appears to be destined for the most certain of draws, with Kent having achieved their follow-on target of 365 quite comfortably yesterday, 405 for 5, and Jordan Cox reaching his second first-class century just an over or so before the close. He'll resume on 100 not out, and with him at the other end will be Matt Milnes, who's on 2, and Matt Milnes came in with the dismissal pretty late in the day of Darren Stevens, and I guess from the crowd's point of view, and there's a decent number in this morning, even though there's not a lot riding on the game. There's quite a good attendance away to the right in Tom Pearce stand. Perhaps Darren Stevens might have presented some entertainment value as he tried to look for what would have been, I think, his fourth first-class century at Chelmsford in his long and illustrious career. But that was cut short yesterday evening, much to his disappointment, I think. And it means that Essex will be looking to work their way through the lower order of the Kent batting, not spend too much time in the field, and then get some batting practice in. So here is Mark Steckety to bowl the first ball of this final morning, and it's left alone by Cox, who remains on 100, but now from 227 deliveries. And he had to work hard for those last 20 runs. He really did. He was quite fluent when he was batting with Ben Compton in a very important partnership, but went into a shell a little bit. Certainly he was on 84 for an awful long time, but worked his way through that tough period and got to the 100 as Steckety bowls, and that's just played off the back foot. Steckety bowling from the river end, and it's played up into the onside, and there is Matt Critchley, perhaps the Essex player of the game so far, mid-wicket. There's a mid-on and mid-off, a cover quite straight, a slip and a gully, and nobody at square leg, with a deep square leg and a fine leg on the boundary. Yes, it was rather against the run of play really when Darren Stevens was out for 51 late yesterday. That's outside the off stump and left alone, and I say he really did look to be very comfortable out there, and looked like he could make yet another 100 at Chelmsford, having made some illustrious contributions here down the years. But it wasn't to be. He was out for 51. He became the fourth player in the Kent innings to go past 50. Of course, Compton and Cox, with Mayaya having made 58 yesterday and on the first evening, and that's outside the off stump, too far outside the off stump to encourage Cox into playing any sort of a stroke. Mark Steckety, well, number 96, but he's actually bowled better than that. It's not a pitch really offering him very much at all. Obviously used to very different surface in Brisbane, and he has got wickets all round Australia and a very good Sheffield Shield campaign during our winter. And here is Steckety again bowling, and that's outside the off stump and left alone by Cox, who's there on 100 from 231 deliveries. So we'll bring in the first of our team, Matt, in just a moment. We've got an update into the BBC Essex 11 o'clock news in just a second. If you'd like to get in contact with us, please do. bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. I know it's not the most exciting day in prospect, but we'll try and find some things to talk about. Weather, well, about the same as it was yesterday morning. Blue sky and high cloud. This is driven off the back foot, but not timed by Cox. He's annoyed because it was there for the shot, but he hit it straight to cover, and he was trying to looked to hit that to between the infielders and for a boundary. Didn't manage it. We start with a maiden, 405 for 5. And yeah, the forecast is for slightly warmer conditions today. Yesterday it started, as I say, very pleasant, and then when the sun increasingly went behind cloud, it actually became quite chilly as the day went on. But the encouraging news for the spectators who've come here today is that this is going to be the best day, we think, for watching. A slightly higher maximum temperature being forecast. Last I saw it was looking as though it was going to be somewhere around about 13 degrees. So that's riches compared to what we've had in more recent times. Way of life, maybe. And now in BBC Essex, so, a live cricket update with Nick Gledhill. Here at Chelmsford, it's the fourth and final morning of this opening championship match of the season, and it's absolutely certain to be a draw as Kent continue their first innings. They're 405 for 5. The unbeaten Centurion Jordan Cox, they're on 100 not out from 232 balls, and with him is Matt Mills, who've just seen the first over of the day, a maiden bowled by Australian Mark Stegarty. But has to be said, the pitch is really the winner here, offering very little to bowlers of either side. Only the second innings of the match, Essex made 514 and Kent 405 for 5. And the weather for Essex, dry, plenty of sunshine, a little we're seeing Cook bowling the first over of the morning from the Hayes close end. No runs have been added. In fact, yesterday, if you remember, this time yesterday, I think we got to about 11:15 or 11:17 before the first run was scored. And Kent once again just content to play themselves in. That one just played up into the onside, and there's no run. So a very impressive performance by Kent in response to 514, because even if it is a flat pitch, there's always scoreboard pressure, of course, to take into account. And this is just played off the back foot quite comfortably by Mills. Not looked at any problems so far against Cook. Again, just playing that out into the onside, and there's no run. And they're going to take some heart from coming to Chelmsford in their opening game. Of course, the reverse fixture between the two is in September. Essex played 3 away games in September. That's the first of them. And this is outside the off stump and is left alone. No shot being offered. And yeah, that's a long way off, but it's a strange fixture list for Essex with these 2 away games in a row coming up now. They have trips to Taunton and to Edgbaston, and then 3 basically much later in the season in September, and then just a couple scattered in the middle somewhere, as that's driven up towards mid-on this time by Mills, looking very comfortable. Neither of the Kent batsmen appear to be wearing sweaters. Long sleeve shirts seem to be the order of the day. And both have looked pretty comfortable early on here. 2 slips in a gully, backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, sun shining brightly, and Cook bowling again. And as he found at the start of yesterday's play, very little off the straight, very little deviation on offer for him. Thanks to Paul Newton for making me a coffee. It's very kind of him. And as we started yesterday, we begin with 2 maidens. I think there were 2 more yesterday on top of that, so we'll wait to see when the first run is scored today, but it remains at 405 for 5. And Kent's objective really, I think, is to bat for as long as they can today, because I guess you'd rather be batting than fielding on a day like today, where you can just give your lower order a chance to spend some time at the crease. I think Kent will feel they've had enough bowling practice in this match. They don't particularly need any more, and they quite like to have a rest of their attack in case they fielding first on Thursday morning. This is outside the off stump and left alone. First ball of Stegarty's new over, so 13 balls gone without a run so far. Yes, Essex ending with those 3 away games. 1 home game, which could be very important, Lancashire at Chelmsford. But otherwise in September, it's all away from home, Kent, Yorkshire and Northants. And there's 2 away trips coming up. And then it's going to be very interesting to see what the pitch is like for the home game against Northants coming up in late April. Stegarty bowls, and this is played off the front foot up into the covers, and there's no further run for Cox. There's still nothing off the first 15 balls of the of the morning. Yeah, one thing I can say for sure is that Essex will not want a duplicate of this pitch for the Northants game. I can be fairly confident in saying that without having to ask anybody. Good morning to Matt Cole. Hello, Matt.
Good morning.
And
Beautiful
you missed a
morning,
very good
yeah.
day for Kent yesterday, I
Yeah.
have to say. I did extremely well. And Steckity bowls, and this time just playing very competently and compactly, head right over the ball here. Cox just playing it up into the offside, and there's no running. That was the 15th ball of the morning. I don't remember how many it was yesterday before we had our first run, but it was around about 11:17. So very similar start to yesterday, which Essex might think is a bit ominous. They might be getting a repeat of yesterday, but from Kent's point of view, it's just going to be a question of they might as well carry on batting. There's not going to be any sort of contrivances in this situation, I can promise you. That's outside the off stump and quite wide this time from Steckity, and it is left alone and goes through to Wheater. It's not a pitch really for Mark Steckity to get much out of here, Matt.
No, the bowlers, certainly the Kent bowlers, had an extensive workout over the first 2 days, so you're absolutely right. I'm sure they'll enjoy their feet up, as they call it, through this, and hope that Kent can bat as long as possible. We'll see how long Essex's frontline attack stays on.
Big gap between the first slip and the gully, but neither brought into play with this delivery, which again is too wide from Steckity. So again, like yesterday, that's now 3 maiden overs. Cox stays on 100, Milnes on 2, 405 for 5. Would it have been 3 maiden overs if the fact was still carrying on this one? Would it have been 3 maiden overs if Stevens had still been out there, do you think? We've got 1 ball left of this one. If it's a dot ball, it'd be 3 in a row.
I don't. I said
probably not.
I said before we started,
Yeah.
I was having a slight sulk last night when, having been at the football yesterday for BBC Radio Kent, that Stevens was out, because it could have been quite good fun this morning.
Yeah, I think he would have probably tried to play a shot by now, and it is the 3rd maiden over in a row, as that one's just played off the back foot up into the covers. So there we go. 3 maidens in a row. Yeah, Darren Stevens not being here, I guess just that would have been an added dimension to the morning, wouldn't it? Because of Darren's tremendous record here in that sort of round about the turn of a decade, the noughties going into the 2010s, when he had a terrific run of games here, which we were talking about yesterday. And yeah, that would have, I think, just given a little bit of extra dimension, probably not from the Essex bowler's point of view.
Well,
It would
yeah,
have been quite
I was saying
fascinating.
I'm being a bit one-eyed there, but as a neutral or a Kent fan, you would love to see Darren Stevens casting the ball around Chelmsford, but perhaps not for Essex fans. You're absolutely right, or indeed for the team having to go and fetch him.
Well,
But
I never thought I'd see Darren batting at Chelmsford again, but I have.
fair enough.
Over to you.
Jamie Porter from the Hayes close end, bowling to Milnes. Bat and pad, I think, there. A stifled appeal as he pushed forward for a forward defensive. I think there was a bit of wood before it hit the pads. Definitely, as I said, a stifled appeal. Sorry, it's Sam Cook from the far end. I do apologise. Jamie Porter. They look so very similar from this angle, he says, trying to excuse himself. My apologies. Cook starting off. I nailed my colours to the mast on the first couple of days. I'm a massive fan of Sam Cook's. Can't really understand why he's not in the England reckoning, but Cook bowls to Milnes. Lovely forward defensive. 2 slips and a gully in for him. Still no addition to the overnight score, 405 for 5.
Well, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, because obviously I think there's a pretty fair chance that Dan Lawrence will be in the first Test side as a man in possession. I think route batting at 3 helps him, because obviously even if you have a need to get both Pope and Lawrence into the side, it's a little bit easier if you have route batting at 3. Sort of fact Bairstow in somewhere, I guess.
Cook to Milnes then. Milnes, it's a short ball, and he gently pulls that away, and that'll be 4 runs for Matt Milnes, who is by no means a mug with the bat, acting as a night watchman on a number of occasions for Kent over the last couple of seasons, and that one really was, though, meat and drink, probably even to their number 11. It's away for 4.
But I think when we had route batting at 4, I've been a long-term advocate of route batting at 3, simply for the side, in the side's interest. That's the key thing. It's in the side's interest because they have more options in the middle order, Lawrence, Pope, Bairstow, than probably they have at number 3. And so that just solves the problem. And I think Route's a good enough player to sort of score runs anywhere. He has been an opener before, of course.
Cook to Milnes, drive for him, gently into the onside, and they'll scramble through, jog through for a single. So on to 4.10 now for 5, Milnes on to 7, Cox on to 100. I'm gonna pull you up short on this, Nick, because I asked Don Topley on the first day why Sam Cook wasn't the England reckoning, and he mentioned everyone else but Sam Cook, and he seemed to be doing exactly the same. And I wonder if there's some sort of something you can't say here.
Coming on to the Dan Lawrence, obviously Essex, we're missing Dan Lawrence if that happened. Now, Simon Harmer, who didn't have very good figures yesterday, but I'm sure he'll fancy a couple of wickets. I'll see how he's getting on this morning, actually, against Bangladesh in the moment. So that's 2 players Essex might be without.
I get your point. Cook now bowling to Milnes. Are you saying hands off, forward defensive, no run?
Well, I'll tell you what, to a certain extent, because I got to be honest, if they lost Cook, that's a hammer blow, I feel, to potentially winning the championship this season. He really is now very important, Sam Cook.
Club over country then, you're saying, Nick?
Well, no, I don't see him being selected. Obviously, they've got to decide Anderson and or Broad, and that makes a big difference if they go for one or both of those, because it uses up places.
Cook to Milnes, squirts a little bit off the outside part of the bat, but defended with soft hands, down to Adam Rossington at gully, and that's the end of the over. 5 off it, absolutely explosive in the context of what's seen before, but it's 4.10 for 5, a gentle start to the morning. Cox still has that 100 unbeaten.
So then you've got because I think they went, in one of the West Indies tests, I think it was the first one, they went in with someone, I think, without a genuine test opening bowler in non-English conditions, because having left out, I think they went in with Wokes was bowling with Overton.
And Fisher, Mahmood.
And the issue there, I think Cook definitely deserves a chance. If there were more A-team matches being played in England, and I quite like the idea of A-team matches in England, if let's say they were played during the 100 with Cook not involved in the 100, that would be ideal. If he wasn't involved in the 100, that would be an ideal sort of format for him to play in, like the next sort of 4-day cabs on the rank, if you like, playing A-team matches. Steckety bowls, and that's a good delivery. That's close enough to off stump to actually make Milnes play, and it beat him. Nice piece of bowling from the Australian.
Yeah, lovely delivery, that one. Not seen many better than that.
And then you've got this thing about they like their bowlers to bat. So I don't think there's a lot to choose between, say, Overton and Cook in English conditions. You can argue either way. But Overton, they reckon Overton will get runs at number 8, potentially. Obviously, Wokes is a very capable test. He could be a number 7 in Test cricket. 410 for 5, Steckety bowls. And just covering up as his run down towards backward point, and there's no run. Obviously, they've got Wood when he's fit. They'd always want to play him because of his extra pace. But in English conditions, I'd love to see Sam Cook being given a run out. It would be great. But I have to say, from the Essex point of view, they wouldn't want to lose Sam Cook, I have to say.
You see, there I accuse you of not answering the question, and you answered it so fulsomely that now I feel embarrassed.
No, it's just. One of the things I'm just worried might count against Sam is that he's not particularly a batsman. He can certainly occupy the crease, and he's got a little bit better as a batsman. That's outside the off stump and left alone. But that really shouldn't come into play, should it? You're 9, 10, 11. I think the number 8, you definitely want your number 8 to be capable of making a test 50 at some point, every now and again, or 30s and 40s. But once you get down, certainly to below that, surely it would be the 3 best bowlers.
And that was very strongly the argument for bringing Ben Foakes into the side, wasn't it? Is your top 6 ought to be scoring the runs, and Foakes is a competent,
and I think
number 7, and you want your best
Steckety bowls, and that's just played from the crease just into the offside there by Milnes. He's on 7. Oddly, he's got the runs this morning. Cox hasn't added to his 100 and 240 balls. Kent 410 for 5 are 104 behind. Let's have a quick Simon Harmer check and see what's going on this morning in the Test match. Of course, starts earlier than all the other games because of South Africa being a couple of hours ahead of us. So have a quick little look there and see how he's getting on this morning. Bangladesh have done quite well. 210 for 6. They've only lost 1 wicket this morning. So that's a bouncer, which he just ducks underneath. And Harmer's figures at the moment are number 35. He's actually bowling this over, but he's just come on for the first time this morning, actually. Number 35 in 7 overs. So, yes, I suppose he'd like to try and improve on that. He got wickets in the last game, of course. He got runs in the last game. Obviously, Keshav Maharaj is doing extremely well as the other spinner, but I still think that they're bound to pick Harmer as a squad member, aren't they, in English conditions? Now he's part of the setup. It would be amazing if they didn't. But stranger things have happened. Steckity bowls, and it's just played from the crease, head over the ball up into the offside. Of course, Cook did play in the 100 last year, forgot about that. But then I'd rather, from his sort of development point of view, you'd rather see him, you know, in an England A type setup, getting a chance to sort of play with other players of sort of comparable emerging talent around the country against a touring side. And to me, England A games, I think, you know, tour matches are. I know Kent have got one against Sri Lanka coming up soon, haven't they? I just think tour matches are going to be consigned to history fairly soon, and it might be that England A games replace them. 410 for 5.
Much the poorer for it, I think. It's a real shame, but I didn't introduce the subject of Sam Cook for this, but I would imagine Matt Milnes will be, if it was an England A side, would be close to that as well. Cook bowling now to Milnes, to Cook, I beg your pardon, who angles that through gully, high on the bat, and there's no run.
BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you'd like to get in touch with us. We had a very good response yesterday. Understandably dried up a little bit as the game appeared to peter out a bit, but if you'd like to get in contact this morning, it'd be nice to hear from you.
Alex Hoder's just indicated there was a late email from Paul about no balls, which we didn't get to last night, so I might introduce that this morning. Here's Cook to Cox. Very correct defensive shot, straight back down the ground. Paul, good morning if you're still listening. We hope you are, or back listening. Quick note on your views on no balls. Do you think the batting team should have the option of taking the extra ball? I only asked because last night, and this was day 2, I suppose, there were a couple, as a Kent fan, I'd have been happy to take the 2 runs, but no extra balls. That was when Kent's pair were being peppered by, to great effect actually, by Steckity and Cook. Yeah, was actually hit on the batting helmet. Lovely defensive shot again from Cox, who still hasn't added to his overnight score of 100. Yeah, should you have the option of saying, no, you're all right, we won't have the extra ball. You bowled a no ball, it's not a correct delivery, we'll move on.
Yeah, yes, interesting one. There can be instances where you're playing for the close, where you don't like that wicket going down to the 7th ball, the extra one that's been created.
Is Cook bowling to Cox once again, defended right back at the bowler. But that was I stand corrected obviously on what happened last night, but on day 2, that felt like the one real moment of sort of passage of jeopardy in this game for batsman against ball. Mayeye and Compton both discomforted severely by short pitch deliveries, just weren't picking them right at the end of day 2, but this pitch once again is looking, as this is defended up to mid-on.
Arguably the crucial period of play in the game, in the sense that was when Kent were most under scoreboard pressure.
Yes, and most vulnerable.
Compton took the attack to Porter, and then basically to get to 122 for 1 against 514, in any situation you've got to go well, because you've got a fielding side that can be buoyed up, and did very well, Kent, on that second evening. Here's
Cook once again defended by Cox, and there is no run. But welcome to everyone who's listening this morning. This pitch looking very much like it has the previous 3 days. Little bump of gloves between the 2 batsmen there. Jordan Cox is quite a demonstrative player. We've already seen him, as you say, frustrated, mistiming a couple of shots this morning, but happy to block away that over from Sam Cook. I think you're absolutely right as well, Nick. The happier side will be the one that's batting today. I think there's already these 2 sides, certainly for early season, these bowlers have had enough overs in their legs for one game.
And of course another round starting on Thursday, and if we are going to get better pitches this season around the country, then the players are going to make the most of those 3 days between games, aren't they? Steckity bowls, and it's played defensively up into the onside. I don't know if you've heard anything, Matt, but there was one report I read on Quick Info yesterday on one of the games suggesting that the ECB are taking an interest, let's put it that way, in the standard of the pitches this season, and we may see some flatter surfaces, and that will then sort of put more miles in the legs of the bowlers around the country if they're not resting up after games ending midway through the third day. Steckity bowls and just a bouncer which sees Mills just ducking underneath.
And I can understand that in a sense as a reaction to what's happened to England's batting over those previous 2 Test series, the Ashes and West Indies. But it is a delicate balance, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it isn't an exact art. Grounds staff do their absolute best, of course, and no implied criticism at all. But it is also an entertainment cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, you're right. And in fact, we had some tweets yesterday along the lines of people not finding it very entertaining. So one describing it as a bit of a net yesterday. I suspect mainly Essex supporters, but I think feeling that basically, obviously, you want a surface that's going to encourage a chance of a result for the better side over 4 days, a Steckity bowls and as a bouncer, or for either, whichever side plays better on the day, if you like, or on over the 4 days. A good bounce of that from Steckity. He's really still putting a lot of effort into this, but as I say, he'd like a pitch offering him a lot more pace and bounce than this one does. Been
impressed by both the Aussies on show. Jackson Bird bowled very well for Kent. Well, you look at the figures and people will say, what on earth are you talking about? But in the context of this pitch, I think both of them have bowled with some venom and tightly too.
Yes, this is just played from the crease by Mills, back down the pitch, and there's no run. And Harmer has further consolidated his prospects of getting on the South African tour by bowling Mushfiqur for 51 in the Bangladesh middle order. So he was the real set batsman, and that's Simon Harmer's first wicket of the Test match. So Bangladesh 210 for 7 in danger of following on if South Africa enforce it. 453 all out they were, and this is just played again defensively, head over the ball up into the offside. Milnes taking a fair bit of a strike. Cox hadn't scored this morning. Milnes 7 and Cox 100. And actually Cox had a long time on 84 as well. He got stuck on 84 for a while.
I don't know if you're aware, but Kent pulled off a tactical masterstroke for this game, effectively ruling Simon Harmer out, because George Linder was a cab on the rank ahead of him, and he said, "Well, no, I've got to go and prepare and go and play for Kent." So Harmer got in the side ahead of him.
And this is, again, just played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. And of course, another thing that
Which
worked
rules
for Kent
him out of this one, you see. This is absolutely genius by Kent.
And the other thing that worked for Kent was, of course, apparently Zach Cordy was available for this game, but Kent chose to rest him. And he might have got 129, but he might not have done. So, well, it shows that things can work out for the best, can't they? With presumably Zach will maybe be in contention for the next game at Canterbury.
I think they're expecting to. Just needed a few more days.
Yeah. Selection dilemma. I don't think Compton's going to get dropped, is he? Milnes 7, Cox 100, 410 for 5.
Well, with no Denley, I think
that solves the problem nicely.
But almost
does,
certainly no Denley.
So, yes, that's one of those things. You never want anyone to get injured, but it just saves a potential selection headache.
Kent with a raft of injuries among their batting to start the season, which is a real anomaly, isn't it? You expect, well, not expect, but more likely for bowlers to break down at this time of year. But as Cook comes in to bowl to Cox, that's nicely. First run of the morning, just rolls the wrists over it gently. I think gently is going to be the watchword of the day, isn't it, Nick? Towards the square leg boundary.
We're having a bit of a net today. So but as I say, if you'd like to get in touch and anything you'd like to discuss, we'll try and drop in some topics of conversation between the three of us during the day, and anything you'd like to pick up on, please do. Sam Cook's prospects for England, that's one thing we've talked about. So I'd love to see him get the chance. I think again, he'll have to do it through weighted wickets in April and May, but if he does, who knows what might happen.
Interesting to hear perhaps other names that people think out there should be as Cook bowls to Mills, leans on that pleasantly into the onside, and there's a single to is that Snater out there? Oh, I haven't got my card with me.
It's a sub.
It's a sub. Thank you very much. Number 99.
Not sure who.
Well, 4, 12 or 5. Just going on body shape. I don't reckon.
Scorecard, Nick. If you turn the scorecard over,
oh, there we go.
Oh, it's a newfangled scorecard with such
Cook now to Milnes. It's in the block hole, but down the leg side. No run.
Yes, it's Luke Baconstein. That's an innovation. Luke Baconstein. Yeah, that's helpful actually. Putting all the numbers of the squad, just in case anybody comes in. See, scorecards are worth it. We got these one for free, but it's worth it. Anyone buying one for their £1, well, I now know who the subfielder is.
It's all perks and payola here in the commentary box at County Cricket, isn't it? Free scorecards, as much coffee as you can drink. His cook, it's a decent looking delivery. He's had a leg bar, I think it is, popping up perhaps towards the top of the pad and down the leg side. Nick Cook signalling that, and that will be one more to the total. 413 for 5, Mills has 8, Cox has 101. So Mills has added 6, Cox has added 1. 413 for 5 in reply to 514. Nick, sorry.
Interesting bit of news for Essex supporters in relation to Thursday. Somerset's, well, their batting failed twice, but their bowling really was severely weakened in that game against Hampshire at the Aegeus Bowl, where they lost by an innings yesterday.
It's Cook bowls. Bounce a good one, actually, and Milnes had to get underneath it, take evasive action quickly. I'm sure Anthony Gibson will be the first to tell you that they've got a lot of injuries.
But,
okay,
and this is the but, Craig Overton, Jack Leach and Jack Davey, who were all playing in the second 11 against Cornwall yesterday, are expected to return.
I was going to say, they're
may
all right.
mean that Somerset have got a little bit more strength in depth in their bowling than was the case in the Hampshire game. So, yeah, we'll watch out for that one.
Never seems quite fair, does it, when you're the county that you love suddenly is playing a team that's reinforced by all sorts of internationals coming back. Another bouncer, lowish, and Milnes is underneath it. End of the over. 413 for 5. Kent, in reply to Essex's 514, they've added 8 to their overnight total of 405 for 5 here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent with Nick Gledhill, Matt Cole and Paul Newton. Some high, well, fair weather cloud, I'd say, but lovely sunshine this morning.
Thanks to Kevin, who's been in touch about Simon Harmer's availability. Yeah, we're just talking about Simon, obviously, because he's playing at the moment, and in relation to whether, obviously, the likelihood South Africa will use him during the summer. But when is he back available for Essex? You quite rightly asked. That's the most relevant question of all. And I'm just checking, actually. I believe that this South Africa-Bangladesh series is a 2-match series, which would mean, I think, obviously, ruled him out of Taunton. In the sense of, you know, need to have some time to get back into the UK and some time to rest and recuperate. But I think Edgbaston might be a realistic punt, as you say. And just checking the schedule of that series. And just having a quick look at that as we go. Yeah, so I think this is just a two-test series between South Africa and Bangladesh, and so hopefully Simon Harmer will be available shortly after that. And as you rightly say, Kevin, he may not have made a lot of difference on this pitch, and Edgbaston probably isn't going to be his most favoured one either. But be interesting to still, again, very interesting. On the expectation he's available for the Essex game against Northants at the end of the month, whether he'd get a rather different surface than this one to play on. I think most Essex supporters will be hoping that the answer is yes. Interesting to see what he might have done on this pitch. I don't think it would have been easy for him, but of course he can achieve miracles, as we know, Simon Harmer at Chelmsford. But I think rather like the pitch, of course, in the first game last season, I think it would have been quite tough for him. But thanks for that, Kevin, and. Yeah, I think let's say that the expectation would be Edgbaston. If we find out anything definite, we'll let you know, of course. So here is Matt Critchley to bowl. It's driven firmly back down the pitch by Cox, who has scored his first run of the morning. He's on 101 now, Milnes 8, and it's 413 for 5. And good morning to Paul Newton.
Yes, I don't think Simon Harmer had much joy on the same sort of pitch here, game last season.
As I was saying, yes, it cut off the back foot down. That's going to go for 4. That's a nice stroke, just a bit short that from Critchley, and Cox spotted the fact he erred in length and has put it away very nicely for 4. Yes, I remember he didn't get much joy there, or indeed at New Road, did he?
No, that's quite right. I mean, it was just an irony that the 2 matches against Worcestershire last year were both pitches where, you know, what I call one innings games. By the time the first innings have finished, it's almost time to pack up and go home.
So, bring Matt back in when he's finished his report. It's driven up towards long off for a single by Cox to go to 106, and it's now 418 for 5. So just the 2 other games going on in Division 1. One looks a pretty much certain draw, as certain as this, because the match situation is really quite similar. With Warwickshire still, it's just the second innings of the match, 112 behind Surrey at 3:16 for 7. So that game isn't going anywhere at Edgbaston, still in the second innings of the match. But much more interesting is the one between Gloucestershire and Northampton, where Gloucestershire had a fantastic comeback yesterday. And they're 3:45 for 7, leading by 280. So I expect a declaration late in the session. And they've done extremely well to turn that round. Gloucestershire has played off the back foot defensively by Milnes, back down the pitch, and there's no run. Zafar Gohar, 47 not out at the moment, and a great comeback by Gloucestershire, who were in all sorts of trouble in that second innings at one point when they were 21 for 4. So this is played defensively up into the onside, and there's no run.
Yeah, they'll be rueing not being able to finish the job there, Northamptonshire, because they were beaten in the shortest ever 4-day game here last season.
Yeah, that, as I say, won't be repeated, I think, in late April. There's a slip and a short leg, and that's just played up towards mid-wicket. Because I don't think we'll get I don't think they'll play as badly, but B, I think probably we'll get a pitch which is maybe somewhere between the sort of pitches we had last year and this one, which is ideally, I guess, what Essex want. They don't want to repeat this pitch for the Northants game, do they?
No. That game against Northamptonshire here in September finished about an hour and a quarter into the fourth session of the game. In other words, first session of the second day. And at one point, had the last 8 overs been claimed, it might have finished in 1 day flat, because you get an extra 8 overs. They were 5 down at the time, and it wasn't beyond conception that it might have turned out that way. So it would have been rather comforting for someone to be able to say to Northampton, don't worry, you'll win your next game.
Yes.
Just over 6 months' time. But I rather suspect they won't win it now, as Jamie Porter hastens in from the Hayes close end and bowls, and Cox plays the ball to backward point, and Cox has thoroughly played himself back in, Nick, until he got that 4 and a single in consecutive Critchley balls in the previous over. He just added 1 single in the first half hour.
Just about to bring Matt in. Just a final comment. Porter having replaced Cook. 2 for 63 in 32 overs, Cook, and as we were sort of indicating yesterday, that really perhaps ought to be it for Sam Cook in this game. May not need to bowl much more.
Very good point. I think he's already been rather over bowled, and I hasten to add, as the next ball's a no ball. In other respects, it was a decent delivery played on its merits back to the bowler by Jordan Cox, but Jamie Porter not quite looking at his best in this game so far. In fact, they haven't just corrected the bowling change on the screen up above at the moment. They're crediting the over to Sam Cook. I was going to give you Porter's figures. Cook's been magnificent. 32 overs, 10 maidens, 2 for 63. Porter's in, bowls and balls played back to the bowler. But bearing in mind what happened last season, when by game 5 at Trent Bridge, Cook, who'd been over-bowled in both the games against Worcestershire on pitches where it wouldn't matter who you bowled, the result was still going to be a draw. He then missed out on a pitch at Trent Bridge that would have been right up his street. So I must say I'm getting a little bit anxious about how much he's been bowled. 32 overs is quite a lot in an innings where he's not getting any help, and he really has bowled well, let me hasten to add. Porter just struggling to find a consistent line and length here. Bowls one outside off stump the batsman doesn't need to play at. And normally the scoreboard is absolutely spot on with bowling changes and who's bowling, but for some reason they haven't registered that Jamie Porter has replaced Sam Cook. A very good morning to Matt Cole.
Good morning. Looks like they just stalled at the end of the previous over, doesn't it? But yeah, Porter into the attack. But I take your point. I had a brief word with Matt Milnes after day 2. More on that in a sec.
Porter bowls and Cox back to the bowler. No run.
And asked him how it was bowling, particularly on the first day when the wind was up as well, and he said, well, I've got through as many overs as basically I want to in a whole match, so I'm looking forward to putting my feet up.
Sorry, who was that?
This is Matt Milnes.
Oh, Matt Milnes, yeah.
And he bowled, I think, almost exactly the same, bowled 32 overs in the first innings, and these bowlers are coming in after a long close season as well, aren't they? So you do worry a little bit for them breaking down.
Porter's in again. Bowls to Cox with just the one slip in the gully, and he's turned this into the onside for a single, which takes his tally to 107, the score to 419 for 5 in the 139th over of the innings, with Milnes coming into strike on 8. And on that very subject, Matt, about over bowling bowlers, I could not believe when England had the good fortune to come upon Jofra Archer, who preferred to play for England rather than the West Indies. So you've got a guy at last for England who can bowl at mid-90s, you know, if he really strains himself. Now, come back to that point, because Porter's already on his way into bowl again, and that's edged down by Milnes, and it's going to be 4 runs. No third man, the score to 424 for 5, with 12 now to Milnes at the end of the Porter over. He did sort of... It's a moot point whether that was an edge. I think the batsman was shaping to run it down there, perhaps intended to get a little bit more on the ball. Just wanted to finish the point there, Matt, that for me, I could not believe it when Joe Root deployed Jofra Archer as though he were a stock bowler, a trundler. And, you know, to me, it should have been understood that he'd never bowl more than 5 overs in a spell, and never bowl more than 4 such spells in a game. You've got to look after a young bowler like that and not overtax him. And now they're saying, you know, that this elbow injury he's got might prevent him from playing Test cricket again.
Yeah, I suppose a bit like Tamal Mills as well, who had
that
exactly,
yeah.
Just plays T20 now. Critchley bowling to Cox on the back foot, defends it into the offside to Luke Benkenstein, as we've
yes, that's right. Yes, Luke Benkenstein.
Who do we know who he's on for? Sorry, I'm just firing all the questions this morning.
Good point. Is Nick Brown out there at the moment? Yes, he is. I've spotted him. So it's not him. We've eliminated one of the suspects.
Again, a shy. Oh, crikey, that's a wild shy down the stumps. Jordan Cox taking evasive action. They're fine. But a quick run taken. I don't think there was any real jeopardy in the end. Matt Critchley got half a hand to it, or some fingers to it, and Benkenstein attempting a run out anyway, but they're through for a single.
It wouldn't take long to appraise you of what you missed by not being here yesterday, but the most likely way of wickets going down was a run out.
It's just driven gently back from Milnes to Critchley, who looks like a very good acquisition.
He is.
A little bit jealous.
There were 4 occasions when a run out was on for Essex. The calling wasn't all it might have been, nor the throwing.
And it's just gently pushed into the... I keep saying gently because it feels like a gentle morning. Nick Brown fielding just at backward point there. The ball reaches him from the bat of Matt Milnes. It just opens the face and runs it down to him. No run there. It's got a short leg in and a slip. As Critchley gives this one a bit more tweak, I think. But again, it's cut down by Milnes towards Brown. There's no run. Applause for the fielder from Critchley. He and his captain got that absolutely right, because Brown's been picked out twice by the shot now. And through is over. This final ball, Critchley, and studious forward defensive by Matt Milnes, who stays on 12. Critchley has 2 for 75 from his 30 overs. 1 off that over. Cox has 108. Yeah, I mean, it's as you were saying, it's a question with bowlers' workloads, isn't it? I mean, you might think, well, they've done it to 1 or 2 bowlers in recent years. They probably should have learned by now that that's a distinct possibility in terms of workloads, especially on bowlers that bowl very fast.
And I was very surprised with Chris Silverwood, himself a fast bowler in his time, would not have sort of said to Joe Root, you can't keep using him like this, because he bowled 36 overs in an innings in, I think, his 3rd match. That was in England, and then 42 overs in an innings in New Zealand. Now I've done the old Inspector Clouseau job here. The man who was off was none other than Dan Lawrence, who's just made his way back on, and Luke Benkenstein has therefore now left the arena as Porter begins the new over, initially to Cox, and Cox plays the ball a little bit late, but perfectly safely to Dan Lawrence at extra cover. There's no run there. But it is a worry, actually. When I used to take junior teams at schoolboy level, you're always a little bit worried when the City team, this was in Leeds, played one of your players, because they weren't always used in a way that I necessarily went along with. And now I'd be a little bit anxious on behalf of the county at the overuse of a bowler. You know, if he went up and was called for England, you want them to play for their countries. The next ball's going to run down for a leg bye. But on another hand, you don't want to find that when they come back, you know, they're in knots, really, in pieces, you know, after being overused. So the score now is 426 for 5, with Cox on 108 and Milnes on 12.
It's a good point. I mean, they have put in rules, haven't they, for the counties, their use of younger players, how many overs they can bowl. Is it in particular matches, I think?
Yes, no, that's right. Porter's in,
teens.
bowls, and this ball again takes Milnes on the pad there and just hobbles away slightly uncomfortably.
Appeal from mid-on, but no one else. That's quite telling, isn't it?
Yes.
You're an umpire. Might as well discount that one.
Well, I don't think you can blame anybody in whatever the fielding side may be if they appeal for absurd reasons, because, you know, they've got to sort of keep themselves awake somehow in a situation where you can sympathise with the players, because it doesn't matter how good a bowler you are, about the most you can do is keep a batsman quiet. I've seen very little sign of any deviation at all during this game, and Porter bowls, and it's a good delivery, but comfortably played by Milnes, who we've already said is no mug with the bat. But you would hope, if you're, you know, one of the strike bowlers for a side and you're bowling at a man coming in at number 7, that you've got some sort of chance of hurrying him along a bit. But Milnes is looking very, very comfortable out there.
Yeah, he's a very decent batsman indeed.
Well, he is, yeah.
As befits him, coming in at, well, effectively would be 8, but with no Denley at 7.
Indeed, as Porter's in again. Bowls, and that ball's played back to the bowler, and as we often remarked yesterday, Kent have managed remarkably well without Joe Denley to call on. Of course, he would have been in very much earlier, probably first drop, and he's a decent record against Essex as well. But
yeah, so sad to see him.
Yeah,
I mean, I know from the interviews we did with him before the season started, he had a poor year last year by his own admission, really wasn't on it, and was really looking forward to getting back into form, and to have that happen in the first game of the season.
Porter bowls, and that's the lead outside off stump. So I think is it a hamstring problem? Yeah, I mean, those are always terrible things to have. Quite often, when you're someone who likes sport as a youngster, you're not even aware of the hamstring possibility. But once you do find out and become aware of what a hamstring involves, you know, you wish you hadn't, because it is a nasty type of injury, and certainly in my case it recurs. You know, once you start getting a hamstring problem, you're afraid to really stretch again.
It's going to be Critchley, but the batsmen are having a brief chat and back now, and you look at the players. Kent have got 2 batsmen out with hamstring injuries, Jack Leaning and Joe Denley, and sometimes these things, as it's driven back past Critchley, they'll take a comfortable single, just start on the leg side of the stumps. So Jordan Cox adds 1 to the total, so 428 for 5.
What was the context of Denley's hamstring going?
Chasing a ball to up the slope here to the boundary, and just pulled up, well, in a sprint. You've seen sprinters do it, haven't you, many times in the 100 metres, just pull it, just obviously feeling in the back of his right leg, and Critchley on a bit of tweak, defended by Milnes.
I'll tell you what, in football, and both of us like our football, one of the worst signs you can get is when a commentator says, oh, player X has pulled up there and there was nobody near him. Those are the ones, rather than the bad tackles, that cause them worse injuries.
Down the leg side, that one. Milnes trying to help it on its way, but straight through to the gloves of Adam Wheater. But yes, just coincidence. I mean, Jack Leaning and Joe Denley are, I mean, they're both proper athletes in the field. They are very quick across the ground. So it's, an unpleasant coincidence for Kent at the start of the season. Cut away towards the boundary for a single. Added to the total, 429 for 5. No George Linder as yet either. The South African has a slight groin niggle, we gather, which might keep him out for the first 3 games of the championship. Leaning probably is going to arrive around about the same time 4th game of the season. Zach Crawley we are expecting to play against Lancashire on Thursday. And there's a little bit of hesitation, slight hesitation by Cox. Milnes was running hell for leather. As you were saying, Paul, it's the one bit of jeopardy there. I won't say Milnes overcompensated. He made absolutely sure he got to the far end, though, there, didn't he? He really did set off, grounding his bat all the way. So
yes, there was one particular occasion involving Darren Stevens yesterday. Cox just wouldn't have Stevens hurtling down at him, imploring him to take a single. Come back to that.
Critchley again left outside the off stump, away from the other right-hander with the spin. Milnes judging that through to the wicketkeeper. End of the over, 4:30 for 5 then. 3 off the over from Critchley. Milnes has 13. Cox has Nelson 111 from 264 balls.
And the result was that Stevens at one point was within shaking hands distance of Jordan Cox. And he should have been run out by a long, long way, but it was fumbled in the field, and the ball wasn't actually ever picked up before Stevens had got all the way back. And I'm sure he himself, Darren Stevens, had sort of fully anticipated that he'd turn left halfway on his way back and head straight off to the pavilion. As it turned out, he was out soon afterwards, after completing a fine 50. But yes, Essex missed... I think it was 4 potential run-out chances yesterday. Porter's in bowls, and this ball's played to mid-on. There's no run there. And, of course, in some ways you can say it's slightly logical that first game of a new season, if there is a way in which a batting side might not quite be on the right wavelength, it is with calling, because you probably don't actually practice calling that much in your preparation for a season.
Just seeing Dan Lawrence doing some stretches there. I'm not sure if
yes, he bowled a
bowl,
little bit yesterday, got a wicket. Got Stevens out, in fact, as this ball's played into the covers, with one that was a good delivery, actually. It did effectively take Stevens a little bit by surprise. It took the edge. We'd got a glove to it, and the ball was very well scooped up by Alistair Cook at slip behind the wicket-keeper there, and he took the catch about a couple of inches off the ground.
Wouldn't be at all surprised to see a good deal of, I suppose, Critchley and Lawrence if this innings stretches any much further.
Yes, Porter's in bowls and ball played out to point. And I think in the very first session yesterday, I said to Alex Hode, who took your place yesterday, very, very nice man indeed, did a fine job. And I said to him, well, really, there's so little on this now, it's going to be a draw. Why not just bowl the spinners all day? Because Essex have got 3. Tom Wesley, who as so many captains are guilty of, they don't bowl themselves enough, and he can bowl very tidily with his off breaks. Porter's in. Bowls, and bowls very nice off drive, but like so many of the nicest shots in cricket, they're not the ones that produce the runs necessarily, and it goes straight to deep mid-off. It's very much in the vogue now in Championship cricket that mid-on and mid-off are right back on the where the circle would be, the edge of the circle, if it were a white ball game, and that sort of cuts off what would, in other situations, if it had been a much closer mid-off, that might have just beaten the fieldsman and gone for 4. Porter's in again. Bowls to Cox. Cox in a rather odd way that he sort of cocks a leg at that. He literally just about resembled a dog doing that there, but anyway, he's in no danger of losing his wicket. It goes through to Wheater, and the score is 430 for 5 with Cox on Nelson and Milnes on 13.
Effective nonetheless, absolutely.
Yes. He's got good reactions, actually, Cox. We noticed once or twice yesterday he was able to change his mind and still play a different shot to the one he thought he was going to play, but execute it well. And obviously you only get a split second to react in cricket. Porter bowls to Cox, who plays it to mid-on. There is no run, and that completes another over. 143rd of the innings, with Kent 430 for 5. And just as Essex could not declare and say to Kent, well, you put us in, and now you're going to have to toil away until we're bowled out, so Kent can now say, and now it's your turn, we're not going to declare either, and rightly not.
I think, yeah, absolutely sensibly. They probably don't want any more stress on their bowlers. That'll be the very first thing they'll be thinking about. Critchley takes off his sweater to continue. Jordan Cox batting down to bat at 5, and has opened for Kent for the last couple of seasons, but with Ben Compton coming to the side, it's him alongside Daniel Bell-Drummond as Critchley bowls to Milnes. Quicker, fuller delivery, but just turned to Snater at mid-wicket. A slip and a short leg still in. Daniel Bell-Drummond actually dropped out of the side last season, was having a difficult time with his own form, but has returned to open. And Cox dropping down the order. Critchley to Milnes, reaching well forward to that one. That's more further forward than he would like, but just pushing the ball to Dan Lawrence at cover, who's still doing some warm-ups. It may just be that he's keeping himself limber and warmed up, Dan Lawrence. But email from Paul on kentcricket@gmail.com. Still listening, he says. You may come back down to Chelmsford for the final couple of sessions today, as he's a Kent fan in Essex. He says, do you think the ECB should also be looking at these sort of pitches? He says, as a fan, all we want is a fair contest between bat and ball. All the ECB worry about is bad pitches, but my feeling is pitches which favour batting are too much, are also detrimental. Let's take the edge. Having said that, nicely done as Milnes pushes forward. Soft hands, though, bounces once down to Nick Brown.
Yeah, switching to round the wicket there and getting, I think, just about the first bit of turn. I didn't really see one turn all day yesterday, but that did. That's good bowling.
Yeah, down to backward point, but this one taken nearly on the full. Critchley just wringing his hand as it's pushed back to him by Milnes. But I think we take your point, Paul. We were talking about pitches earlier, that it's a fine line, isn't it, between producing something which is lively and will give you a result in 2.5 days, and obviously pitches like this, which counties all around the country prepare. We're not, I should say, right off pointing a finger at ground staff here at Essex, but it may well be there is a directive from the ECB to give the batsman more chance early season, if that makes any sense.
Yes, I think so. And
with what's happened in those last 2 Test series, Critchley down the pitch comes Milnes, looking to expand, or perhaps to knock Critchley off his length at least, up to mid on Steckety Fields, end of the over. That's a maiden over, so consecutive maidens for Essex. 430 for 5 Kent, 111 to Cox, 13 for Milnes here on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kent. Welcome wherever you're listening. Paul adding, as a fan, I think Kent could surprise a few teams this year. Batting on paper looks decent, assuming a full team, and Bird and Henry will be good additions to the seam attack. Just wish we had a legit, and then there's no word after that, a legit. Were you going to say spinner? I'm putting words in your mouth there, Paul, because the emails just come one word too few, I think. But George Linder is the man I think they're expecting to be their frontline spinner. And I won't say he's a like for Simon Harmer, because Harmer's probably been the best player in the county championship for the last 4 or 5 years, but they're very much hoping that might be the case.
Porter begins a new over from the Hayes close end. Good delivery, dug out there by Jordan Cox and retrieved by Essex's late in the close season signing, Adam Rossington from Northamptonshire, who was expecting a fortnight earlier to be the Northamptonshire captain this season. So certainly Essex were very, very quick off the mark there to say, well, you can come here if you like. And I think he will be particularly useful in the white ball game later in the season. But going back to our emailer Paul there, as Porter comes in and bowls to Cox, and another decent delivery and a late decision on the part of the batsman to leave that, and there's nothing wrong with a late decision as long as you get it right. And good cricket from Cox, who remains on 111. Yes, I agree with you, Paul. I think it was always one of my beefs that an objection is raised to pitches that do too much, but pitches that do nothing at all are never in any danger of being docked points. I'm not suggesting this one should be, because you should always give the groundsman a little bit of leeway anyway. First game of a season, it's not easy. Porter's in bowls and the ball is played down to mid-off, but as has been pointed out, you want crowds at games, Otherwise, if it's just being played behind closed doors, we know how dull that is from the effect of COVID in recent times. And the public do have a right. It's not cheap going to sport these days. They do have a right to see some sort of meaningful contest, which I'm afraid this one isn't. And no one would agree with that more than the players themselves. As Porter's in, and bowls to Cox, and it's played into the covers. There's no run there. Obviously, some of the batsmen will be pleased to have got good runs under their belt. Personally, I would treat April in the manner of no more than one championship match and play your 8 50 overs games, the zonal part, because that always produces quite a lot of runs, the 50 overs games. You're not going to have more than the odd slip. And when Essex won the title in 2017, they were completely out of form with the bat to start with, and then came these 50 overs games, and they all got into form and didn't look back after that as Porter's in bowls and the balls played down to mid-arm, and it avoids day after day of standing out in what can be freezing temperatures. You can also have heat waves in April, but certainly I think there were too many games in April to start off with this fierce run of a game every Thursday going through to Sunday with scarcely a break. Essex last year didn't have a break until they played 9 consecutive 4-day games, which is ridiculous. And but generally speaking, once the groundsman's had a chance to really get to work on his pitch, you want some sort of contest where there's likely to be a result. As this next one goes through and taken on the grovel by Adam Wheater, and that's a maiden over to Jamie Porter, and he's bowled 24 overs, 6 maidens, none for 83, and
third maiden in a row, I think.
Yep. It's hard old going. I think Jamie would accept that he's not bowled at his best, particularly on that second evening when Kent went in. Essex were a little bit loose in that session that I didn't see in person, but I was talking to Anthony McGrath, the Essex head coach, excellent fellow, and he was saying that Essex weren't quite at their best and didn't bowl quite tightly enough at that stage. Anyway, Kent 430 for 5.
Yeah, I do think, you can understand the concern, anger in some quarters about England's performances in Australia as Critchley bowls to Milnes and pushed into the offside, and all the tweaks you might make, and some of our colleagues in the media calling for the immediate scrapping of the county championship. But the elephant in the room is when cricket is played, when 4-day cricket is played, surely, in this country. Is this left outside the league side?
It's not the counties who decide, when these games
if
are
you're going
played.
to play predominantly in April, May and September, I think a number of people have pointed this out. Whatever you do to the structure is if you want to produce test players, you should be playing cricket, 4-day cricket. If that's your priority, if you're going to say that, I know that isn't the priority, but if that were, and you were to concentrate your mind on doing that, as Critchley bowls to Milnes, driven up to Steketee at mid-on, and that's a single, so the first run for 3 and a bit overs, you would, I'm sure there's going to be all sorts of trouble from the governing body for me saying this, but you'll be playing in August, and you're not going to play in August because the 100 is there, and there are reasons that the 100 is there. But to say the structure is the problem, the number of teams is the problem, well, you're not even starting to address the problem if you're playing, as you say, 4 or 5 games in April when pitches are and weather is always going to be very, very variable in this country. But there you are, rant over. It's pushed back the ball and there's no run.
No, I couldn't agree with you more. In fact, we made these points yesterday. It's a big beef of mine. I'll come back to that after this ball.
Yes, Critchley round the wicket to Cox, plays that suspiciously and gently. I keep saying gently, I'll have to think of another word for that. But circumspectly into the offside. Near his feet, no run with soft hands, blocks it away. And last ball of the over. I'm going to have to leave you, but I'll leave you, as I've ranted, to say your piece. On the back foot there, padding up was Jordan Cox. No real danger. Umpire Pollard unimpressed by the appeals.
Matt Cole, thank you very much. He'll be back with us in half an hour. And I was infuriated. Matt will listen to what I'm saying while he just departs. When England lost the final test in Hobart, Jonathan Agnew came on and said I'd only wish the 18 county chairmen had been standing on the outfield here with me and they realised they had to do something about it. But it's not the county chairman's job. Or otherwise, why do you appoint other people on quite high wages to do the job that is the ECB's job? You know, the chairmen are there to try and do a good job for their counties. And I think they do. You know, I think county cricket needs defending. It's lazy to just, as soon as things go wrong at international level, to say, it's wretched county cricket, what a mess they've made of it. I'm afraid, I think most of the blame should lie with the people who are paid to see to England's needs. As Porter's in and bowls, and this ball is played into the offside, and there's no run there. And we made the point yesterday that was well hyped up by Barney Ronay in The Guardian, that a lot of players, including Zach Crawley, have made a great start to their international career. The problems come when they've been with England for 18 months or so.
There's certainly some evidence of that, isn't there?
Absolutely. I mean, ditto Ollie Pope, you know, averaged 50 in his first 12 tests, and you know, the one or two others who were going well as well initially. Porter's in, bowls, and this ball is played into the offside. I mean, half the time you get Ben Foakes gets 100 on debut and is acknowledged as the best wicketkeeper in the country, and then he doesn't get a look in for, you know, a long time after that. I agree with what Matt was saying earlier, that he should be in the England Test team, because he's not only the best wicketkeeper, he's a very useful 7 or 8.
Yeah, and I hope that aberration with the run out doesn't count against him in that last test in the West Indies, which is just one of those things, inexplicable really.
Well, yes, you wouldn't drop someone because of a run-out. Porter's in bowls, 4 runs. It's not the most genuine of shots. It was a good delivery from Porter, and he's got the old teapot on there because it took the edge of Milne's bat. Let it be said, on this pitch, it wasn't an edge that was ever going to be caught because it went straight to ground. There's only one slip, and it went straight through where a second slip might have been, and produces 4 runs, 435 for 5, and Milnes moves up to 18.
Yeah, so Anthony in contact with us. Any reason why Harmer can't play at Taunton, South Africa on day 3 of a 2-match test series, so he could leave South Africa on Tuesday. Tuesday is the final day, scheduled day of that game. You appreciate it is tight, probably too tight.
Porter bowls, and this ball is played into the offside. Yes, I mean, I had this calculation a few minutes ago, and I was just thinking, well, you can't really have a guy fly halfway around the world and expect him, you know, if the game ends Tuesday, you've got to say that he's not going to jump straight on a plane without having a night's sleep.
And as soon as Bangladesh 213 for 7 need to get to 254 to avoid the follow-on, but I don't think South Africa enforce the follow-on, and that's the problem. So the game is probably likely to go quite deep into day 5.
Yeah, I think it's Porter comes in and bowls, and Milnes drives back, and Porter aims a shy, but only throws it fairly gently down to Wheater. There's no run.
Yeah, if they did enforce the follow-on, it increases the prospect of the game ending in 4 days, and that would help. But no, it's an interesting point, Anthony, but I think it's not impossible, but it's very unlikely that Essex would see Harmer at Taunton. They'd love the 2 fixtures away from home to be switched, I guess, for him to miss Edgbaston and play at Taunton the week later. But unfortunately, can't do that.
Here's Porter again and bowls. That's played into the offside. Yeah, I take your point entirely about Edgbaston, and yet, you know, I've been lumbered with the Edgbaston chore, or should I say bore, for the last 2 or 3 seasons, and I'm going there again this time. But I think it was last season, Harmer was involved in every dismissal but one. He got about 6 wickets, and he had 2 catches and a run out, and he had a second run out where the batsman was virtually going back to the pavilion when he was recalled, because it had been a little bit unfair. But Harmer certainly, even at Edgbaston, I know Essex tend not to win there, but he still had a terrific innings there.
Gloucestershire 363 all out in that game at Northampton. So what that has done, it is set Northants 299 to win. They're 1 without loss, so that could be interesting to keep an eye on during the afternoon. Say the other game in Division 1 is looks a stone colder draw as this one. Here's Critchley, that's Warwickshire, sorry, still in the second innings of the match, as this one is, of course, and this is played nicely away off the pads for a single out towards deep square leg. Porter is there, and Cox to 112, and no real problems for Kent this morning, to be brutally honest, and they're just enjoying being the batting side rather than the fielding side, I suspect, at this present time. So here is Critchley again, bowls and head nicely over the ball from Milnes, just playing that defensively. He stayed on 18, Cox 112, 436 for 5. The selection for the next game at Taunton, Paul, is obviously, we're going to assume obviously that Harmer isn't playing, but this is outside the off stump and turning gently away. We could actually use the same parameters for Edgbaston, because we know that by that point he certainly will be playing, and Essex will have to make a decision about the balance of the side and what changes they might make. As here is Critchley bowling, and that's taken on the full and driven firmly out towards Snater at mid-wicket, and there's no run. You could say one thing Essex don't have is as Ravi Bopara would have provided, is a fourth seamer. If they've got Critchley, who obviously is very useful because he takes up a batting place as well. This is played defensively into the onside, and there's no run. I don't think Rossington's got any great credentials as a bowler, so they haven't got the fourth seamer that would be really useful in these sort of April type conditions. If they drop, say, left out Snater to bring in Harmer when the time comes. This is played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. I would play Paul Walter. Yeah, I don't know if he's fit, but he was doing very well towards the end of last season, and of course he's a genuine batsman. Admittedly, I think batting has become very much the stronger suit there, so it doesn't totally answer your question, but he's good for a few overs, and Simon Harmer should certainly be back for the game at Edgbaston, and would come in, I'm sure, for Rossington on that occasion. Well, that would be interesting, because that would leave Harmer batting at 7 and then Snater at 8, or Walter at 8. Now you're therefore bringing in Walter to bat probably at 7 to make
probably
sure,
higher than that. No, I think he's better. I
see your point, because if he was a straight swap for Rossington, I think it would leave too long a tail potentially, particularly in April type conditions. Yeah, no, I'd have him at 6. Yeah, interesting that. And I don't know if he's left out of this game because he's got an injury or what, but it certainly was proving very, very useful for Essex last season. Snater's going to be bowling from the Hayes close end, something he didn't do yesterday. He was always bowling from the river end. But yeah, just finishing off on this business of the test team and so on, I'm sorry, you can have all the sort of niceties of trying to improve the batting or the bowling, but if you make the mistakes they've made both in selection and decisions, as the next ball goes through outside off stump, you're still not going to come up with the goods. If as was the case in Brisbane, you get wonderful English conditions, and then instead of putting the opposition in, you bat first, and if you leave out 1,100 wickets that you've got in Anderson and Broad, and neither of them plays in that crucial first test, as Brisbane always is in an Ashes series, if you make your spearhead of the attack Wokes, a man who shouldn't have been on the tour, not out of any detriment to him, but he's just not got a record abroad at all. You play him at home, but you certainly don't play him abroad, as the next one goes through outside off stump. And they compounded the felony by taking him to the West Indies as well, with an equal lack of result. And so we could go on. We've had the business of Archer being overused to the point where he's no use at all now, until he makes a very long recovery from his elbow injury. I mean, the mismanagement and all sorts of other factors. We dealt with the Silverwood issues of making him the lone selector and in charge of all three forms of the game, and the mistake that was as it goes through outside off stump. There is a litany of things that are wrong in the actual management of England cricket, without anyone having any right, in my opinion, to turn round and start blaming it on exigencies in the county game. Yes, and it'll be interesting to see to what extent matters are rectified this summer. Snater comes in and bowls. That's pleasantly driven. It's beaten mid-on. Porter is herring after it. It will just stop it going for 4. He fumbles it as he retrieves. In fact, they only get 1 because Milnes, in attempting to go back for the second, slipped.
And it was going to have been an excellent piece of fielding by Porter. I give him 10 out of 10 for overhauling the ball. But then, as he tried to lay hand on it and slid alongside it, he too rather lost his footing and couldn't do so. But with one of the two batsmen prostrate on the ground at one end, the net result was just a single, 437 for 5. Milnes has 18 and Cox into strike on 113. Sorry, that was Cox at the non-striker's end now. So Milnes now faces, and this one's hit back past the bowler, going for a quick single. I think it was always just about going to be on there as Porter retrieves from mid-on. And so Milnes will move up to 19, the score to 438 for 5.
I suppose at 437 for 5 you can go for the odd quick single on percentages, can't you? It doesn't matter too much, but at least you're looking very comfortable. And as I say, those spectators who have come in today, the Essex supporters, deserve a bit of a mention, because they've probably had a fair idea it would pan out a bit like it has so far. But all credit to them for coming in.
Snater bowls to Cox, who plays it back to the bowler. Yes, that single from the ball before was legitimate because they went quickly and understood. The calling was good. The ones that were nearly run-outs yesterday were the several occasions where the two batsmen were in danger of ending up at the same end, and indeed on one occasion did. It's going to be Critchley to continue from the river end.
A couple of declarations to tell you about in Division 2. So Leicester, Worcestershire declared at 234 for 5. Leicestershire's target is 370, they're 53 for 2. And at Lords, Middlesex declared at 258 for 5, setting Derbyshire 356 and they're 25 without loss. And Sussex at 60 for 2 are still 99 behind Nottinghamshire at Hove in that particular game. Durham made 383 in the end at Cardiff. Glamorgan batting again at 8 for 1, they're 141 behind, so rather like Sussex, they're just trying to save that particular game. Critchley comes in to bowl, and that's clipped away down towards deep but square leg for a single. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, think about the Essex team balance. I think it's an interesting factor, and I think that idea of water is quite an interesting one in itself, because it does potentially create that fourth seamer option and give you, Harmer at number 8, which is what they'd rather have than Harmer at 7. And this is played out towards long on for a single, and Steckety completes the fielding. However, it doesn't solve what I view as a problem, in that I don't want Essex to wait too long before giving Michael Pepper a game, having seen his innings at Durham last year. I'm just a little bit concerned about, is he going to have to wait till Dan Lawrence is playing for England? It concerns me a bit, this.
Well, yes, and you could make a similar point about the likes of Josh Reimel and Feroz Kushi.
As this is played defensively, head over the ball, up into the covers, and there's no run.
Both of whom made hundreds in, albeit the 50-over competition last year, but also looked very decent at times in the county championship. So certainly you would like to think that the youngsters will get a look in.
And you certainly hope so, because effectively what's happened is that obviously two players have come into the Essex batting lineup at the start of the season in Critchley and Rossington. That makes it difficult for the younger guys, and this is again just played defensively, head over the ball by Milnes up into the onside, and gathered in by Adam Rossington.
Yes, I think Critchley will prove a very good sign.
Oh, definitely, yes. This is driven firmly up towards mid-on, and there's no run. 440 for 5, and certainly Rossington in the white ball version. But yes, the last thing I'd like to see is Essex lose another of their talented young players to another county because they're not getting a chance in the first team. And Essex will be aware of that, and let's play defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. 440 for 5, Milnes 20, Cox 114, and they are at the moment, just to give you the academic situation, 74 behind.
Yes, they should be able to, if they haven't lost all their wickets, and there's no suggestion they will have done from what we've seen in the first hour and a quarter this morning, and they should be able to move into a first innings lead sometime maybe around about 2:30 this afternoon. This partnership has put on 40 in 88 minutes, and it's been mainly based on sound defence, but there again, if you're a player at the start of a season, you've got the chance to play on an extremely good batting surface, at least from the point of view of not getting out, then you should take the opportunity that presents itself to you. In many ways, the man who's most missed out in this game is actually none other than Dan Lawrence. As Snater's in and bowls, and this ball's played to mid-wicket. Fairness to Dan, he came in at a tricky moment with about half an hour left on day one. But while Cook and Brown had helped themselves to hundreds, Lawrence, who'd sort of waited patiently impatiently in the pavilion all day, wasn't going to have a night watchman go out ahead of him. Credit to him for that. But didn't last very long, out for 7 LBW. And he would very much have liked to have filled his boots here, I'm sure, as Snater's in and bowls. And this ball is played by Cox into the offside, where the man in question, Dan Lawrence, does the fielding.
Yes, because did Porter come in to protect Critchley?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I guess it's one of those situations, isn't it? But for me, it just gives Kent a bit of momentum at the end of the day.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I don't believe in night watchmen.
Not on a pitch like this.
Yeah.
I can see the case on a much more difficult pitch.
Yes. Yeah, fair point. As here is Snater in and bowls, and it's played to mid-wicket. The one I particularly remember, Nick, and you heard me just mention it yesterday, was at Arundel 2 years ago. Essex v Hampshire rather than Sussex. It was Hampshire playing at Arundel, and Essex batted first in a totally rain-ruined game, but a wicket fell just before the close, with Essex already in a good position. Walter and Cook had put on near enough 100. And when I can't remember which of them was out, I think it might have been Cook actually on that occasion. Snater's in and bowls again to Jordan Cox, just defends it into the offside. There's no run there. But Porter came out as night watchman. Now, no criticism of Porter. He did the night watchman job well, but he batted for an hour the following morning when quick runs were needed to try and get bonus points that were all that was any point continuing the game for. And Essex finished 249 for 3 at lunch. One bonus point, 1 run shy, of a second bonus point. And there was no more play after that. The game was abandoned. Snater's in and bowls, and that's edged down and had gone to ground well before reaching Critchley, who looks a bit ruefully at his fingers there. He got a hand to it. It wasn't a catch, I hasten to add. It went straight to, well, not straight to ground, but hit the ground halfway towards. Cook it is at slip, and he just looks as if he's jarred a finger there, so let's hope that there's nothing broken. I don't think there is. I think he'll be all right. But a rare moment where the ball took a genuine edge. 444 for 5. Only, sadly, Nick, on this there's no carry, so it went pretty much to ground long before it went anywhere near Cook. Snater's in and bowls to Cox, and that's a decent delivery. The batsman was playing at that. We haven't seen many plays and misses in the last couple of days while I've been here. I didn't see the first two. And 444 for 5 at the end of that over, with Cox on 118 and Milnes on 20. So
this game, I think, trying to remember the rules, if we're in the third innings of the match or the second, there can be a declaration which would end proceedings, I think, at 10 to 5, in which case the players would only miss the first 20 minutes of Manchester City against Liverpool. And not that that's going to come into the equation at all. The umpires might decide that they can bring things forward by half an hour if anyone supports either of those two sides. But might be a bigger counter-attraction this afternoon, like the National was yesterday.
Yes, I must admit, if I were a player, nowadays they can make the most tiny radios, that you can keep secreted. And I would be standing there with my hand in my pocket and the earpiece in my ear, listening to the commentary of the big potential Premier League decider this afternoon. And I wouldn't consider it was all that much against the rules in the actual context of a game that was already done and dusted.
So it's going to be Dan Lawrence to have another go. 8 overs for 37. Remember, his first over went for 14, so let's say he settled down after that.
Yeah, picked up the wicket of Darren Stevens.
And yes, he has a habit of getting wickets. He did that for England, of course.
Yeah.
when others have failed to break partnerships, that he comes into bowl, and it's just played defensively by Milnes. He's acquitted himself pretty well up into the offside cover, and there's no run. Number 7 is quite high in the order for him, but he's looked pretty capable out there. 444 for 5. And no wickets down this morning as Lawrence bowls, and it's just played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. A hint of the players going through the motions a little bit, and understandable in this situation.
No, I think we all enjoy seeing Dan Lawrence bowl. There's no one quite like him.
In fact, Lawrence against Stevens would have been a good contest this morning if it was still going on. But of course he won the contest last night, well, Dan would say, and that was played up to mid-wicket and no run. So he cut off that particular avenue of excitement by getting the man out. Lawrence twirl of the arms, bowls, and it's just played up into the offside, and there's no run. And so I'm pretty sure Lawrence, if he, let's say, unless he has a horror run at the start of this season in the Championship, I think Root batting at 3 does make it easier to incorporate him in the side, because I think they want to get Ollie Pope back in as soon as possible. And this is played off the back foot past the square leg umpire for a single. The problem for me with Root at 4, I just can't see how you, if Stokes is fit, I can't see how you get Pope and Lawrence in the side, particularly if you can also potentially factor in Bairstow. So
well, in any strong management, I mean, Root should be 3, full stop.
Well, he should have been in India for certain.
And I mean, it's ridiculous, the machinations over batting order, where all sorts of people are out of the position they should properly be.
As Lawrence bowls, it's played defensively back down the pitch. There's no run. I've been a long-term advocate at Root at 3, and you get people saying, oh no, he should bat where he wants. But then the other side of the argument is that if you're captain, you should do what's in the best interest of the team. It's a bit of an old-fashioned argument, but I think it's still worth mentioning. Well, and I'm certain it's in the interest of England overall. When you look at England's second wicket partnership average in 2021, which I think over the year was something like 13, was their average for the second wicket. That's not very good. It's not going to win you many test matches, is it? So it helps having Root coming in first man down. Milnes 21, Cox 118, 445 for 5.
Yes, when you know test matches, to be precise. And, I think he has accepted now that he will bat at 3, but my word, it's taken him a long time. And it's a bit rich to be critical of, by far, England's best batsman, but it hasn't half complicated the whole issue by his reluctance to bat at 3. Snater's in, beginning a new over. Hayes close end, bowling initially to Matt Milnes, who plays the ball for no run to mid-off.
Simon Harmer's having a good session in the test match. He's now got, he had a bit of a rocky start yesterday, going at 5 and over, but 3 for 39 in 10 overs and 2 balls. And Bangladesh has been bowled out for 217, so they're 236 behind. We'll let you know about that follow-on, because that could be significant. If South Africa do enforce the follow-on, it possibly increases the chances of Harmer playing at Taunton.
Yes, I mean, I don't think there's enough time left there today, but if they were to be rocked over today, then he could be leaving 2 days earlier than we were thinking, as this next ball is played by Milnes back to the bowler Snater, and there's no run there. But yeah, I mean, there are so many players. I was mentioning the examples yesterday of James Bracey coming in and being expected to bat right up the order while wicket keeping, whereas the normal routine had been that Bairstow batted down the order precisely because he had the chore of wicket keeping. Again, I would have said, I mean, Bairstow really, is one of our best batsmen, or at least better batsmen. I don't think 5 would be too high for him, as Snater's in and bowls, and this ball is hit to mid-wicket. And for me, I think he's a tough lad, Bairstow. I think he could bat 5 and wicket keep.
And that's the point, Paul, isn't it? It's taken so long for England to realise that 3 is not the ideal position for either Bairstow, Pope or Lawrence.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Or Stokes, probably, I would say.
That's true. Role. That's a fair point. As I was saying, probably I'd have Folkes as the wicket-keeper, but in that case, Bairstow can certainly bat at 4 or 5. Lawrence, for me, if he's going to play, is a 5, not a 3. And Snater's in and bowls, and that ball is played to backward point. There's no run. I think the biggest thing for Dan Lawrence now, I think he's got a lot of talent there. I very much hope he becomes a fixture in the England batting lineup, because he in a lineup that can get terribly bogged down, he won't. You know, he knows how to put bat to ball, but he just needs to get more hundreds in any form of the game. You know, in Championship cricket than he has so far. He's only typically got one a season, which for a player of his ability, you know, should be 2 or 3 at the very least. Snater's in, bowls, and that ball is clipped away. It's very well fielded at mid-wicket, and again, had the ball been picked up cleanly, and in fairness, it was already a good bit of fielding just to stop it by Nick Brown, but he just couldn't quite come up with the ball, and had he done so and his throw had hit, then there would have been a run out there of Milnes at the bowler's end.
Well, I know what, if he'd asked Graham Gooch what he thought of his 90 odd in that Test match, Graham would have said it should have been 170.
Yes, no, and he would be absolutely right to say that. He played so well, Dan Lawrence, but to hit 2 fours in the final over of the day and still manage to get out isn't quite the idea. As Snater's in bowls and this ball is played to extra cover, there's no run. In fairness to Dan, the 2 fours were absolutely marvellous shots.
No, I think he's come out in overall credit, hasn't he, from that series, which is good.
That's right. And 446 for 5 at the end of that over.
Yeah, so it's interesting though, because when you add, if Stokes is available and you add up the places, even with Root at 3, you're looking at potentially Stokes, Pope, Lawrence, and Bairstow to fill 3 places. So that's if Folkes is keeping wicket and Bairstow isn't. So that's going to be fascinating. So Lawrence still will need to, I think he's favourite to have one of those places in June, but he still need to score runs, I think, in April and May. Yeah,
I mean, I felt that Lawrence should have played in at least the final test in Hobart in the Ashes.
There's no reason really not to at that stage, as he bowls, and that's just played defensively by Milnes, who's not spotted any mystery deliveries from, or had any problem with any mystery deliveries from Lawrence so far, but Lawrence will be looking to outfox the low middle order player.
Switching to over the wicket now.
That's what he's going to do to try and unsettle him. Goes over the wicket to the right-hander, slip in, comes down the pitch and drives fluently. Milnes looking very well organised at the crease, but Lawrence picks up in his follow-through and there's no run. It's actually the blue sky we had earlier has turned very, very hazy. We've got sort of areas of high cloud, but it's really quite hazy. You can see a bit of blue sky immediately above, but it's hazy over most of the ground, and that's just clipped around the corner down to Rossington.
Yes, the forecast pretty much suggested that what has happened would happen. I think they've got this one right. They said it would become increasingly cloudy during the afternoon.
And could be a bit of a repeat of yesterday. Slightly warmer day than yesterday. This is driven up towards mid-off, but there's no run. So no wickets down today, 446 for 5. Essex made 514. And Kent, of course, have the option this afternoon. If they fancied having a bit of a run out with the ball, they could do. But Essex equally might bowl them out. Although it still seems a distant prospect, the way things are going. Lawrence bowls and again head right over the ball and really smothering any potential chance of turn, and just played out to mid-wicket and there's no run. 446 for 5, but my word, Essex will be hoping for a different surface for the Northants game. This is the one sort of surface where you could see Northants might get out of a game against Essex at Chelmsford. And this is played up towards cover. You see my point, Paul?
Absolutely.
Any sort of surface that was an even contest between bat and ball, you'd strongly favour Essex to win.
Yeah, particularly after the way Northamptonshire capitulated here at the end of last season in less than 4 sessions. But we'll welcome Matt Cole back when he's done his 12:30 piece. Yeah, I mean, obviously, it could well be, I have to be realistic here, that Essex might be looking for their first win of the season when Northampton's come here, because you couldn't be encouraged by their performances at Edgbaston in recent seasons. I've seen them all, and it's not their type of pitch, not their type of scenario at Edgbaston. It's slow, and it's difficult to score runs quickly, and very difficult to bowl sides out. Snater is continuing from the Hayes close end in overcast conditions now, and bowls, and Cox steers the ball back to the bowler. Score remaining at 446 for 5.
Yes, and it was that second innings collapse at Edgbaston which Warwickshire were able to capitalise. Even though Essex recovered, it still proved to be sort of fatal for Essex in terms of that game, saving that game, and obviously had huge knock-on consequences. The point swing in relation to Warwickshire.
Absolutely. Yeah, the sort of six-pointer syndrome, and in football terms, Snater's in and Bowles and appeal for LBW. It's not going to be granted by Nick Cook.
South Africa have not enforced the follow-on. We rather feared that would be the case. So that test match is likely to go into it will go into a 5th day, I suspect. They'll probably bat quite well into tomorrow. Leave Bangladesh probably 4.5 sessions, something like that. So you'd expect that to go into a 5th day.
Yes, I think absolutely out of the question, if that's the case, that Harmer could possibly be ready to play on Thursday as Snater's in. Bowles, this keeps a bit low, but good technique of Cox, ensuring that he was in no difficulty, steering it out to Lawrence in the covers.
There you go. They should have enforced the follow-on because they've lost a wicket for first ball, South Africa, so it serves them right. Maybe Harmer, maybe they'll be skittled for 50 and the game will still end midway tomorrow. We'll see. So there you go. That's a moral victory for Bangladesh anyway.
Snater on his long approach. Bowles, and that's a leave outside off stump, and score remaining at 446 for 5. Cox 118, Milnes 22. No wicket this morning, and equally Essex have stuck to the task quite well and not conceded any great number of runs. 41 have been added today.
It'll be fascinating to know. It's not been something that's been widely publicised, but have there been discussions between the ECB and the groundsman leading up to the start of this summer? Or this spring, should we say?
Snater bowls, and this ball's run down to Rossington in the gully.
I've not read anything particularly, Paul, but
no.
It's perhaps no coincidence that all the pitches around the country appear to be been playing very well. I know that Somerset were weakened, and that was a 3-day finish, but the rest of the schedule's gone into its 4th day, hasn't it?
Well, if
it doesn't always happen.
If I'm right in laying at least 75% of the blame for England's shortcomings at England's door, not the counties. If that's right, as here is Snater in bowls and the ball is returned to him, then no matter what pitches they prepare in county cricket, it's not going to make any difference, because if you make the sort of blunders that we've already outlined at international level in terms of the administration of the team, then the same sort of things are likely to happen.
But I agree with I'm a fan of the early season 50 over competition. You could revert to the sort of like the B&H type format where you're only playing 4 games. More likely it would be 6 or 8, I suspect, but leading to a midsummer final at Lords. You don't want a final tucked away late in the season on a Thursday afternoon. That just isn't sustainable over the long term. I know they're going to play it at a weekend this year, but that really wasn't a good idea. And I personally have a hunch we might see a reduction in championship games, but I do sincerely hope it's nothing below 12. And we'll maybe talk about that a bit later, because they'll want to fit in those 50 over group games probably in during April as Lawrence bowls, and this is played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. 446 for 5, so Kent haven't motored along, but they've done probably what they wanted to do, which is give a chance to their lower order batsmen to spend some time at the crease, in case they're having to face Jimmy Anderson on Thursday afternoon, having to rebuild an innings. This is played away up into the covers, and there's no run. But yes, haven't heard for sure whether Jimmy's going to play in that game on Thursday, but I suspect he'll play as much as he can for Lancashire. It'll be their first game as Lawrence bowls, and it's played up into the covers and partially stopped, but gradually we're seeing some of the England players come back into the fore. I think it's quite useful for Yorkshire, actually. They weren't playing in this opening round because they would have been quite significantly weakened. 446 for 5, Lawrence bowls, and played away off the pads. Nice stroke just past the square leg umpire for a single for Milnes. He goes to 23, 447 for 5. And I suppose, Matt, one benefit of the day for Kent is a chance for the lower order to have a bit of a time at the crease in a low pressure situation, just in case they need it on Thursday afternoon to rebuild things.
Well, not impossible with James Anderson coming to Canterbury. You're absolutely right. Anderson v Crawley, that should be interesting.
Yep,
England teammates. But yeah, saw him play at Old Trafford last year, James Anderson.
Lawrence bowls and pops a little bit and just rolls down off the glove. So we've bit disappointing news for Essex supporters is the fact that Bangladesh have not been made to follow on by South Africa, and it's just played defensively up into the onside, and the wicket that we heard had gone down off the very first ball of the South African innings obviously has been overturned on review. So South Africa haven't lost a wicket, so they'll bat for they've got a lead of about 230 odd. They'll bat for a couple of sessions, set something round about over 400. But whether the game will end tomorrow, that's probably the minimum requirement to possibly get Simon Harmer to Taunton by Thursday, but I think it's pretty unlikely. 447 for 5, 118 for Cox and 23 to Milnes, and the deficit, is now 67.
Emails flooding in to kentcricket@gmail.com this morning. Actually, there have been a pleasant supply, so I'll address some of those now, Nick, if that's okay. Just make sure we don't... people are kind enough to email in. Phil here, talking about pitches. Says, I think rather than criticising the pitch too much, we should be concerned that neither team has a bowling option that was effective on a flat surface. Yes, ideally the pitch, he says, should have been quicker, but short of using drop-in pitches, I don't see how faster decks can be produced at this time of year. If either side had a bowler of genuine pace or genuine frontline wrist spinner, then perhaps it wouldn't be such a dead game. If England want to compete overseas, we need more flat pitches to force the production of these kind of bowlers. More importantly, on a footnote, he says, what's the latest on cable knit gate? I'm afraid we haven't seen them today, Phil. Kent's cable knit jumpers, we gather they are on their way, and some of our listeners were suggesting there ought to be some sort of satellite tracking of them coming towards Chelmsford, but I don't think they're going to arrive here. Critchley from the far end now, from the Hayes close end, bowling his leg spin to Matt Milnes, pushed up towards mid-off. Thanks for that, Phil. Yeah, I'm not sure if they're going to be available Thursday. We very much hope so. Certainly along with the arrival of Zach Crawley and Jimmy Anderson. I think that is a coincidence. Again, defended by Milnes. Got a short leg. Adam Rossington, I think that is. And then so Alistair Cook at slip. Fairly close field elsewhere. Inside the circle. Just a couple of men out on the boundary. One each on leg and offside. Again, driven by Milnes. Pleasantly up to mid-off. Morning, Matt, says Sean the brewer from Crewe. He says, welcome to the first nudge down the leg side of the season from the Crewe branch of the Kent Cricket Club supporters. This one's another full delivery, driven up to mid-on and fielded. Been too busy to write the last few days, but I've been listening via the live stream. He says, while understanding it's not easy to get services right early in the season, I'm not sure this pitch is helping many people. However, it is good to see Kent getting some batting bonus points. Forward defensive by Milnes early in the season, given their predilection for first innings collapses. Don't remind us. I like the fact that nobody, including your co-commentators, are giving Kent an earthly chance of success in the county championship. It keeps expectations low, he says. And so another drive goes up to mid-off and no run.
I'm basing that partly on the fact I backed Kent to get out, well, not with money, but I said that I thought Kent would get out of their conference last year, and unfortunately their batting let me down. That's why I'm a bit low in confidence. I honestly thought they would. I thought they'd get out with Lancashire.
Yeah.
I thought they'd be the second strongest side in that group. And Yorkshire did perform well. It was that one-run win Yorkshire had over Northants that was crucial for them. But no, that was my reason for low confidence, Matt, is because I sort of went with Kent last year, and they only really came to fruition in that September period.
Like many Kent fans, you've been bitten before. You've been hurt before, Nick.
Yes,
you understand that.
But I can see, this is a good result for Kent away from home.
Yeah, and I think especially I would say with the injury to Joe Denley.
Yes.
Actually, I don't want to be too mealy-mouthed about it, but the nature of the pitch has probably helped them in that they've not been forced to either put Denley in or just cope with 9 wickets.
No, I'm not having to worry about emergency situations as Lawrence bowls, and it's just played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. And quite rightly now, Essex going with the spinners. Wesley could have a bowl himself. There's not much point in Cook or Steckety bowling much more in this game, and it might mean a bit of a workload for Dan Lawrence, but I'm sure he'll understand the reasons. Slip in, and a short mid-wicket, and a ring of one and boundary fielders in outfielders. That's just played up into the offside.
update on cable knit gate actually from the Kent office here. Liam, thank you for that. It's now a bad time to tell you, he says, the cable knits won't have names and numbers on because they are pure wool. Well, I kind of expected that, Liam, I think.
Lawrence Bowles, this is just played defensively back down the pitch and there's no run. I know in your pre-season preview on the BBC Sport website, Matt, you said you thought that Kent potentially could finish in the top 3, so well, this is your prediction is still on target actually with this result, isn't it?
First game of the season, yeah.
Yeah,
I was very optimistic.
Yeah, Lawrence Bowles, this is just played defensively. Yeah, I just have a feeling it could be 2 divisions within 1.
It'll be very tough. I mean, you look at the other
it's
the other
because
teams
there's more sides in contention for the title than I think than was the case 2 or 3 years ago, when you could say it was really just Essex and Somerset. But you've got to add in Hampshire and Lancashire now.
I'll try and justify my optimism in just a second.
Lawrence Bowles, and this is played again head right over the ball up towards short mid wicket, and there's no run.
I said on the basis that 2019 they finished 4th. This is probably, and I would echo the words of David Fulton, knows much more about cricket than me. This is the best chance Kent have had, the best depth of squad they've had for some years.
This is just driven up towards long on for a thing. So what went wrong with the batting last year? Milnes 23 and Cox 118, 447 for 5. Because I thought Kent were in the easiest conference. I know they had Lancashire, but when you looked at the other sides, that's why I thought Kent might get out of that group. And the batting just didn't fire at all, did it?
No, and I think for some seasons, I don't know what Kent fans think about this, but the batting has been much less than the sum of its parts. There are talented players there. It's hard to put your finger on.
And we know about the COVID and the new team and all that.
But you're right, they underperformed.
Yeah, they were much better than
last season.
What they showed.
Yeah,
and that's why, I think.
I mean, Denley had a wretched year coming off the back of being deselected by England. Bell Drummond was really, really struggling for runs to the point where he didn't play the last few games of the season. Actually, won the last 4, of course, but I'm not saying there's any coincidence in that at all. But yeah, no, you're right. You're absolutely right. You look at their batting on paper; they didn't live up to that. They're keenly aware of that as well. This is crucially to Cox, by the way, and it's run up to mid-off, and there is no run. Kent at 448 for 5. Mike on the emails. Burning question of the day from Mike. There's lots of air given by Critchley and left outside the off stump by Cox. Burning question of the day: have the Essex lads nicknamed Steckedy Alphabetti yet? And have they presented him with a can of the stuff? Alphabetti Steckedy, is that right? More on pitches in a second. A lot more air again given by driven by Cox.
I was wondering how to pronounce his name, so I was trying to sort of get guidance from elsewhere. And I think the best one is I was told to think of Zebedee, but then you've got to be able to remember the Magic Roundabout from the mid '70s.
You're not one for our younger listeners, perhaps,
no.
But a flatter delivery by Critchley, cut away by Cox, is finally given slightly shorter length and takes a single 449 for 5. Mike saying on the subject of pitches, I quite agree, roads are just as anti-cricket as ones that go round corners, but you better tell your colleague to stop talking sense about you need to take the same advice. The ECB don't like people talking sense about red ball cricket and about when it should be played. Yeah, we'll all be censored, I'm sure. Now, to be fair, actually, I'm going to say this. I said this last season as well, and the season before. You're not going to like this, a lot of people who like to carp about the ECB. Is they support this commentary service, and we have never had any pressure from them
I personally think they've done
say what they want us to say or anything, and you'll be aware of that listening to our commentaries as well. I'll give them credit for that.
Absolutely. I'll come back after this ball. I'm going to give them a little bit of credit.
Sure. It's again, crikey, that one has turned outside the off stump, or has it kept its line, in fact, because Matt Milnes ended up resting on his bat. Certainly deceived by that delivery. It didn't do much, to be fair, but good variation from Matt Critchley. Give him that. 449 for 5 at the end of the over.
I think this season's schedule is significantly better than last year's in terms of having more red ball cricket in the middle of the summer. They've got this problem with the 100 and what they do with the counties during that period. I think they know, and I think it's widely accepted, that the 50-over tournament we had last year was great for developing young players, but it's not a sufficient bridge to international level, particularly if England are defending a World Cup. So I do see, as Paul was suggesting, a 50-over tournament being played early season, leading to a Lord's final, the Championship possibly starting later. it could be reduced to 12 games along the line that's been suggested. They've suggested 11 games, but that just seems very odd to me. Lawrence bowls and he's played defensively back down the pitch. You don't have a tournament with uneven home and away games. The simple thing to do is you just, whatever your regional partner is in terms of the side you're closest to, you just play them twice, surely, and they have a 12-game competition. But then the big question, and the one that's the most difficult one to answer, is Lawrence bowls, and this is just clip around the corner to short fine leg. If you do that, what do you do with the counties during the 100? It's, as I say, if they're on mastermind, that would be the pass question. And Clive Myrie would come back with, so you passed on, what do the counties do during the 100? I don't know either. 449 for 5. Lawrence bowls, and this is, it pops a little bit, and it flies away. It'll be interesting to see if it's just a leg by here. Just came off the pad. The umpire doesn't signal as such, but it's not a bye either, so a little bit of bat on that, but it went to ground, but it just popped a little bit. And I'm just remembering that I've actually got a monitor here today, which we're sort of been road testing on a sort of like a low intensity day, and so we can see little replays of that. But 449 for 5, and Kent becomes 450 for 5. The Kent 450 comes up, and they're now just 64 behind.
Yeah, we're not suggesting there's massive jeopardy in this, but just one or two have been.
Yeah, I mean it may be that this could be a very good 5-day pitch. Funnily enough. It could be test matches at Chelmsford. This could have been a very good 5-day pitch. This is driven back down the pitch and there's no run as Lawrence picks up and fields. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, yeah, it's a little bit too flat in that, you know, but you feel it's just starting to do a little bit, you know, for the bowlers now. And this is played late and actually in the end played very well. It would have been a straightforward catch to a second slip, but there isn't a second slip. So a late cut which flew past Alistair Cook. He had no chance at first slip, goes for 4, and Mills goes along to 31. And it's 454 for 5. In fact, I think the scoreboard's already updated itself. He's on 27. So, but a good shot, played it late, and a bit of bounce from Lawrence, but well executed.
Yeah, Martin's saying how much he's loving watching Dan Lawrence bowl. The frankly eccentric action, he says, of Dan Lawrence. How would you describe it to someone who hasn't seen it? Well,
somebody picked up me to saying frog in the blender, because that's quite a common comment, I think, about his bowling, as that one just turns gently down the leg side. 454 for 5 on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kent, with Milnes 27, Cox 121. Kent haven't lost a wicket this morning, and they're 60 behind.
It's a flurry of arms and legs, isn't it? Some sort of glorious concoction, a whirling, certainly. But yeah, very difficult, Martin. I tried actually in my update, Martin. So with BBC Radio Kent saying what a pleasure it was to watch Dan Lawrence bowl. Like you, Martin, I love an eccentric action. James Logan, who bowled his left arm spin for Kent last season, has, I was going to say, similarly, eccentric action, not similar to Dan Lawrence, but it is eccentric as well, in that he looks almost like he's welcoming the new day. He's about to start an aria with one arm raised towards the bleachers to his right hand side as he goes in. It's and then almost like a Fred Flintstone 10-pin bowling action, if that makes any sense, in his address to the crease. Critchley bowls. He's not bowling at the moment, James Logan, so it's harder for me to describe, but I love a bit of that too. Critchley to Cox, who drives it up to mid-on. Porterfields. It's been slow progress today. Kent have made 49 in this first session of the day, and we've got 10 minutes or so to go. Another one defended by Cox, who's on 121. No reason why he should want to shift, Jordan Cox, away from what he's doing now, though, accumulating runs gently. And Milnes has 27. The partnership at 54 exactly, isn't it? Because they came together at 400 exactly. Single taken by Cox into the offside. So smattering applause them getting past that landmark. 50 for the 6th wicket. But we did think this would be the order of the day, unless the pitch started to drastically break up, and there's no sign of that at all. As you say, Nick, it might be one that on a 5th day, wearing enough for the spinners. Defended by Milnes once again, and there's no run. And Mike's been on Mike's been on the emails again on kentcricket@gmail.com with a couple of missives about going down the pitch. They're quite a long way down, actually, dancing down. Matt Milnes, did it hit the pad first or the bat first? I think it's fair to say Nick Cook is not utterly bothered with that one. A diatribe about people calling for the scrapping of county cricket by Mike, and also saying that he thinks Joe Root should bat at 4. A little bit of bounce from Critchley, shorter, defended by Milnes, and there is no run. But he says he thinks that Root ought to bat at 4 and Crawley should be at 3. The trouble is we don't seem to have 2 reliable openers.
Well, he got 267 at 3, didn't he?
Indeed,
which
yeah.
is fair to say. Rob Yates, watch out for Rob Yates to be the next person given an opportunity. The man I thought he's had a double failure in this game. If he picks his moment to score runs, that might be against Essex next week. But if you're looking at a captain down the line, you see, talk about Sam Billings, it could have been James Vincent if he come off a test level, which he hasn't, although he has briefly suggested, obviously, his talent. But Tom Abel of Somerset, if he were to score heavily, would be quite an interesting. If you were to look at Root at 4, you could have Abel at 3, and he might be the next captain if he got established. Lawrence bowls, and that's driven away. Good stop at mid-off. That's a fine piece of work in a situation, really, Tom Westley there, where there's nothing much to gain from trying to do your best bit of fielding, and it's a low-pressure situation. But he actually got across very well, because that would have been 4 if it had got past him. And so good professionalism there. It may be 456 for 5, but he's saved Dan Lawrence 4 runs against his account. Here's Lawrence bowling, and that's just played off the back foot, and a more straightforward piece of fielding for Westley. And it stays at 456 for 5. Milnes 27, he's on strike, and Cox is 123.
Richie Benno would have said good cricket all round, wouldn't he? Lovely crisp shot, but also fantastic bit of fielding.
Yes, you know, Dan Lawrence bowling now, and it's driven away. Talking of commentators, that one just played back down the pitch, and there's no run. Richie Benno, I saw, watching on YouTube, one of the very few mistakes Richie Benno ever made in the commentary box. There's so few. But the 1983 World Cup final, Lawrence bowls, and that's driven away up into the covers, and there's a single there where he said, "Oh, good, great shot by Richards," and it was caught in a deep. I can't remember who caught it for India, but it's a turning point of the 83 World Cup final. He said, not so good, but he got out of it very well, because Richards had miscued, having played supremely well, and he'd miscued one, and that was in the West Indies. Then rather fell apart after that, and India had their moment of glory. 457 for 5, and that's played just defensively back down the pitch by Cox, still on 123. Talking of commentators, one man has been very good to see back in the box during the winter, David Gower. It sort of happened by accident, but thoroughly enjoyed listening to David Gower again on the Test match coverage. Good replacement for the Australian service they had for the first couple of tests in Australia, I have to say. That's driven away nicely, back of the square on the offside, and goes for 4 runs. That's a good shot by Cox, 127 to him, and just leant on that and played it away very nicely. 461 for 5, Kent. Deficit down to 53, but yes, I must admit the television commentary for the West Indies series, Mark Butcher played a big part in that as well, but obviously I thoroughly enjoyed that.
Ian Bishop was on parade as well.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. And Curtly Ambrose we heard from as well.
Absolutely.
Crikey.
Yes, Curtly, such a great authority, and he says what he thinks as well, Curtly. So it's great to hear him as well. I thoroughly enjoyed that, although the cricket in the end wasn't so good from an England perspective. 461 for 5, Milnes 28, and Cox 127. And our Essex email address, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com, if you'd like to get in touch with us.
I think it's fair to say that I'm sure David Gower and Mark Butcher enjoyed the company of Ian Bishop and Curtly Ambrose more in the commentary box than they would on the field. So
yes,
dare I suggest.
That's right.
It's going to be Critchley to continue, isn't it? He's got through 38 overs in this innings already. But if you're a spinner, you want to bowl long spells. Called upon that to do that as well. A rarity in April. This one's defended by Milnes more or less into the ground. His batting partner Jordan Cox is in shirt sleeves, hand on hip at the other end of the pitch, leaning on his bat. Milnes, that's a thickish outside edge. He pushes forward. Penny for the thoughts of Matt Critchley there, but that will go away. Will it be 4? No, they've saved it there. Is that Nick Brown to Sir Alistair Cook? Still very willingly chasing the ball, and they'll take 3 from that. Sorry, it's the 2 Cooks, not spoiling the broth on this occasion. My apologies. I'm sure you've done that.
There we go. It's a very rare sight, the 2 of them walking together on the field, Cook and Cook.
3 it is, with Jordan Cox to face. Then Slip comes out.
Which one will be playing for England first? Still talk about Sir Alistair, you know. Does he fancy coming back again?
I think that's just wishful thinking from many of us, isn't
yes.
it? Given that air again, Critchley, and it'll be defended up the pitch. No run.
Good start by Northants, actually. That run chase, if it is as such.
Yeah,
so they need 299. So they're 34 for no wicket. 265 required to beat Gloucestershire.
It's defended again by Cox. Was just blocking it back to Critchley, fields of his own bowling.
And I think we can more or less forget about Surrey and Warwickshire. Warwickshire still batting at 408 for 8 in their first innings, 20 behind. A bit like this game.
Yeah, similar to this one, isn't it? Again, this one's comfortably played by Cox into the onside. The whole attitude of the Kent batsmen this morning, Milnes and Cox, has been very much, isn't it, to occupy, and you can understand why Kent's bowlers are bold enough in this for this match through 2 long days. When Alistair Cook and Nick Brown were seeing them off, again, that's defended for the last ball, and I'm sure everyone would be very happy from a Kent point of view if Jordan Cox and Matt Milnes were still batting at whenever it is 20. Well, actually, could it be 20 to 5 if Kent are still batting at that point?
Yeah, it'll be sometime around then.
It'll be change over 2 innings, that would be, wouldn't it? We'll be
might be, yes, it might be. I think they'll use any excuse.
Only 10 minutes of
maybe they might
Man
agree
City
to scrap it at
Liverpool.
tea time. They might agree to scrap it at tea time.
Can they do that? I'm not, yeah.
Interesting that Glamorgan are struggling at 28 for 3 against Durham, so they're still 121 behind. And Durham were impressive last year. One of the reasons they gave as good account of themselves actually here as any side last season. They were ahead of the game at one point. They then Essex then fought back, but it was a good game. And it was also a very good game on a difficult pitch at the Riverside, where Michael Pepper played that. I think it was 96 superb innings. A game which really moved along and was a very, very good watch. And 2 good contests last year. And well, we don't know quite, if you do finish in the top 2 in Division 2, what you're going to be promoted to. It's not quite clear yet, but I think Durham have got as good a chance of anyone of challenging Notts. That's just played defensively, back down the pitch.
Adam Wheater has kicked that onto the stumps from about a foot away. Well, worth doing, isn't it? Just in case he'd strayed out, but bails.
I wasn't quite sure what had happened there because there was like a slow motion reaction. But anyway, 464 for 5. Kent 50 behind. Lawrence floats one up and is taken on the full and driven up towards mid-off. That's Wesley, and Milne stayed on 31. Cox 127. But Essex know that it's just a question of seeing out time here and thinking about Taunton. Wondering what sort of pitch they'll get at Taunton. Will it be a Taunton Road if they're following ECB directives about good pitches? In which case they might still be there by the end of April. Will it be a green top with some of the Somerset bowlers coming back? This is played defensively back down the pitch. Will Somerset do what they have tried to do and just try even the early season and encourage a spin? Particularly if they've got Jack Leach, and they'll know that Essex may not have Simon Harmer. Interesting. 464 for 5. Sun coming out again. Very hazy, but the sun forcing its way through temporarily as it's just played from the crease by Milnes, just back of the square on the offside, and there is no run. So, well, it's been a morning for the purists, let's put it that way, in the sense that there's not a lot riding on the game, but it's a chance. I can almost see an instance of a Kent batsman retiring out to give somebody else a go this afternoon. It may get to that. 464 for 5. As this is driven, it's a nice stroke, beautiful stroke that. from Milnes. He's played very nicely, actually. Again, just waiting for that one from Lawrence and playing it square through the offside. That was a nice stroke. He goes to 35. Played really well. 468 for 5. And yes, Ken Newbury. Nice to hear from you for the first time while I've been on, Ken. Nice to hear from you. Hope you had a good winter. And one of the ways to restore some sanity would be in August to get rid of the 100, and that's that one pops a bit from Lawrence, and it's the end of the session. And 127 for Cox and 35 for Milnes, 468 for 5. And as I say, Ken, I still not sure anybody really knows what the counties might do during the 100 in years to come, assuming the 100 continues. Because I do think a 50 over, you need a proper 50, what we call a proper 50 over competition with your frontline players, to preparing them for a 50 over World Cup. So we shall see what happens in the fullness of time. Well, it's been a morning in which this Kent pair have done extremely well. They've battled through without being separated, and they've taken the score to 468 for 5. And as I say, they haven't looked in a great deal of trouble, and Essex quite rightly have chosen to rest their quicker bowlers, and I suspect that will be the way of it during the course of the afternoon. So in the test match, South Africa battling again, 33 for no wicket at 269 ahead of Bangladesh. Simon Harmer got 3 wickets this morning as Bangladesh would bowled out for 217. And in the championship we've just mentioned that Northants they've just lost a wicket, 34 for 1. They still need 265 to beat Gloucestershire, but that's a good breakthrough for Gloucestershire, just on the stroke of lunch in that game. Warwickshire are now 9 down against Surrey, 19 behind, but that's a certain draw. We mentioned Nicola Morgan lost 3 wickets against Durham. Worcestershire against Leicestershire. Worcestershire at the moment are going to win that game. And could it be, they are the archetypal yo-yo team, of course, Worcestershire, and they struggled last year to get victories, but they've basically got themselves in a very strong position. Leicestershire needing 370 to win at 82 for 5, so we're not going to get that. And Josh Baker with his slow left arm, spinners coming into it in April, 3 for 12 in 6 overs. So that's at Grace Road, and so it looks very good indeed for Worcestershire in that one. Looks like they're going to get their campaign off with a victory. And actually a very good start by Derbyshire at Lords, 73 for no wicket. They still need 283, but Shan Masood, who got runs in the first innings, is 57 not out. And he's going to be key to getting those runs that Matt Critchley got, of course, now with Essex. That would be a terrific start for Derbyshire if they could actually knock those runs off. They've made a very good start. They'll have Middlesex a little bit concerned at lunchtime, I think, with that start. So here we're going to have an update into our 1 o'clock news on BBC Essex, after which we'll leave you until 1:40, when we'll bring you what will be the final full session. And it's been another sedate morning here. This game destined to be a draw, and the Kent 6th wicket pair have progressed untroubled through to lunch. Jordan Cox has added 27 runs. He's gone to 127, 15 fours. Matt Milnes is with him on 35. A deficit now 46, and this batch has long been a certain draw because of the nature of the pitch, and Essex rightly now resting their seamers, and I think we'll see a continuation of spin from the likes of Critchley and Lawrence and possibly Westley during the course of the afternoon. So Essex are going to start with a 12-point draw in the championship this season, with Kent at 468 for 5.
Thank you, Nick.
Yeah, I think so. I just went looking for coffee. It's okay. It's not a big deal.
Here at Chelmsford, we're about to get underway for the afternoon session, and I'm happy to tell you at the moment we've got some very warm sunshine pouring down through our window here. 468 for 5. Kent added 63 in the pre-lunch session, and Jordan Cox took his overnight 100 to 127, and Matt Milnes has played very well with him throughout the morning. No wicket going down. Milnes will resume on 35. Partnership worth 68. The Flannelled Fools are once again making their way out into the middle, and Essex will continue their unavailing pursuit so far anyway of wickets here, and I think we can safely say even now that it's 12 points aside as a result of this game. 8 for the draw, each side taking 3 for batting, 1 for bowling, and umpires are Nick Cook and Paul Pollard, and despite no time having been lost in the match, the two umpires have yet to change ends, and thankfully we don't see that scenario all that often. I always refer to games like this as one innings games, and even if Kent suddenly declared now, I wouldn't change the terminology of a one innings game, because there'd still be no hope of getting a result really, whatever happened now. I'm Paul Newton, with me is Nick Gledhill. We look forward to Matt Cole rejoining us after he's done his 2 o'clock update. But Nick, a somewhat laborious return to cricket, which is a pity because we all look forward to the new season.
Yeah, and it's similar to the game against Worcestershire last year, and similar pitch. And of course, it'd be interesting to see what sort of pitch Essex are playing on in the next game. Interesting that we're going to see a seam bowler. I wasn't expecting that, to be honest.
No.
But 468 for 5. Well, if they're going to bowl a seamer, you might as well see, well, they can only bowl on the side bowl as a 4-seamer at Taunton in case you want to go in with just 3. But in fact, well, more likely now, of course, to be Edgbaston, because we don't think Simon Harmer's likely to be able to get to Taunton from where he is in South Africa in time. But we shall see.
Well, it looks like it's going to be Steketee to
interesting.
come on after lunch.
And the first ball just steer down towards backward point, and there's no run.
Porter impact.
Yeah, I mean, Porter, where he's looking for a wicket, of course, and I suppose it might just do him some good just if he can break through this partnership and get a couple of cheap wickets towards the end. But whether there's any great net benefit in him bowling, I'm not sure, but obviously he's quite happy to, and so that's what we're seeing.
Well, I think he'd be pleased to be bowling from the Hayes close end.
Which is more where we associate him with. As he comes in to bowl, and that's played uppishly, but straight to mid-wicket by Cox, who's only added 27 runs in the morning session, but is now just 2 short of equalling Compton's 129, and these two between them really have ensured, plus a couple of 50s from Moyea and Stevens, of course, ensuring that Kent weren't going to get into any trouble on this flat pitch, even though they had 514 runs against their name, courtesy of Essex's first innings. A slip and a gully, and 5 saving 1. That's quite a long way outside the off stump from Porter, and in fact it eludes. It's just going to be a bye that. Yes, it eluded the keeper. Wheater and Cook had to retrieve it, so 1 more goes to a total. The sort of thing that can happen when perhaps there's not a lot of riding on things. 469 for 5.
Well, we thank the club for giving us a monitor in the box for the first time today. But the only trouble is, it's nobody's fault, but when the sun is shining brightly, you might as well not have it, because the image becomes so faint. Indeed, we also have a very nice inner scoreboard in the box here, but again, when the sun shines after lunch here, It gets very difficult to see as this ball is played to mid-off and there's no run. The only remedy would be to stick the screens behind us, but then it feels a bit strange to turn your back on the actual live show in order to be able to see if you wanted to check details on the scoreboard or see a replay of the ball just bowled. Anyway, the score 469 for 5 as we are in the first over after lunch. Jamie Porter coming back into the attack at the Hayes close end.
And here he is coming in. Straight approach bowls and just play defensively again. Milnes very technically correct, head over the ball. Straight on 35, played up into the onside. Sun is shining. It's hazy, but there's not actually much heavy cloud around. It's just one of those hazy skylines of high cloud blocking the sun. But it is warmer than yesterday. It's been out at lunchtime. It's certainly a couple of degrees warmer than yesterday. Critchley came in at second slip and I think was about to be dispatched somewhere else, but they've decided against it. He's gone back to where he was, so there's now 2 slips in the gully.
I think it's going to get warmer still, Nick, during the week.
Yeah, it will. Up around about 18, 19. That's a good delivery from Porter. One of the best he's bowled, actually. That just held its line and almost drew Milnes into the shot. He was sort of playing at that rather tentatively in 2 minds. So a good end to the over from Porter. A maiden, 26 overs, 7 maidens, none for 87 for Jamie Porter. Not ideally, I guess, what he would have wanted on the first game at Chelmsford. He wouldn't have known what sort of pitch he'd been bowling on, I guess, a week or so back. 127 to Cox, 35 to Milnes, and 469 for 5.
Yes, he wouldn't be at all pleased with the blob in the wickets column there, and none for 87. He does very much wear his heart on his sleeve, Jamie Porter. He's a wholehearted approach to the game, and I don't think any bowler likes it if you bowl a fair number of overs and still haven't got a wicket, but in fairness, I don't think anybody would take a hatful on this pitch. Dan Lawrence, who got the wicket of Darren Stevens yesterday with a deflected catch that Cook snapped up very adroitly at slip. Now comes in Lawrence from the river end. Bowls, and that's again gone through Wheater's gloves. And that will be 4 byes. And, well, he has kept pretty well, I think, Wheater, but it's almost as if over lunch his back has sort of seized up a little bit because he was a bit awkward with one in the bye that was conceded in the second over. And there have been very few of them, actually, in the innings. So, in fact, I think they perhaps... no, we did have the bye, didn't we, before in the previous over, but anyway... Slightly untidy start after lunch as the score goes on to 473 for 5, only 41 behind now. This time a good bit of work with the gloves from Wheater as that was going down leg side from Lawrence.
One game we didn't mention just before lunch was Sussex Notts, and Notts are going well because Sussex are 97 for 4, still 62 behind at Hove.
Lawrence bowls slightly flatter, quicker delivery. Going to produce at least 1 run to deep backward point. In fact, they can come back for the second. Jordan Cox, the man with the strike there, and he moves along to 129. I think that will make it. 475 for 5.
2 wickets for Brett Hutton, 2 for Lyndon James, and Ali Orr, who got 68 in the first innings, is 42 not out for Sussex, but they've got a long way to go to save that game now.
Lawrence in again. Lovely strong sunshine at this point, and that is caught at mid-wicket, and whether that one just held up I really don't know, but the ball was just lobbed up gently to mid-wicket. Dan Lawrence now has a second wicket, 2 for 57 in his 16th over, and Jordan Cox departs looking accusingly at the bottom of his bat there and toe of his bat. And it was totally in contrast to everything I've seen in what's now 4 and a bit sessions since I came. I wasn't here on the first 2 days. We've hardly ever seen the ball go in the air throughout the 2 days that Nick and I have watched. And that one just the tamest lob up in the air to mid-wicket, and good applause from a very, very small crowd here. There's only, we've been told, 120 in the ground. Cox departs for 129, which is exactly what Ben Compton got.
Yes, many of them just away to our right in the Tom Pearce stand. Yeah, that's irony, isn't it? 2 129s, and but you settle for that if you know that 2 of your batsmen are going to get 129, so they can share the honours. But yeah, it's just an indication a little bit more happening for the bowlers. But poor old Jimmy Porter must think, gosh, Dan Lawrence is now 2 ahead of me for the season. When am I going to catch up?
Yes, it was Matt Critchley, by the way, with the simplest of catches at mid-wicket, and I was no great one for holding on to catches myself in my very meagre cricketing days, but I think even I would have had difficulty dropping that. It just lobbed up, and you had to almost think you needed to see it twice just to make sure you could really have been watching what just happened, because although I've seen many a similar dismissal here at Chelmsford on pitches where the ball hasn't truly come onto the bat, but there was no hint that that was ever really going to happen, and I think Jordan Cox might be as bemused as anybody as to how it could have happened. So just looking to see who's come out. It's Nathan Gilchrist who's now come out to the middle.
Yep, so another chance for a lower order Kent batsman to bat him in sunshine for a little while. Well, Essex view it as a little target now to try and get a first innings lead. It doesn't mean anything, but they might just fancy having taken that first wicket of the day, but they might be able to, given of course that they're effectively 7 down without Denley, see if they can rattle through now.
Well, Nathan Gilchrist, whom I haven't seen before, but he's tall man, that's for sure, well over 6 foot, and he will have a slip, Alistair Cook, and a bat pad, Adam Rossington, as 2 of the 3 closest accompaniments. Although we're getting a further addition of the leg slip as well as the bat pad, and just waiting for Lawrence's next delivery. Comes in and bowls, and Gilchrist very correctly gets his foot to the pitch and head over the ball, plays it to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Critchley, that short mid-wicket position where he's just taken the catch. Saw the back of Jordan Cox for 129. And this is going to go through for 4 more byes, I rather fancy, from Critchley, indeed just being signalled by Paul Pollard, with Critchley not quite getting his line right twice in that over, where ironically he has picked up Lawrence, rather, not Critchley. Lawrence has picked up his 2nd wicket, but he's also conceded 8 runs in byes as well, with 2 helpings of 4 there on deliveries that went right down leg side, and Wheater wasn't able to get his body in the way. So it's 475 for 6.
Yes, poor Adam Wheater has probably conceded most of the runs since the interval, I suppose.
By far,
yes.
Yeah.
Adrian Harms says it's tense stuff by the seaside in Sussex, Nottinghamshire, but as I say, not very good news for Sussex at the moment, who really do look at all new lineup when you look at them. You look at their batting card. They've recruited Tom Alsop from Hampshire, who had a double failure in this game, but trying to make it a new beginning for Sussex, who of course were all conquering not much more than a decade ago, weren't they, in the Mushtaq era?
Yeah.
Very strong batting lineup as well. First ball of the new over from Porter takes the pad, and a stifled shout, and yep, so Porter continuing bowling to Mills on 35. As I haven't seen Gilchrist, I wonder if he lives up to his Australian counterpart style of batting, but maybe not. But again, it's a good chance for these Kent lower order players to have a bit of time in the middle. It's not going to do them any harm, that's for sure. We averaged 7 last year to Nathan Gilchrist, so no sign of any big hitting heroics. Top score of 13. Anyway, here is Mills, who's done extremely well on 35. It's just played up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Mills' highest last year was 78. He was he is a decent lower order batsman. He's averaging sort of over 24 so last year, so that's a good sign. Always nice to have someone sort of averaging in that sort of area who you can sort of more or less rely upon as a number 8. which is where he is in this card. Although he actually came in at 7, of course, because of the absence of Joe Denley. 4.79 for 6. Bright sunshine, actually, very welcome. 2 slips and a gully. And Porter from the Hayes close end bowls and off the back foot played nicely. Clive Milnes up into the offside, and there's no run. And useful for Kent to have one of their seam bowlers who they can rely as to score fairly regularly for them.
Yes, not only bright sunshine, but warm sunshine, which is particularly welcome. Just going back to Jordan Cox, I didn't think he quite was in the touch that he was yesterday,
No.
Nick.
I think he was in his best touch while he was batting with Compton. Because
Yes,
he actually
absolutely right. In the earliest stages of his innings, he got a bit bogged down, I think, in the latest phases.
Here's Porter bowling to Milnes, and just played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. I see that Shah Massoud is out at Lords, and Derbyshire 81 for 1. That's a body blow. He's made 62 of those 81 runs that Derbyshire have got in their pursuit of 356 to beat Middlesex. That's a big strike by Middlesex straight after lunch.
Well, I think Derbyshire's biggest problem, Nick, is just that. They've nearly always had 2 people.
Yes, Madsen, one of them.
Yeah, and the trouble is they're the same 2 people, and there isn't a backup there in their lineup generally.
2 slips in the gully, and again he looks very good at the crease, Milnes, and it was very correct and straight approach, bowling in straight lines, and plays that up towards mid-off, and there's no run. So we think this game, they always sort of chop and change the rules a little bit, but there's no reason to think it will go beyond 10-5. It might end earlier than that.
Just remind me of who the former Derbyshire captain, who was also a hockey international, was. I forget his name now. Excellent.
How far back?
Oh, literally just the last few years.
All right.
I mean, he's one of their best players.
4.79 for 6, and he's played up into the offside, and there's no run. Of course, I mean, Wayne Madsen's been...
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, he's the obvious first thought. 4.79 for 6, end of the over. Milnes 35 and Gilchrist no score.
Yes, thanks for bailing me out there. Wayne Madsen, as I say, an excellent man. We once got an email from him during a one-day game at Derbyshire where he wasn't actually playing, but emailed us to say how much he was enjoying the commentary. And very unusual for a player, actually, to email you in the middle of a game, but it was very welcome. As I say, really nice fellow, and also a multi-talented sportsman, as I say, hockey international. But very often, Derbyshire relied on him to get a score. Massively, and if he didn't come off, then they were in big trouble. And they're one of my favourite counties, but they just lack the strength in depth to sort of really make an impression.
I was just talking yesterday, I think, not when you were on air, Paul, about grounds that Essex never seem to go to now. I'll come back to that after this ball.
Dan Lawrence, who's now got 2 wickets, bowls, and the ball just played to short mid-wicket, no run.
They did go to Derby last year, but only for a day, as it turned out.
Yes.
Otherwise, that would be on the list. The top of the list is Grace Road. It's quite amazing how Essex and Leicestershire never seem to play even in the 50-over competition at Grace Road, do they?
No, that's right. Yes, I was in charge of that particular game last season. It was meant to be at Chesterfield. Ball played to short mid-wicket, no run.
Ill-fated, I think, is the word.
Yeah, yes. and I had the pleasure of doing all 4 days of a game at Chesterfield in 2014, and it's one of my very favourite grounds I've ever been to at Chesterfield. A great shame that the match wasn't played there, and that there was only one day that was played, even at Derby, as this next ball runs down to short third man. And they scoot through for a single, and Gilchrist underway with a single. Milnes with an excellent and obdurate 35 is coming into strike, and Derbyshire at 480 for 6, just 34 runs behind Essex's score. Lawrence is on his way to bowl to Milnes with both a back pad and a short mid-wicket. And this ball brings in Matt Critchley at short mid-wicket, dives to his right. In fact, it's Sam Cook now. Had been Critchley there. I should have spotted it because Cook alone, I think, is wearing a sun hat rather than a cap. Very decent fieldsman, Cook, among his many virtues. Got one of the best arms in the Essex side on. He's fielding out on the boundary. That doesn't apply at the moment as Lawrence is in. Bowls to Milnes, obdurate defence here, gets everything over the ball, just plays it about 8 yards out into the offside. Nick Brown retrieves.
Just a thought about whether Essex took a third new ball, because Might be why Porter is bowling with Lawrence getting, when it was possible. I didn't actually see any sign. But
No, I didn't.
The 168th over of the innings now.
Yeah, completely overlooked that
Just
possibility.
trying to think if that might have been a possibility.
So Lawrence in again, bowls, and this ball is played out into the covers for no run, and the score at the end of that over is 480 for 6, the most recent man to go, indeed the only wicket of the day so far. Jordan Cox, who never quite recaptured his best form of yesterday, but nevertheless making a very fine Ben Compton equalling 129, both of them out for that score. And contrary to anything we'd seen in the whole of this innings, really, the ball just lobbed tamely up into the air to be caught by Matt Critchley at mid-wicket, and Jordan Cox walked off looking accusingly at his bat. But fine effort from him. Apart from that, no further wickets down all day. 480 for 6.
And hello to Gooday40, who says to us on the email, bbcscricket@gmail.com, nice to hear the Essex commentary and pictures from Washington DC, where I'm visiting my daughter as to change watching cricket after trying to understand the Washington Nats versus New York Mets baseball rules. Thanks a lot, Brian. First ball of a new over from Porter, sent down and left alone by Gilchrist. So yeah, I'm glad it's holding your attention. Very, very pleased to hear that, given we're in the 169th over here. I tell you what, Essex will be hoping they don't have to spend another 169 overs in the field at any point during this season.
No, you're right, because I think one of the strengths they had in winning titles in 2017 and 2019 were that they spent remarkably little time chasing leather. They had this knack of bowling sides out very cheaply.
That's right. I mean, Porter bowls and steered down nicely, controlled that actually by Gilchrist, and gathered in the gully by Lawrence. Yes, the one exception was I think the opening game at the Aegeus Bowl, where I think they might have put Hampshire in, and at one point Hampshire was something like 400 before, and we thought we weren't expecting that on the opening round of games. And yes, they emerged from that with one solitary point, and I think no one quite fancied Essex to trouble Surrey for the championship in 2019. Of course, it worked out very differently.
Yes, that's right. And I was doing that game at the Aegeus, and Essex were well and truly walloped.
More or less 3 slips now, because Lawrence has gone a bit finer. That's played up into the offside, and there's no run. So Porter, possibly with a new ball, getting a bit of an outing. 27 overs and 3 balls, none for 87.
Yes, Essex's record in recent years, Nick, in first games of the season is not good. I think the Durham game was the first game of the season, and even then, they had to come from a long way back to win it. In one of the last 2 seasons. Generally speaking, they don't win first game of a season. They did beat Kent, but even then they had to come from well behind on first innings.
That was in the Bob Willis Trophy year, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a couple of years ago. Yeah,
looping bouncer from Porter. I'm trying to think of who the first game was last year. That was the Worcester game was the very first game, wasn't it? There wasn't an away game, so
no, that's right. Yeah. I think it was Heine Kuhn who got 140 for Kent here a couple of years ago, and at the close of play first day, Kent had steamed away to 360 odd for 4, I think it was, after being 22 for 3. But in the end, Essex somehow managed to come back against the odds and win by just 2 wickets, if I remember rightly.
That's right, very important that in the context of the rain at Arundel in particular that followed. This is played defensively, head over the ball by Gilchrist, and there's no run. Yes, I remember that first day I was aware that there was some rules that the ECB had put in to protect weak bowling attacks, so that they'd be able to come off the field after 120 overs, come what may. I thought, but Essex would be the first side to benefit from this. But no, it was ironic that, wasn't it? But no, it was a very good come from behind victory that was, and 2020, of course, in front of a deserted Chelmsford. And we finally got some county cricket in August of 2020. Very welcome it was as well. First slip slightly deeper than the other 2, as that was played defensively up into the offside, and there is no further run for Gilchrist, who remains on 1 with Milnes on 11, and Jordan Cox equalling Ben Compton's 129 before he was out to Dan Lawrence. And we're going to have Matt Cole back with us from BBC Radio Kent. I'll be back in about half an hour's time.
Thank you very much to Nick Gledhill. Paul Newton here, about to be joined by Matt Cole, your team for the concluding stages of the Commentary on the first game of the new 2022 season on behalf of BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent. And, well, there will be, should we say, more exciting games than this one, I'm sure, to come. Don't lose heart or faith in county cricket because of this rather stalemate situation through nobody's fault as this ball goes through outside off stump. And Matt Milnes does have a little attempt to play at that, but goes through to Adam Wheater. Dan Lawrence, who loves a good stint with the ball, doesn't often get the chance of more than the occasional few overs, so he'll be enjoying this. Comes in from the river end, bowls and played to short mid-wicket. No run. No doubting that Lawrence is an asset, not just with his batting and decent fielding, but also always useful to have a bowler you can turn to when those selected for their bowling have failed to get wickets. Lawrence is in again, bowls and played back to the bowler. Welcome back, Matt.
Thank you very much. Yeah, golden arm for England.
Yes.
Lawrence.
He got one top batsman out during the winter. I'm trying to remember who it was.
No, I can't remember either. I'm just saying that very generally.
Luke Benkenstein's back on the field. Essex's 12th man on the day. Not sure who's gone off, but it's probably not significant. Quite often Essex rotate a few players just to take a couple of overs break. And the ball here goes to Sam Cook at short mid-wicket. Dives to his left, prevents a single. As Benkenstein was anticipating he might have some fielding to do, closing from deep mid-on. And Lawrence already on his way past umpire Paul Pollard. In the sun hat, bowls, and that one could easily, actually, it was a bit uppish on its way to mid-wicket. Could easily have been a second catch to that short mid-wicket position. It was Matt Critchley who was there at the moment. Jordan Cox mistimed a push, and the ball, surprisingly, because we haven't seen it happen all match really, just looped very tamely up in the air. As Lawrence is in, bowls, and Milnes steers this out into the mid-off region. The skipper, Tom Wesley, does some very neat footwork there. There are one or two teams in the Football League who might have noted that. It was a very adroit bit of footwork to flick the ball up off his boot and catch it, but that is a dot ball. It's also the end of the over. Maiden over to Dan Lawrence, 18 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 58, and 14 of that 58 came off his very first over yesterday. He has, however, conceded 8 runs in byes when he strayed down leg side, we'd have to say. 480 for 6.
I'll do my best to find out who the Dan Lawrence victim was. Kuma Bonner is the man maybe you're thinking of, is that right?
Yes,
the West Indian.
That's yes. Right, yes, he got 100, yeah. This ball played to mid-wicket, no run. But I think he got someone even more accomplished than Bonner out in Australia. I'm sure he can't have been Australia because he didn't play in that series. No, I think it must be exactly who you say.
So yeah, Bonner and Blackwood he got out on this tour, and Will Young of New Zealand in a test against them 2021.
I know it was the occasion, I think, with Bonner when all the other England bowlers had toiled away and not been able to get him out because it was a blocking sort of 100 that Bonner got, and Lawrence was able to do the trick. And that must be infuriating for the official bowlers when they've sort of had 20-odd overs at this guy, and this chap with the extraordinary frog in a blender action lobs up and within about 7 deliveries has got him out.
First ball of Jamie Porter's next over, left by Gilchrist. Spilled uncharacteristically by Wheater. This one rises a little bit at Gilchrist. Doesn't look that comfortable actually, just off a length, and it's a bit batty, a bit glovey down to the ground, but right on the floor. Nathan Gilchrist has got a batting average of 10, but I think he's a bit better than that. He's early in his career. Decent all-round cricket, a good fielder in the covers, and his bowling improving year on year. The former Somerset Academy product. As Porter goes back at the Hayes close end, he really does bundle in, arms pumping, bowls now to Gilchrist. That's well, you call that an edge. He's controlled it enough to get it to bounce once in front of the slips, and there wasn't any cry from the bowler or from the slips themselves. Perhaps that's because of the match situation, apart from anything else. That'll be 4 runs through first and second slip. I think Brown was slightly closer to it, I suppose, his left hand reaching down, but sorry, it's Dan Lawrence there at second.
Well, I think he's
doing.
Yeah, I think we've actually got 3 slips.
Oh, beg your pardon.
At the moment, yeah, one between second and third, but it's extraordinary. We've had 1 slip really all day, and suddenly, admittedly, because a wicket's gone down, but we've actually got 3 slips, none of which is Cook.
Now Brown's off the field at the moment, is he? Oh, that's beaten the outside edge, playing a miss by Nathan Gilchrist. Kept everything beautifully in line. It just wasn't the line that the ball was going on.
Yeah, I think we can infer it's Cook who must be off for Benkenstein to be on. Don't think there's anything much the matter with Cook. Probably a comfort break, though he did jar a finger in making a stop at slip earlier in the day. Hopefully it isn't because anything is substantially amiss, but Adam Rossington has taken his place at first slip.
Is that Brown at square leg now?
Yeah.
It is, beg your pardon. I thought he was going to be in the slip cordon, but Porter to Gilchrist is another edge, and this one drops again in front of second slip. I don't know if there's a case for them moving up, probably not at Porter's pace, but played down at least with soft hands by Gilchrist, enough to stop it going firmly into the hands of Critchley at second slip. And well, again, as befits the match situation, Gilchrist has wandered very calmly into the middle to have a chat with Matt Milnes. They're both leaning on their bats in fairly casual fashion. 484 for 6. A suggestion, actually, I was saying to one of our press colleagues that, well, surely Kent would just like to bat the rest of the day if they possibly could until the close, but suggestion they might like to get back on the field because their over rate was well below par. They might want to come on and bowl for an hour or so just to rattle through some overs. I think they were 5 behind. I don't know how much leeway the umpires would give though for the wind on the first day, whether that will come into calculations at all, because overs were hard to get through, the bowlers aborting their run-ups again and again, but obviously they will be very keen not to lose any points from this draw, Kent, from a slow over rate.
Lawrence begins a new over from the river end, and that one causes Milnes to think a little bit as he stabbed the ball straight down into the ground in front of it, but it just bit a little bit out of the surface as we see next delivery on its way from Dan Lawrence. Ooh, short of flatter delivery, and that one does kick. And again, it's well played by Milnes, actually. Reacted to it well, stabbed it into the ground, but Dan Lawrence is beginning to get a little bit out of this pitch unexpectedly at this late stage. I think I would say the ball has done a little bit more since lunch than in any of the previous 4 sessions that I've been here for. I didn't see the first 2 days. Lawrence bowls, gives this more air, and very correctly defended by Milnes. Head right over the ball, retrieved by Rossington from under the helmet at back pad. Got it 1 slip in, and Lawrence looked to be coming into bowl. Decides that perhaps the batsman's not quite ready, and now makes his way in again. Gives us plenty of air. They come for a quick single. Benkenstein, the substitute fielder, sends a very wide throw in indeed, which is probably going to go for 4 overthrows. And that will be 5 runs in total there. And that will not please Dan Lawrence. Bowlers generally absolutely hate anything like that. And poor old Luke Benkenstein, who's on, we think, for Alistair Cook. In fact, I think more than think, I think that's fairly certain. Shied and missed the stumps at the bowler's end. He was hurrying to try and get a run out and threw it a good yard wide of the stumps, and it went all the way down for 4 runs to the bottom end of the ground, the Hayes Close end, 4.89 for 6, and that gives Milnes a nice little hand to move on to 40 with that 5.
Yeah, Lawrence not pleased. Looked askance, didn't he? Steen as that.
Talking of Alistair Cook, that's how he reached his 100 in his final Test match at the Oval, with 4 buzzers, as Nasser Hussain refers to overthrows. So the next ball is stabbed out into the offside. There's no run, and I think it was a similar scenario. I think they went for a single, and there were 4 overthrows, and Cook moved from 95 to his 100. And the ovation lasted so long that they had to abandon the lunch hour, if I remember rightly. So here is the next delivery from Dan Lawrence bowls, and this ball is smacked down the ground there. Very nice shot indeed from Gilchrist, totally against all we'd seen from him previously, where he's been very circumspect, but here he was having none of that and spanked it down the ground for 4, and Dan Lawrence will be doubly annoyed with that. It was a little bit in the air and mid-on wasn't that far away from it, but it wasn't a chance, and 493 I think that is now, yes, for 6 at the end of that over, with Gilchrist up to 9. I'm struggling because looking against the light here, which is pouring in through the window, obscuring the screen, and Milnes has 40.
Yeah, 9 off 2 scoring shots for the over. Doesn't happen very much. You don't often get a 6 or a 6 and a 3, do you?
No.
Let alone a 4 and a 5.
Or a 7 and a 2.
No. Now, I hadn't thought about that. That is a rarity.
In fact, it'd be interesting to know if it's ever happened in the history of the game. There aren't many combinations that have never happened, but although we can't say with certainty that one hasn't, but stranger things will have happened for sure.
I suppose you could be running 3 and then 4 overthrows,
absolutely. Yeah, and in fact, now you've said that, I think it'd be surprising if it hadn't happened at some juncture.
New Zealanders will be shivering and feeling a bit queasy with the thought of overthrows. I'm just thinking of Ben Stokes and a certain World Cup final. But
didn't England just have every possible benefit of the rules to win that? I mean, well done to them. They made the 50 over game the priority, albeit only briefly. They've changed their mind since then, but they did win it, but they didn't half need a large jar of Robertsons to get over the line.
It's Critchley, quick delivery, keeps low to Milnes as well, but manages to see it off into the offside and fielded by Cook. And my feeling after that was how gracious the New Zealanders were.
Couldn't agree more.
Incredibly gracious after that. And that's flick of the wrist. I think he was going rather square than that, but it's gone behind square. Milnes got his wrists round it along the ground past short leg, and that'll be a single.
The Knight of the Realm is back on the field, by the way.
Fantastic. But Kane Williamson after the game was
what a gentleman.
Can you imagine how disappointed they were?
Yeah, I can, and their restraint exceeded the call of duty, I felt. I thought it was absolutely fantastic sportsmanship.
Critchley to Gilchrist then, just bends the knees a couple of times, or flexes the knees. Nice covered drive, fielded by Lawrence. Because I can imagine in the reverse circumstances, though, I'm not suggesting anybody in the England team, but certainly supporters will probably be going on about that for the rest of their born days. Some of us. I'd like to think it wouldn't be me, but I don't know. Given the circumstances, Critchley, it's played with the offside and there's no run.
They're an admirable team, New Zealand, because they're both very good cricketers, but behave themselves, with great dignity.
Hard not to be your second favourite team in international cricket, I think, for most people, but this one just keeps Gilchrist at the crease rather than the back foot, plays defensive, and there's no run. There's more emails coming through on kentcricket@gmail.com. Thank you very much. Bowled him! It's a leave by Nathan Gilchrist, and that has jarred back his middle stump. Well, Matt Critchley takes muted applause and muted celebrations through his colleagues. That's gone absolutely beaten. Gilchrist all ends up, and Critchley has a third for 88 at the end of his 40th over. He has toiled for them, let's face it. Gilchrist out for 9, and Milnes is on 41. Kent 4-9-4 then for 7. I got very excited there, Paul. I think probably because I just haven't seen any wickets in this.
Yes,
day, so
it continues to be a very
we're
good.
all quite surprised.
Very good debut for Matt Critchley with his 134, I think it was, and 3 for 88. He's also taken a catch since lunch. Get rid of Cox for 129, and just a misjudgment from Gilchrist there. Elaborately left it in very stylish fashion.
Yes, it was a
but
stylish lead.
unfortunately, the stumps were then disturbed to rather spoil it for him. And I was going to say when the bowling change was made and Porter relieved that, for me, there's long since been no point really bowling, particularly Cook or Porter, Sam Cook that is, or Porter, because they've bowled a lot of overs as it is, and much more sense to just use the spinners for however long it takes Essex to bowl Kent out with the distinct impression, on top of everything else, that spin is more likely to take wickets here than pace. And today, all the wickets that have fallen, 3 of them have gone to the spin. We've had Lawrence, who's got 2 wickets now, and Critchley 3. So perhaps it's 2 of the, or both of the wickets to fall, I should say. I was thinking there were 4 down overnight, but both the wickets that have fallen today have gone to the 2 spinners currently in operation. And there have been a few occasions, particularly since lunch, where the ball's been doing a little bit for Messrs Critchley and Dan Lawrence. Lawrence is just about to come up the slight incline from the river end and bowl to Matt Milnes, who plays it to Sam Cook, the one Essex fieldsman in the sun hat, at short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Assuming that must have been the one that goes on with the arm, because he's naturally turning it away from the right-hander, isn't he? So.
Yeah. Lawrence bowls, well defended by Matt Milnes, and when he defends properly and gets his foot to the pitch and head right over the ball. Once again, there's no run. Nick Brown retrieves from round about the cover point. Lawrence again, continuing in glorious sunshine here. Bowls and played to mid-wicket. There's no run. We had obviously not as hot a sunshine in the first hour of play this morning. Then it rather not so much clouded over, but we got a lot of high hazy cloud. But now it really is strong, the sun, and we're told that it's going to continue to warm up during this week. Needs to as well, as Lawrence bowls, and that ball not entirely convincingly, but produces a single to deep square leg. I say that because Milnes came down the track, didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball, but noting that Luke Benkenstein is back out there, and I think Essex are doing their trick of rotating so that various players can go off. It's not Cook this time. I haven't yet worked out who's taking what would appear to be a comfort break. And it will be Jackson Bird to face his first delivery from Dan Lawrence, who ambles up and bowls to Bird. That ball is outside off stump and produces a boundary. It was too short, gave him width, and you have the impression that Bird, who I've not seen bat before, but if that's anything to go by, he's no mug with the bat, and played it very nicely, back cut it to the boundary. Nobody out there because we've got quite a close field with a slip, a leg slip and a bat pad, plus a short mid-wicket. 4.99 for 7. Kent approaching another major landmark. Replying to Essex's 514. Lawrence bowls to Bird. And there is the 500th run. Just came forward, stroked the ball into an offside gap. Tom Wesley, the skipper, eventually runs round from deep mid-off. And a single, 500 for 7. And play having resumed at 405 for 5 overnight. Matt Milnes has batted throughout for 42, and Bird has 4.
Suitably tepid reaction to that, delayed reaction from the few spectators there. Yeah. But yeah, on to 500 now, and getting near parity, 14 away from it now. And a nice shot from Jackson Bird. It found the gap very nicely indeed. Just looking at his first class average, I think is smidgen over 12. But he'll have played a lot of very tough cricket in Australia.
And I always think that you should, for batsmen who only come in, 9-10 jack, give them a little bit of extra credit from what their stats officially are. Come back to that.
This one's driven back at Critchley and there's no run.
Because, they're coming in at a situation when all the best batsmen are probably gone. So their horizons tend to be pretty limited from the word go.
Critchley, quicker delivery. Pushing forward again, drive to the covers, I think. They didn't quite get all of it, Bird, along the ground. Just a backward point, which is fielded by Sam Cook in the white floppy hat. There's no run there. Critchley spins the ball from right hand into left, returns to right. Oh, it's beaten him. That's turned away from the right hander. I think they're going to take a bye there. They are indeed. And Milnes encouraging Jackson Bird through. Definitely beaten by that one though. Took a bit of grip.
Well, he was, and I just wonder if Wheater, had he taken the ball cleanly, might have had a stumping chance there. I may be wrong. Just got the impression the batsman wasn't necessarily still in his ground. He may have been.
Took a stride down the pitch, there's no doubt about that. Quicker delivery, fizzing in, but turned into the onside to short leg. Rossington Fields, one bounce as Milnes turns it to him. There's a slip in there as well.
No Ryan Tender-Scouter any longer under the helmet at bat pad for Essex, and Ryan, of course, now the batting coach with Kent.
Yeah, indeed so. It's Milnes attacks that one, comes down the pitch, in fact, to Gilchrist, who again has looped that up rather to tempt him.
Have you met Ryan yet, Matt?
No, I've not. No, Ben talked to him as part of the pre-season.
Yeah.
Pre-season interviews, but no, I've not. But hear only good things about him.
Oh yes,
this one's defended up to mid-on.
Very, very genuine man indeed, and a great leader of the team, leading by example. And any unpleasant tasks like being under the helmet, I think it was that sort of immediately, when he was made captain, endeared him to his fellow players, none of whom wanted to field there. And, I think it's a great example to set your players, and they will always give you credit after that, even if you occasionally have to tell them off that, when you can say of someone, well, to be fair to the man, he doesn't ask me to do anything he wouldn't do. That makes a big difference. Yeah. There's nothing worse than when you've got a leader who is busy telling you where you're going wrong, and you know perfectly well that you may be going wrong, but he wouldn't have a clue, how to do any better. And you couldn't say that of Ryan, and he gave 2 decades of wonderful service to the club, and also fabulous entertainment for the spectators, particularly between the years of 2006 to 2012. Watching him play as new over begins here from Lawrence, ball stroked out into the covers, no run. Watching him hit sixes was, he was a tremendous hitter of straight sixes in his prime. Then, of course, he went to the IPL, and Essex supporters didn't see quite so much of him. As here is the nice shot indeed here, and that's going to be 4 runs. Beautifully played wide of deep mid-off by Jackson Bird. And he's a big man, and he's got plenty of power in his shoulders. And he will move along to 9, and the score to 505 for 7.
Yes, he's staying in Sam Billings' apartment. Well, Billings is away at the IPL, and he's here for a stint with Kent, so there we go. I'd imagine it's fairly well appointed.
Yes.
For Sam Billings' place as well. Let's hope he's taking care of it, not having any parties.
And of course, the clues in the surname, I assume that Sam will be billing Bird for the rent. But
I didn't know where you were going with it, but it's quite obvious. Yes, there we go. And he may well, yes.
Yes, you can even use that joke, when you next sort of see Jackson Bird, and tell him, I wouldn't trust that captain of yours, Anyway.
Billings by name, Billings by nature.
Indeed.
Yeah. Wonder if he'll get his safety deposit back, I wonder.
So, feel a bit further flung now after those two recent boundaries from Bird, who very shrewdly just settles on defending the next ball back to the bowler Dan Lawrence. Really has been lovely weather since lunchtime.
You get the best in the afternoon here.
You do, yeah. It comes through our window, and of course, what was hazy sunshine before lunch is very strong sun now. It really is very pleasant as around the wicket Lawrence bowls, and that ball takes Bird on the pad as he looked to try and heave it away to the leg side boundary and missed. And the score remaining at 505 for 7. And Kent now want just a further 10 runs to take a first innings lead. And they'd like to do that because, it gives you a little feeling of one-upmanship.
And absolutely, as I said I was going to say this when and if they got to 514, but what a great decision it was to put Essex into bat.
Absolutely
right.
So I mean, when Essex were 200 for no wicket, it looked rather foolish, but now it's looking a stroke of genius. As Lawrence is in, bowls to Bird. Oh, goodness me, that one absolutely fizzes up, and Wheater does exceptionally well to take that. I think it just landed in a bit of rough maybe, but even so, all of a sudden, the ball is starting to talk a little bit in a way it simply hasn't done for 3 days and 1 session. So Lawrence again. Bowls to Bird, comes down the pitch, hits it in the air, but clear of the fieldsman, and that will be 4 runs running away to wide mid-on, or long on I should say. 509 for 7, and now only 6 more needed. One good blow will give Kent a first innings lead here as Bird, with his 3rd boundary, moves along to 13, and Milnes, batting in the more conservative fashion, is on 42.
I think Nick Gledhill put it very well. This could be a very good 5-day pitch, this one, couldn't it?
Yep.
Runs are plenty in the first 4, and
talking of whom, he's just about to join you.
Fantastic. I've been released from my my update obligations this afternoon, as BBC Radio Kent and BBC Sussex are sharing today's programme, afternoon programme. Just as an operational note for the listeners, we don't care about my shifts at all, and why should you? 509 for 7 then. Kent here, 42 for Matt Milnes, only 1 first-class 50 in his career so far. That came last year against Yorkshire when he batted long, coming in as a night watchman. Very important innings it was. Kent still lost that game, but a good deal of character shown by Milnes. Here is Critchley, and Milnes is way down the pitch to this one. He's giving them the charge again. It's fielded by Nick Brown at mid-wicket. Close fielders, short leg and slip still in. And Nick, just a hint of grip now for these.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be a good 5-day test wicket, this.
Yeah, I applaud you for your comment earlier, just noticing a little bit of something in the pitch. Flatter from Critchley, just driven up along the ground to mid-off, no run.
I mean, Dan Lawrence, the more he bowls, the better he gets as a bowler. And the curious thing is, who needs Simon Harbour? No, don't mean that. I don't think they're going to be loaning him out. They're not going to be loaning out to other counties.
Critchley, Kent might have him on loan. I'd have to ask them. Bo Linda is coming over, another South African spinner. So this one propelled out towards the square leg boundary gently by Milnes. He moves on to 43, 5-10 for 7, Kent.
Well, Warwickshire have won the battle of the first innings lead at Edgbaston. They've edged ahead by 5 runs the last wicket pair against Surrey, to a thunderous ovation from the 25 members in.
Over the wicket comes Critchley bowling to Bird. Driven back at him, fielded off his own bowling, no run.
Great tension here to see if Kent can replicate the effort of Warwickshire.
Yeah.
With, from an even bigger mountain to climb, of course.
We don't think Denley will come in, so they've only got 2 wickets to play with. This is, I won't say it's a thrash, but it's certainly a drive. Fulsome drive by Bird, only reaches wide mid-off, and he'll take a single for that. Now,
Paul made the comment that about New Zealand players, obviously generally not only being good cricketers, but also being good role models, and that's very, very generally true.
Critchley over the wicket to the Milnes, a push into the offside. Snater comes in from the boundary to field. It's on boundary rider there, and Kent moved to 5-12 for 7.
You won't have seen an article that's just come out in the last hour about the current Durham head coach, James Franklin, and an incident that happened about 11 years ago. Do you remember the Champions League, or rather not the Cricket Champions League, a rather ill-fated concept would stop the county season in early September for a year or so. Yes, there was an incident that he may not have tarnished himself in glory, but yes, that's a bit be an exception to the rule. James Franklin, who of course played for Essex for a while. So Lawrence, well, we're going to see Kent can get the first innings lead now, 512 for 7.
You're poised.
Yeah, a slip and a short leg. Yeah, that's a flowing drive up into the offside, and Nick Brown was as if his sudden urgency, realising that the first innings leader, are there any points available for Kent for this? I better make sure get the throw in quickly, stop him going for a single.
Maybe so as well. Milnes is getting a bit nervy at 2 runs behind, and he's thundered at that to try and get it over with quickly.
So you reckon that they might declare to have a bowl to get their over rate sorted out?
Well, yeah, that was a suggestion in the press room of that, and because I think there were 5 overs down.
Oh right,
so
well they need to then.
Yeah.
This is played from the crease up into the onside, so the time they could declare would be tea, and that would give them about 50 odd minutes to.
Yeah, give them a I
don't think Essex would be too pleased. I don't think the umpires will allow them to go beyond certainly 5 o'clock, although it's up to them whether, up to Essex of course, whether they declare at 10 to 5, which they would do. This is played nicely wide of mid-on for a single. That takes the score up to 513 for 7. And Milnes, who's batted really well, hasn't he? I haven't seen much of Milnes as a batsman, but I noticed his average last year with mid-20s. Obviously he was coming in quite often when he had to try and rebuild things.
Yes.
But he looks like a genuine number 8, which is encouraging for Kent. But, they've got someone they can bank on batting with one of the set batsmen, which I think will be Milnes' main role. Yeah,
his high score was as a night watchman against Yorkshire last year. It's a really good knock.
Yeah, slip and a short leg. But it's looked very well organised from the start here. As Bird just runs that down square into the offside for a single, and the scores are a level. And 514 plays 514 for 7.
Well, with all the expectation and thoughts about the early season, I didn't think we'd be here, Nick, to be honest, at this state of the game with the 500 each on the board on the 4th day at Chelmsford.
I mean, clearly we are going to get results elsewhere. At one point I thought we might not get any results in the other games, but this is driven and crisply as well by the run that gives Kent the lead. I wonder if there's any Kent fans in. We'll hear them now if there are. Maybe not. A little bit of silence there. There was a cheer when they avoided the follow-on, but maybe they think the job had been done then. One takes it to 5:15 for 7 on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kent. And
there may have been somebody applauding, but it may have been for a completely different reason. Who knows? But they're a run ahead.
So here's Lawrence over the wicket, and driven away up to Nick Brown at cover, and there's no run, so the end of the over. And I think Lawrence has done pretty well. 22 overs, 2 for 84. He can claim to be 2 ahead of Jamie Porter in the wickets column for this season. Don't think he had to last too long, but it's a nice little claim for him just at the moment. And Kent are not far away from getting their 5th 50-plus score of the innings.
Yeah, Milnes on 46 at the moment. I was saying it will be just his 2nd first-class half-century. But yeah, he's definitely improved since he joined Kent as a batsman. He's very well organised, I think. I mean, certainly in that game against Yorkshire last year, the coach in no uncertain terms suggested that he'd shown a lot more discipline than the rest of the batting lineup, put it that way, and been very patient, very watchful. It's
a point for Essex when Harmer comes back. If they did want to play 4 seamers, they don't have a genuine 4 seamer option the way they used to have with Ravi Bopara. So Shane Snater is improving as a batsman and is probably the best of the seam bowlers playing in this match as a batsman. Obviously we haven't seen a lot of Stacchetti, but with a Harmer 7 and Snater 8, they're both 1 place too high. That's interesting, but it will be fascinating to see what Essex want to do. Obviously they'll be playing 2 spinners with the leg spinner taking a batting place, interesting to see.
Critchley over the wicket to Milnes, who drives this up to long on. It's fielded, no run for them there. 5:15 for 7, so 1 is the difference. But, it makes no difference, I would be so rash as to say. Just clipped into the onside by Milnes. Actually ended up, I thought he was going rather square than that. Ended up at mid-on. Might have been his intention indeed. Porterfields, number 44 on his Essex shirt, jogs back. Single taken, 5:16 for 7. 47 now to Milnes. Bird will go for this one. Again, I'm not sure he's quite got all of that. It's gone behind square. It's ended up as a cut, and well, he's attempting to drive actually, but that'll be 2 runs in the end. He's hit the ball quite nicely since he's come in actually.
So this alleged incident we were talking about, when James Franklin is, say it's 11 years old, but he is Durham's head coach. There's another unwanted headache for Durham early season.
Drive again by Bird. He looks decent. And he's driving straight back at Critchley though. Fields off his own bowling. Is our scoreboard monitor about to go into sleep mode? I think maybe it is. He wouldn't be the only one in this ground. That's a lovely shot. Flicked off his legs, driving through the onside by Jackson Bird. Very little backlift, but that's 4 runs, and he moves on to 21. The score on to 5-2-2 for 7. 21 from 18. Brisk.
It's still updating. It's just about the bowling bit that's obscured at the moment, but from the Kent point of view, you can see everything of relevance.
Oh, it's updating. It's updating. Sorry, I wondered if it was about.
It is. No, it's okay.
Mine at home says you've got 30 seconds to press OK, or we're turning off. Wasn't going to stand by. A quicker from Critchley. Bird is pinned in the crease, defends it, and there is no run, and that is the end of the over. And said Bird has hit a couple of very nice shots in that. 21 from 19. Milnes 47 from 164 balls. Very, very patient. 5-2-2 for 7. Kent lead by 8 runs on first innings.
Yeah, probably Northampton will be a more interesting place to be, because Northampton at 71 for 2 require a favour 228 to beat Gloucestershire, and they've got to score those at about 4.2 and over. So that really is very nicely poised. It's one of those situations where it could easily end in a draw when both sides think that actually we take the 8 points for the draw that are available. That might be what we rather like. We mentioned that Warwickshire have taken the lead, but last wicket pair is showing a bit of a stand against Surrey. But one of the last wicket pair is Michael Burgess, who's 101 not out, so that's helping the cause. And they're 13 ahead of Surrey with the last pair together, but all rather meaningless at Edgbaston, and we don't want too many sort of meaningless games like this one and that game, where we're still in the second innings at 2:40 odd on the last day. Glamorgan in a spot of bother. We mentioned Durham might have off the field activities to consider, but Glamorgan 88 for 4, still 61 behind Durham. Kieran Castle is 29 not out. Chris Rushworth is there again for Durham, continuing his fine career, 2 for 17. Chris Rushworth saw him last year, of course, when Essex and Durham met, and he now has 569 first-class wickets to his name. At one point, he was released by Durham in 2006 when he was took a job answering phone calls in a call centre, one of which might have been for him to come back please, and he didn't. He's been absolutely superb ever since, but yeah, absolutely fantastic servant of Durham, and he might yet bob them to victory against Glamorgan in that particular match. What else have we got? We've got Leicestershire look like they're going to lose against Worcestershire. They're 118 for 6, and they need a further 252 at Grace Road, so that Worcestershire could be the first winners of the day. Remember, Hampshire won yesterday. There have been no other positive results, which is so unusual at this stage of day 4 of a round of championship matches. Middlesex Derbyshire is interesting, but a little bit more interesting for Middlesex now. They've taken a second wicket, that of Billy Godleman for 38. Derbyshire 113 for 2, still need 243. I don't see them getting it, but they've got a good chance of getting at least a draw in that game, given the time left well into the afternoon session. It's a drinks break here at the moment, by the way, which is, and you've got to fancy Notts to beat Sussex. Sussex 134 for 6, still 25 behind. Notts were in trouble in that game, but they've fought back. Like the Division 1 side, of course, they really are, even though they're in Division 2, one way or another, because, of course, they come to the 2019 finishing positions. But I think Notts are going to show themselves to be too strong for more sides other than just Sussex during the course of proceedings. Notts will show themselves to be, I think, a pretty strong side in that division, as will Durham, I think. We'll wait and see about Middlesex. Here is Lawrence with a slip and a short leg. Comes into bowl, and that's a flowing drive wide of mid-off. Wesley's giving it chase. He will stop it. There's only going to be 2, but now, in fact, our scoreboard to the right you've just mentioning has actually given up the ghost. We might need to reset it, but 524 for 7 is the score. The other scoreboards appear to be working, I think.
49 now to Milnes, I should mention, on the brink.
So it'll be the 5th.
No, it's not.
Yeah, 50 plus score. You can get it. It's Lawrence to bowl, and it's just clipped away down towards the short leg, and there's no run. Yes, I don't know if it falls in the box, but we'll see if we can get our scoreboard away to our right, up and running again. I'll try and do that at the end of this over, actually. It seems to have, as you mentioned, it seems to have gone into sort of semi-turned off mode.
Yeah, momentary torpor.
Yeah. BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent, Matt Cole and Nick Gledhill here at the moment at Chelmsford. Would have been a 1-day wide from Lawrence. In fact, it's even a 4-day wide. I
was going to say, I'd be surprised if it wasn't.
Yeah. So signalled way down the leg side, that
He's
one.
He's tried to speed that one down, hasn't he? Almost like a medium pacer, take a spin off just to try and surprise the batsman. I think he did surprise the batsman. He also surprised Adam Wheater behind the stumps.
Yeah.
It was a good take.
So Bird 21 and Milnes 49. Milnes is on strike, and he will go playing that one back down the pitch, and it's going to be fielded in his follow through by Lawrence, who continues this long spell.
Nervous 40s, do you think, for a lower order batsman on 49?
Well, I suppose
it's a
90s more so, I guess. But
well, no, I'm just thinking for a lower order batsman.
Yeah, maybe it's more of a landmark. But here he tries to play it wide of mid wicket, does Milnes, but doesn't get it past the fielder. So Essex making him wait, and of course he doesn't want to run out of partners. But the Bird's actually done a rather good job in keeping him company, and has actually scored relatively briskly. Actually, 21 from 19 balls.
Yeah, only Matt Quinn to come after this.
Yeah,
I don't think we'll see Joe Denley. Well, yeah.
So 525 for 7, and off the back foot this is steered away for the 50th run for Matt Milnes. Very nice knock indeed, and yeah, he has passed 50 before, as you say, Matt. I'm not sure on how many previous occasions, but that's just the one. So this is second first class 50, and okay, it's not been made in a high pressure situation, but what it does do is if Kent the knowledge that he's in reasonable form and may play a part during the season, perhaps batting with one of the top order players in a 7th or 8th wicket partnership, and always useful to know that you've got one of your lower order who can bat in decent form, which he certainly is. 50 from 169 balls for Milnes. Bird, who's progressed to the runner ball, or better than the runner ball, doesn't actually improve on that by just playing the last ball up into the offside, and there's no runs. So we've got Milnes 50, Bird and Bird 21, and it means that Kent, with still theoretically 45 overs left in the day, 526 for 7, they lead by 12, although of course that's all notional, but if it were an 8-day match, Essex would be very keen to see if they could get these wickets as quickly as possible. There's probably only 2 to take, because one thing is for sure, Joe Denley's not going to bat.
No, absolutely not. They wouldn't press him in unless it was a pressing situation, which fortunately, so there's anything fortunate about this being a fairly flat pitch, that would
5 fours and a knock.
Nice see if we can. Milnes. So That's Cook bowling, but just bowling from slip there, I should say. Matt Critchley will carry on from the Hayes close end, bowling to Milnes. Blocks it, there's no run. Phil on the email saying, I'll bet your comments about Kent's top order, Nick. I now understand your Essex colleagues' pessimism regarding Kent, having clearly foolishly backed them without appreciation of their uncanny ability to disappoint. It's slower ball from Critchley, and that's blocked.
When we were discussing who might get out of the conferences this time last year, and I got most of them right, but Kent was my wrong pick to go through with Lancashire.
He continues. This Milnes runs us up to mid-on. Quick run taken, nicely done. Score to 5-2-7 for 7-13 the lead. I fully agree with them about the odd apparent blame on the counties for England woes. They were very brave to maim your BBC colleague in relation to this, and it feels to me as an avid county cricket watcher and fan that much of this criticism comes from those who rarely actually watch the county game. I still think flatter pitches are necessary in the county game, but as my last email touched upon, this can't be done in silly early season. Fully agree about bringing back an early season 50 over competition though. Ball driven out into the offside by Bird. He moves on to 22-51 for Milnes now, 5:28 for 7.
I think that's a near certainty that we'll get a proper, what I call a proper 50 over tournament, with most of the best players, i.e. not those in the IPL of course, but everybody else.
It's attempted sweep by Matt Milnes. How much bat was on that, I wonder? Enough for the umpire? They're coming back for 2? No, not enough. Not at all. A leg buys as it goes down the leg side.
Yeah, I mean, you remember, the Lord's finals. Obviously, we used to have 2, and it got cut down to 1. The last one that Kent were involved in would have been the Hampshire one, I think, in 2018, I think.
Oh, sorry, one-day final.
Yeah.
Yes. That would be Friends Providence that time. Yes.
And that was midsummer because I was there and it was absolutely baking hot.
Yeah. And packed. Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
End of the over.
Packed.
Sorry, that's a mishit from along the ground from Milnes. No run.
Yeah, it was packed to the rafters. I think Kent probably made a mistake at the toss on such a boring hot day and putting Hampshire
got
in.
Run out very early, didn't he? And that was he'd been in record-breaking form, hadn't he?
Tom Alsop got runs at the top of the order for Hampshire, and they got some mid 300 score, which was too much. But it's probably a mistake to put them in because you'd rather get the runs on the board in that sort of heat, and then if the other side is struggling, it becomes much easier for you in the afternoon session. But that was a good final, and I think they sadly missed the Lord's finals. I mean, the Thursday afternoon thing, I'll give credit to Glamorgan last year for winning it, but
that's one thing that really sticks with me. I just think it's terrible. It's terrible PR apart from anything else. Why would you switch it away? It just says from the governing body, we're not interested in this.
No, it was bizarre last year. We'll come on to that as Lawrence bowls and misses lofted away. It was a firm strike that actually by Milnes, just for a single though. I think he was trying to loft that down the ground, and then 52 he has from that single. Yes, we were trying to work out, because Essex were in a situation where they had various permutations about who they might be playing in the sort of knockout phase.
And it all happens really quickly, didn't it, last year?
Literally, we could have been at Durham or at a home game, and I was in a situation where I had to go wherever the game was, and it turned out to be, I think, in the end, a game here, and then they went to Durham and lost in the semi-final.
Of course, you had to go to Durham.
Yeah,
I'm hoping there's a longer turnaround for us all.
I think so. Which is hit away down the ground. That's the shot actually that Milnes was just trying to play a moment ago, and this time he has connected and has slammed that away for 4. That's one of the first really belligerent shots down the ground that we've seen, and it's been hit away for 4 runs. So it was a good strike that. He goes along to 55. Bird 23. And yes, might as well show some aggression now, and Kent have got this first innings lead, and if they do want to have a dart with the ball just to, for the spinners to bowl a few overs, then might as well just try and crack on and see how many he can get. I guess Milnes now. A slip, no short leg now, and he goes onto the back foot and plays that nicely back with a screw on the onside. He's played really well as Matt Milnes, and we'll keep an eye on his actually career best, because it's in the 70s, isn't it?
It's literally 70, yes. Yeah, that was that not last year, so yeah.
So, yeah, 78 I think, yeah.
Oh, 78, beg your
I think
pardon.
there's
I'm underrepresenting him, I do apologise.
Let's see what that 78 is. What sort of? It was against Yorkshire at Canterbury in 2021.
Yes.
78 for Matt Milne. So, yeah, we'll see if he can knock that out and get a better one for himself. It's possible. He goes on a sweep this time. It's well executed. That'll go for another 4. That was a really well executed stroke. And he is looking to try and take the attack a little bit now too, Lawrence. He's taken 2 boundaries and miss over. And that was a very good sweep shot. In fact, the other master of the sweep in this innings has been Ben Compton, but we haven't seen many since Compton got out. But that one, beautifully executed, paddle sweep, and once it had got past backward square leg, it was always going for 4. So Kent on with charge now, 5:39 for 7, almost as if he set up a declaration. Interesting if Ken Spinners took 3 or 4 quick Essex wickets, he might be here for quite a long while.
Well, they only have the one with Denley off the field. They would only have Mayeye would be the only.
We can't bowl from both ends. I suppose the occasional bowler might come on. This is driven towards Critchley at mid-on, and there's no run.
Stevens at one end with a new ball and Spinner at the other. Who knows?
I suppose Steve, he'll get through his overs fairly quickly, won't he? But yes, Darren Stevens will be saying to the batsman, right, I'm quite happy to come in at 350 for 5 for the rest of the season. That's good. It's driven up towards mid-on, quickly, because it happened so rarely last year. But Stevens batted in a very relaxed fashion and also played very well. It was very much against the run of play when he was out just before the close yesterday, much to Matt's disappointment, as he told us this morning. 5:39 for 7, Mills 59 and Bird 23, and the lead is 25.
Yeah, just in terms of raw entertainment. But
yeah, absolutely.
It has been pretty much serene today, serene progress. 25 run lead, then 5:39 for 7. Milnes has 59 not out. Jackson Bird on debut for Kent has 23 not outs. It's some powerful drives so far.
A 3rd wicket for Gloucestershire. This is the most interesting game, really, because it's in Division 1. Northampton 80 for 3. They still need 219 at Northampton, and Zafar Gohar, slow left arm, has taken a wicket there. But Ben Curran, LBW, for 18. So still wide open, but that's a good wicket for Gloucestershire to get at this stage.
Martin in Tunbridge saying, more time, question mark. When's the next game? Can we not just carry on until there's a result here? Regards, Martin in Tunbridge. Well, I think it was Nick was saying it might be an 8-day match that we need here. So have we got 3 more days? Well, we have, I suppose. That would be 7 days, wouldn't it? Anyway, is this? No.
Well, last year Essex could have played a 9.
Is this Alistair Cook?
I think it is.
Bowling, indeed. Oh, it's an edge, a huge edge from Jackson Bird, and he's gone down to 4 towards 4. Sorry, he hasn't got him out. It's they're running a gentle 2.
Well, I tell you what, this is a great chance for Jackson Bird to take his revenge, because I've got a feeling that he was in the Australian attack when Cook made a double 100 in the
really?
I think it was 16-17 Ashes. I'm going to look that up.
I'm going to have to look something up as well, because I believe...
So take his revenge.
I believe Alistair Cook has... I mean, Joe Denny's not playing any further part, we don't think, in this match, but I believe that one of his few first-class wickets, Alistair Cook, is Joe Denley. I'm going to look that up when I have a break, Nick, but there we go. All sorts of parallels.
He's going to do
here
impressions.
He goes. Who's this now? He's steaming in and played gently back at him by Jackson Bird. Well, that's
tell you what, if he was still playing for England, the selectors had heard he was doing that. He came on the hotline saying, "We're going to say, don't do yourself an injury."
Who's he going to be now? Oh, a little stutter as he runs up and delivers. It's a shot into the offside by Bird. Good looking one as well. Cover drive. Snater won't reach that. Hits the ball very pleasingly, doesn't he, Jackson Bird, off the middle of the bat. It is very much part-time bowling. What's below part-time?
And it's sort of slow medium, isn't it?
Well,
sort of easy.
I was going to say, when you're described as right arm slow, that's the indication that you don't bowl at all, isn't it? I think. Yeah, I don't think there's any tweak on this, is there? That's so Bird hits 4, goes drive again, straight back at the bowler. Nice bowling from Alistair Cook there, has kept him within the V. So you're trying to tempt him to hit over the top. 5-4-5 for 7. Well, the phony war is well and truly on now, isn't it? As Cook bowls, digs it in just a little bit back of a length, and Bird retorts by cutting it away for 2. He moves on to 31. It's 5-4-6 for 7.
I found the game. Right, Melbourne in its usual Christmas week slot. 2017, Australia 327 and 263 for 4 declared. England 491. Alistair Cook carried his bat for 244 not out. And Jackson Bird bowled 30 overs, 5 maidens, none for 108. So this is a great chance for him to get even with him.
Great knowledge. I'm going to go off and look up whether indeed Joe Denley is Alistair Cook's rabbit, because I believe he's one of his first-class victims. I should bring you news on a piece of paper, because I know you're absolutely desperate to know, but he's just bowled his first over. It's gone for 8. 5-4-7 for 7. Kent here. Essex, in reply to Essex's 5-14, Mills is 59.
One thing we know is that there's no danger of Kent's highest ever score against Essex being threatened, because I know what that is. It's over 800. So they're not going to get that far. Brentwood 1934, I think. And that's not going to be threatened. Here's Wesley, bowls, and played away down towards deep backward square leg, and there is no run. So we're pretty confident that that one's fairly safe. But it's been a really good effort by Kent, who've been sort of batting for 2 days now. 183.1 overs. And it's Wesley coming into bowl from the river end. Just played away down to short fine leg, and there's no run. So it is fair to say now, with Alistair Cook coming into the attack, that Essex are probably making a statement that they've sort of given up in terms of looking for wickets. But somehow, by accident, Cook almost took one with his first ball. So Wesley bowls, and it's driven away up toward mid-off. So Paul's going to be the fortunate person to be able to describe Cook's next over and try and work out what impressions he's doing. 5:49 for 7. But here's Wesley again, and that's lofted away down the ground. That's going to be safe. Philip Fording well short of long. A bit of a miscue that actually. This time by Mills. He gets a single for it, and that's 550 up by Kent. And yeah, splendid effort by them.
This could yet be this.
Here's delivery, which that's a useful one from Westy. He's got still doesn't bowl as much these days, but that was a slightly full shot that as Milk Bird was pushing forward on 32. Can Bird become another half centurion for Kent?
Could well be, and this could actually literally end up as a one innings game without any interruptions.
Here is Bird coming down the pitch and hammering that away up towards Lawrence at long on. I see Bird really wants to be on strike against Cook after that 244 in Melbourne we mentioned. So he's now got that. So can he hit? He could really take revenge by hitting 6 sixes and an over off Alistair Cook here now. That would be some way of taking revenge if he can do that. So 551 for 7, Milne 61 and Bird 33. And so we have Cook and Wesley now in the attack for Essex. Didn't think we'd be saying that probably when the game started.
Well, it's spoil sport time. Critchley is returning at the Hayes Close end.
Yeah, we have Denley was caught by Masters off Cook for 123. Luckily for Cook, Masters, a very reliable fielder, wasn't going to drop it, and that was back in 2006.
Yeah, of course, Cook then was only his second season.
Spoil sports. Cook's decided that he's retired from the bowling crease, so we'll have to take him off. Too expensive. He was over for 8, but one was a bit of a snick. So
if he'd had a third slip, it would have been a dolly, and that's something the quicker bowlers, certainly while I've been watching, didn't ever manage to get the ball at catchable height into the slip cordon, as the ball is played to short extras, no run. There've been quite a number of edges today that have gone through the slips, but with the exception of that first ball from Alistair Cook, all the edges were pretty much straight to the ground. Critchley's in, bowls, and here's a one-handed, rather elegant extra cover drive. Shane Snater has to adjust his approach to the ball at deep cover as it took a little bit of a turn. A little bit of spin in the outfield there. 552 for 7.
Interestingly, 3 of Kent's all-time highest scores are against Essex, of course led by that 803 for 4 at Brentwood.
And this next ball is clouted away right down the ground for 6, hits the sight screen. You may have heard the thud there, and that is 6 pennyworth to Matt Milnes, who moves along to 67, 558 for 7.
Imagine what that was like for the bowlers. They got that 803 in only 146 overs. Bill Ashdown 332 and Les Ames 202. That must have been a pretty horrifying experience for the bowlers, an absolutely hopeless situation.
Critchley and again bowls, and all defence back to the bowler here. Well, I don't know why he took Cook off. He almost got a wicket first ball, and I mean Critchley's been hit for 6.
Interesting, they made 590 at Ilford in 1996. I wonder if you remember that one, Paul.
Oh, wait a minute. As another big hit going to be caught on the mid-wicket boundary, and is. And so that is the end of Milne's valiant knock of 67. And so the score now is 558 for 8. And it was just hit, an attempt to hit a 6, but it's quite a long boundary there over mid-wicket and straight down the fieldsman's throat. Tell you who caught it in just a moment, but it could have been one of the substitute fielders.
Yeah, might well have been. See if I can get that confirmed.
Yes, Luke, I think it is Luke Benkenstein.
Yeah, I couldn't recognise immediately who it was.
Took the catch. Yeah. He can have 5 merit points there for doing a good subbing job.
Critchley gets a 3rd.
Or even a 4th.
Yeah, because that's right, 4 for 100. So he's had a pretty good game. He's the Essex player of the match. But yeah, so we shall see. Obviously, Kent are going to try and prolong this, and if their bowlers do need to try and catch up with the over rate, they're going to have an opportunity, you would have thought, with the what will now be the effectively the last pair together. 558 for 8. We say that just in case, just to confirm it was Benkenstein. We say that because obviously Joe Denny's not going to bat, so this is going to be the last pair. Maybe they'll do as well as Warwickshire's last pair, which includes Michael Birch's 116 not out. They've so far put on over 50. Yeah, they've put on 47, I think. That's right. And Warwickshire took a first innings lead against Surrey.
Matt Quinn, once of this parish, really nice fellow as well, the New Zealander, makes his way out to join Gilchrist for this final partnership, we think anyway.
Yeah.
558 for 8. It would seem to be really rather foolish to, even if Denley was prepared to hobble out, to ask him to do so. A hamstring injury is not going to be improved by unnecessary exercise. As Critchley is coming in, bowls, and this ball stabbed into the offside. There's no run there, and score remaining at 588, 58, I beg your pardon, 558 for 9. And that is the end of that over. I should have said for 8, I beg your pardon. I was thinking of last wicket stand. 558 for 8, let's get it right. With Milnes the man to go, caught by the sub Benkenstein on the mid-wicket boundary of Critchley, who now has 4 wickets to his tally to add to his century with the bat. 34 to Bird, and Quinn yet to get off the mark. 558 for 8.
Yes, that 1996 match at Ilford, that was a huge win for Kent in the Carl Hooper era. David Fulton playing as well. Graham Cowdery, of course, match missed. He got a century. Carl Hooper 155, and S.A. Marsh, who would have been the first name?
Steve
Marsh. Yes.
Now, if I could just interject there, The very first 4-day game ever, played I think in 1988, was here between Essex and Kent, or certainly the two sides first ever meeting in a 4-day game, and it was the first game of the first season when there was 4-day cricket. And the much missed Graham Cowdrey, who I got to know very well in his role as cricket liaison officer, terrific man. I was absolutely distraught at hearing the news that he died so unexpectedly young. We always had a good chat when he came here, both of us Van Morrison fans, and really big fans of the great man as well. Desperately sad when he died. Now, he and Steve Marsh put on a double-century partnership in that game. The first, both of them got centuries in that first 4-day game between the two sides, which Essex in the end won, but far less easily than they'd looked like doing.
So it's going to be Wesley from the River End to bowl, and that's a delivery which just turns gently. An attempted pull shot by Bird, whose chances of becoming the next man to get 50 plus have just receded slightly with that wicket, but maybe Matt Quinn can stay with him, but he didn't make any contact on that occasion. Alistair Cook is back on is back at first slip now, and rather than bowling. That was just a brief interjection with the ball. And maybe Essex will be hoping it's the last one he has to do this season, because they won't want him bowling again, probably. This is a delivery which attempted hoik over mid-wicket, but missed, and so far Wesley's rather outfoxing Bird and miss over.
Yes, I know it's not a big deal in itself, but Wesley is no poor bowler, you know.
No.
He should have bowled a good few overs long before he's finally brought himself on.
So it's captain's prerogative not to bowl, as this is picked up and hit away out towards deep mid-wicket. Could be caught by Snater. He drops it and it goes for 6. So it was a good effort by Snater. He had to get round, but it looked like he was going to take a very good boundary catch, actually. He might even have had to do a sort of a juggling act like we're so used to seeing in limited overs cricket, but it went through his hands and went over the rope for 6.
I think he would have caught it, but as he was about to catch it, he noticed he'd already trodden on the rope.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't hold that against Snater. I think he
good effort. So 5.58 for 8. That's that's a nice stroke. That's off the back foot and put away very well indeed by Jackson Bird for 4. You'd like to have done that against Alistair Cook, of course, for the reasons we talked about a few moments ago. But that was a beautiful execution, very, very nicely timed. And he goes along to 38. It's 5.62 for 8.
Yes, I've got a feeling it should actually be 42 to him with consecutive boundaries.
Yeah, perhaps the score.
I think it's 5.66 for 8.
They might have given up, or might be a little bit behind, but they'll update themselves in a moment. Fortunately, it's 5.68 for 8 now, I was saying, so that's played up towards mid-wicket for a quick single, so that'll be 5.69 for 8.
They must have gone for 6, one of those.
Yeah.
Of course, the first one did. What am I thinking about?
6 and a 4 and a single, so 5.69 for 8. And what it means is that Matt Quinn gets to face his second ball. He's only faced one so far. Welcome back to Matt Quinn at Chelmsford. And indeed to Ryan Tender-Scarter as well, of course, as that's driven away. And what a nice way to start, as he just comes down the pitch and creams that one away through the covers. And Wesley might now feel he should take himself off after 2 very good deliveries at the start. The indignity of being hit before by Matt Quinn, but Matt Quinn will see the funny side of that, I'm sure. He's got 4 from 2 balls. Bird has 45 and Kent 573 for 8. Essex made 514 on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kent. We know T will be at 340. Strictly speaking, there are 7 overs to go before that, but they'll get through more than that.
Well, talking of Matt Quinn, he played 1 or 2 quite important innings for Essex, and the one I'm thinking of was in one of the great games of county cricket I've ever seen. At the Oval, 2018, September, Surrey bowled out for 67 before lunch on the first day. Essex racked up very nearly 500. Surrey replied with even a bigger score, over 500, and Essex was set 132 to win in the final innings. And they were 9 down when Quinn came out to join Ryan Tender-Scarter, now the Kent batting coach, and he got hit on the helmet by Morne Morkel as a break-in. As Critchley, is it me or you?
I think it's you.
Yeah, right. Critchley bowls and the ball is played out to backward point for no run to Dan Lawrence. And obviously, had he been ruled out for concussion reasons, Surrey would have won the game with Quinn retiring hurt. This one keeps low, played to mid-wicket, there's no run. But, mercifully, he insisted he was quite all right. And Tendescata went on to hit the winning runs, but that was an incredible one-wicket victory in a most remarkable match. Oh, there's appeal here for LBW, but I think there was an inside edge into the pads there, no run.
The irony was that Sky chose to televise it really for no apparent reason, because Surrey were already champions and there were other interesting games going on. For the first 2 days, thought was, why are they here? And of course they justified it in the end.
Yeah, it's a tremendous climax as the next ball's hit down the ground, and that's going all the way for 6. And that's the 50.
Yeah, another half centurion.
Jackson Bird, take a bow. Some wonderful blows there. It's not just been mindless slogging, you know, he's really been picking the ball up well. And 579 for 8, he has 51.
So that's 6 now, 4 450s and 2 centurions. Stevens, yep. Mayeda,
yes, indeed.
Milnes, Bird, and of course the two centurions.
I mean, it has to be said that if ever there was a pitch where you'd expect even tailenders to make a 50. I remember once here in a game, Essex v Leicestershire, Neil Foster made 100 here, coming in about number 9, and Essex had already got 500 when he came in. And a lovely fellow called Jed Pittman, one of the most entertaining commentators I've ever had the pleasure of working with. Nowadays, he does announcements at Lord's but lives in Mexico, and Leicestershire racked up sort of 700, and Jed was in his element, you know, little Leicestershire getting sort of either high 600s or 700s, and I took the smile off his face by saying, you do realise Essex are going to get a first innings lead.
It's very pitch like this one, but more easy for the stroke batsman. Yes.
And they did, with Foster getting 100, and I think Gooch had already made probably a double 100 or something, but yeah, lovely memories. That's one of the great things about county cricket, Nick. It's so nice to reminisce about great games you've seen as this next ball is pushed away to wide mid-off, and they get a single and score to 580 for 8.
Middlesex Derbyshire, really quite interesting now. Derbyshire 148 for 2, need a further 208 in a minimum of 46 overs.
Yes, that is
interesting. They've got Wayne Madsen in on 26 and Brooke Guest 21.
So I thought Wade Madsen might have finished now, but he's still there.
Yep, still there.
Tremendous. Well, let's hope he makes 100. Great fellow. Here's the next ball. And the ball is played a yard or two down the track. One of my favourite memories of Essex-Kent games, and Kent will have to forgive me for a story that ended with an Essex victory, but Essex looked as if they'd win easily. Mr. C. Hooper, Esquire, played one of the most brilliant innings you'd ever see, 160. He hit 9 sixes, which was a record for the ground at the time. And he sort of top-edged a hook. And Nasser Hussain ran about third slip, right the way down to fine leg, dived full length with the ball coming over his head, and came up with the ball, and that literally won Essex the match. It would have been a draw, but getting rid of the great West Indian. Essex wanted about 54 to win and won by 4 wickets. Gooch made 37. Everybody else collapsed, and even the winning runs were a miscatch.
Where was that?
That was here.
Right, because he also made a big 100 in that game at Ilford we were talking about.
Yes, he did.
96.
But the winning runs in that game, Essex almost managing to lose, needing 50 odd to win, went straight through first slip's hands and down to the boundary, or otherwise that would have been a 7th wicket down.
So Lawrence, in his 25th over, 2 for 97. It's been an impressive performance from him. He's going to bowl to Jackson Bird on 52. And Bird here is looking to try and work that one away into the onside, but it just it goes not where he intended, just goes up into the offside. Maybe a bit of bat on that, but it didn't go very far, and it's
just
covered
pad,
in by
I think.
weeds. Just pad.
Dan Lawrence does get the ball to bounce a little bit more than other bowlers we've seen.
Yeah, he has, and I say he's getting better the more he bowls, I think. And this is picked up on a good hard hit drive down the ground for a single. It was actually Jackson Bird possibly thinking he might get rather more than the 1 run for that, because he was firmly hit, but
I thought it was
picked it along on.
Yeah, good bit of fielding from Sam Cook. He should have stopped it, but it was hit with real venom, and Cook had to sprint round, did very well to take it in his stride.
So Bird is going well, and here is Matt Quinn hitting this in the air. Cook is underneath it. Can he take the catch? And he does. And finally, Kent are bowled out for 581. Well, they're 581 for 9, but effectively that's innings closed because obviously Joe Denley is not going to bat. And Dan Lawrence gets a deserved third wicket coming at the cost of 98 runs from 24 and a half overs. Matt Quinn going for his second boundary, just getting a bit too far underneath that, and a well-judged catch that at long on, leaving Jackson Berg on 53 not out. 6 50-plus scores by Kent in the innings, 581 for 8. We took a first innings lead of 67, and now that might be tea. We'll have to wait and see. There may be an announcement about that, but 581 for 9 innings closed.
Well, we've been talking about whether Sam Cook might play for England one day, and I very much hope he does. And he certainly won't let England down in the field. He has both a good arm, a good safe pair of hands, capable of taking some very spectacular catches, and generally very adept in the field indeed. So we rather suspect that they will combine the break between innings with the tea interval, but it's not necessarily the case. So shall we say we will be back with you?
That's a championship best, I think, for Jackson Bird. Not a first-class best, but which is 64, I think. But yeah, championship best for him. So well done to him. A very good knock, and one of several during the course of the innings.
Yeah, we'll be back with you variously in 10 minutes if they do not take tea now, or 20 minutes if they do.
that's one of these. Yeah, yeah. I'm not sure whether I'll do that. Okay. Right, Caesar. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Other 50 against Yorkshire.
You guys don't pick start putting on the option.
Last year we had championship best. He hasn't played much.
2005, 2008. I've got on there where I didn't go to Steve. First thing I go, You know, in the same year, yeah. Played hockey with him.
Did you?
Yeah.
Well, if this is thrown up to 65, you'll have a scoop.
That last hour at Taunton, probably one of the title, that was a bit nervy.
That's what it says.
I mean, it's just as well with 2 days of rain, really, because that pitch wouldn't have lasted a full day, I don't think.
Be interesting to see what side they put out next Thursday.
No, I'm not actually. No. What is it in the football season? It's a football season. I'll be kind of heading that way. Oh, no, you're down in that area, wouldn't I?
Where are you, Swindon?
Well, we are on the basically Monday, Easter Monday.
Ashley's up there.
Swindon. Oh, Swindon Town, you know. Yeah.
That's Monday you're at Swindon, are you?
Yeah. Missed very start, didn't we? Well, on Friday we were here, so Friday, so I couldn't really.
So you have to
go there for a Thursday, come back for a pick-up call on Friday.
Oh,
I think so. Yeah, I think I'd go over there.
Probably worth coming back.
Not a high score at Mark, but yeah. No. Yeah, but when you go to Bristol games in 1997, ultimately I've got What's the guys? That's part of the reason why I retired. Well, you help me with it's first strike as well, wasn't it? Paddington, I think, to West Country. What's in front of it? What's causing this? Yeah. Let's go 9. We're supposed to leave at 9. Again, at 10 strong now, 10:45, something like that. Where are you?
to open the Essex second innings. Nick Brown and Alistair Cook. And it will be Nick Brown to take strike from Nathan Gilchrist, opening bowler on the East Coast end.
Two left-handers in the middle. Nathan Gilchrist preparing to do the business for Kent as he's on his way now. And the umpires have switched ends, so it's Paul Pollard that he passes and bowls to Brown. Oh, what a good first ball, and how that wasn't a wicket, goodness only knows. It was a ball the fullest length, and Brown just got the toe end of the bat on top of it once it went into the ground and bounced up and just cleared the stumps, with which it was making a beeline for. And if it hadn't had the height to rescue Brown, it would have certainly knocked the stumps over. And that's a very, very near wicket first ball as Gilchrist is in and bowls again, and Brown is beaten here. It goes right through him, and all of a sudden there be terrors out there, Matt.
What on earth is going on? Yeah, playing a miss off the second ball. So, yeah. While we're getting overexcited, Twanda Mayeye has been warming up his arm at points, so it may not be... we may not be having blistering pace from both ends, but...
Well, we may if Gilchrist continues to beat the bat.
Well, that's true. It might just give it a shot.
Yeah, why not? As Gilchrist then bowls to Brown, who leaves this one outside off stump. But my word, what a start we could have had to either of the first two deliveries.
There we go. I'm going to have to call home if this thing gets exciting here. I've already named the time that I'll be back. Yes. Working out when the shake of hands will come from this morning. But yeah, at least a bit of excitement from Nathan Gilchrist's first over.
And Gilchrist's on his way again. Bowls to Brown. Brown guides us into the offside, fielded at point, Pearl Drummond, and there is no run. So just a little bit of interest here, because if Gilchrist can maintain this very good start he's made with the ball, and Kent can get at Essex from both ends, even though you'd feel that there just isn't enough time left to bowl Essex out. But Essex have been known to crumble when faced with a little batting time in a final innings. As Brown here, it's a leading edge. He was coming forward looking to play it sort of to mid-on, and the ball ends up at extra cover. Was straight to ground, so it wasn't nearly a catch or anything, but it was another moral victory for the bowler.
I just wonder, because see, Bird and Milnes were batting quite comfortably as well late on, whether it is just the new ball, and it maybe, I wouldn't say conditions are doing anything, because the cloud's so high, isn't it, that it's not humid by any stretch of the imagination. But an interesting little start, this.
Gilchrist is in again, bowls to Brown, shoulders arms, and that's going to lead to the first run of the innings, a bye. So one for no wicket, and bye just being signalled by Paul Pollard. But again, Brown didn't look very comfortable there. That's the completion of a very interesting over from Gilchrist. And we did just note, Matt, from the spinners really, that there was beginning to be a little bit more bounce than there'd been hitherto. Dan Lawrence in particular, who is quite tall, Dan. He's about 6'2" or 3", and from that height with his off breaks, he got the odd delivery to climb quite steeply. So there is more devil in the pitch since lunch than there was at any other stage of the game.
I just wonder if it moved in the air as well, because Ollie Robinson mishandled it behind the stumps doing that last delivery, which led to the bye. Just hit the tips of his fingers. Tawanda Muyeye indeed will bowl from the City end, and did mention that Kent are, they're not massively behind, so they're 1 over behind the rate, so it's been adjusted. But they'll want to get through these overs fairly quickly. He'll bowl then to Brown, pushes forward past the short leg, and there's no run. Looks like, well, it's Ben Compton, isn't it? It's a new boy, stuck. He may be 28, but he's a new boy to the team, so he's stuck in under the lid. Stevens at slip. This one's given Brown a little bit of space to free the arms on the back foot, but into the ground, fielded by Milnes and the offside. So the rest of the field, I told you about the slip and the short leg. I'm not going to have time, am I? Here's Muyeye round the wicket. It's a grip a little bit, but that's on more or less on leg stump, coming into the left-hander and just gently propelled out through mid-wicket by Brown. So yes, it's a slip, it's a short leg. There is a third man halfway to the boundary, deep square leg, mid-on, mid-off, cover, point, and a boundary rider on the offside as well. Just pushed at by Alistair Cook there, was in the air for a moment. Jordan Cox fields at mid-off. I do wonder, well, head and hands from Muyeye, but I suppose it was close to Milnes on the drive, or are they just trying to create whatever excitement they can? I think there might be an element of that.
Bit of both, I think, yeah.
So Muyeye to Brown. Regulation drive with the spin up to sorry, against the spin I should say. It's going away from the left-hander, isn't it? To Jordan Cox, who fields it, and there's no run. Having to get used to the speed of the replay here as well, which is very speedy. A hit to the hands of Matt Milnes at cover, end of the over. Not quite as exciting as the first Nathan Gilchrist one. 2 off it. Essex 3 for none. The deficit, well, nominally 64 between the two. But yeah, so you've got this laptop in for the first time, is that right? Doing the replays, and I've been used to my laptop on the Essex feed. The Essex feed, obviously, because it's being sent around the world, is slightly slower. So you get a couple of moments to watch the ball. But this one's very quick, isn't it? You can glance straight down and see exactly what's happened.
So it's Gilchrist to continue from the Hayes close end. Now he will bowl for the first time to Alistair Cook. The only run that came in his first over was a bye off the last ball. Gilchrist bowls to Cook. Ooh, and Cook is not at all sure what happened there as he edges it through the slip cordon, and they can go through for a single. 4 for no wicket. One's been a bye. Cook now has 2 from I think 2 deliveries, and Brown 1. But
yeah, off the bat, that wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't think it was a catch, was it?
No, low down.
To ground, but yeah, I mean Gilchrist has caused more problems than any quick bowler we've seen for the rest of the match, virtually. As he comes over the wicket to Brown, and this ball is played to cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, at least a bit of excitement and momentum as well for Gilchrist to take into the next match. He'll feel he's bowling pretty well and pretty fluidly. But otherwise, it is an exercise in playing out time, I guess.
Yes, the very bright sunshine we had after lunch has gone back to more the conditions we had before lunch, of a sort of thin, gauze-like veil of cloud, and therefore very hazy sun. And this will be 4 runs as Brown drives. No, in fact, I've lost track of that.
No, he's just reached down and stopped that, actually, Gilchrist, on his...
Yep, fooled me, thank you. I thought I'd got through him and gone to mid-off, so cancel that. It's no run at all. I knew it was one or the other, and it's 4 for no wicket still. I had actually donned dark glasses, or the shades, in anticipation of the very bright sunshine continuing. But now I probably need to check back to ordinary ones. Oh, we could well have Brown out here, and for the second time he's had the good fortune to play the ball into the ground and see it just jump up over stump height, because on both occasions the ball was going straight at the stumps, and he's remarkably lucky still to be there.
Yeah, he actually waved a hand at it. I think he took his hand away, realising that...
he wasn't allowed to do that.
No, quite. just got the replay in front of us, but that, as you say, Nathan Gilchrist is doing things that no other bowler has done in this match so far, I would suggest. Certainly not of the space of just 2 overs.
Bowls again to Brown, and this one is on leg stump, and he's able, Brown, to play it down to mid-on, and there's no run.
We need another day.
Yes, I think we do. I mean, for the first time in the match, you can sense a wicket going down at any moment. And indeed, but for good fortune, i.e. the ball being played into the ground and smacked towards the stumps, only for it just to have the height on the bounce to clear the stumps, Brown would have been out on 2 occasions as Gilchrist is in, and Brown this time can shoulder arms, and the over ends, and it's another over where both Cook and Brown were troubled. Cook has 2, Brown 1, the other run is a bye, and Essex trailing by 67 on first innings. Kent bowled out for 581. Essex now 4 for no wicket.
Indeed so. Yeah, so some interest certainly in this last session. Thanks for being with us all the way through and for your emails as well. It is going to be assuredly a draw between these two sides. They're the one spinner in the Kent ranks, with no Jack Leaning and no Joe Denley injured in this match. Full toss there, and that will be driven stoutly by Alistair Cook up to mid-on, fielded by Jackson Bird, who's not had a bad 4 days, bowled pretty well, took 3 wickets. Long periods, obviously, long stints, but got 50 with the bat as well. Mieye also got himself a half century. That's his back foot, just a little back foot drive into the offside. Fielded by Matt Quinn, I think that is, on the offside boundary, and they'll come through for another single. Mieye round the wicket, right arm. Again, Quinn will be called into action on the offside, and they'll take another single through Alistair Cook. He's got quite a fluid action, isn't he, for an off spinner, but doesn't seem to be getting any particular grip. He now bowls, and just a little bit there. Oh, just being fooled by Ollie Robinson, but Brown was stoutly behind it, certainly. Turn the ball away from the left-hander here with the off spin, but that's on a leg stump, hit straight at Ben Compton. One bounce, just ricochets off his chest. Compton's at short leg. Once again, no run. Does get through his overs very quickly. Mieye on the back foot. Brown driving once more, but doesn't get all of it. Fielded by Milnes, shortish at cover, and that is the end of the over. I don't think Mieye is hurrying through his overs. This was his natural rhythm from day one when he was brought into the attack first. He just does get through them very rapidly, but that's all good for Kent's over rate as well. 7 for none then, Essex, so the deficit at 60 now. Essex 514, 581 for Essex. Brown has 2 and Cook has 4. Gilchrist to continue.
Well, the draw completely inevitable, you would think, but Essex could be 2 down already. And in the case of Brown, almost out on 2 different occasions, as Gilchrist is in and bowls, and Cook just plays the ball a yard or 2, and the score remains at 7 for no wicket, with 4 to Brown and 2 to Cook. But my word, it looks a very different game from what we were seeing in the previous days.
Yeah, whistled through pretty well, that one as well, but you're right, Gilchrist getting close to the stumps, asking some questions of this opening pair.
And Gilchrist is in again, bowls, and again Cook is beaten through to Ollie Robinson. And, well, it's just unrecognisable from all that went before.
Yeah, he's played and missed again outside the off stump there, and a true test. Just 1 run off the bat so far off Nathan Gilchrist. And as you said, he could easily have had 2 wickets so far as well. A game within a game, this one, perhaps. But
well, I mean, he's only in his 3rd over, and I would say he's beaten the bat 6 times in the space of about 15 deliveries. And this time, Cook, with some relief, does at least get back onto ball, steers it down to mid-on. And there's no run there. At the end of this over, I'm just briefly going to nip round the back and change glasses again. I picked the wrong moment to switched to the shades for the first time.
Sun's gone in now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's making everything very dark, which would have been good if I'd put them on after lunch, when it really was very bright indeed. Here is Gilchrist in, bowls to Cook, and Cook leans on this and steers it into the covers, and there is no run there, and score remaining at 7 without loss. 1 ball left, I think, of this 5th over of Essex's second innings, which only begun at the start of the very last session of the match. We anticipate that the captains or the teams will shake hands at 10 to 5, the first time that the game can legitimately finish, if it is perceived that there is no chance whatever of a result being achieved. Meanwhile, Gilchrist to Cook. Cook gets in the middle of the bat to this, drives it pleasantly but without penetration to deep mid off for a single, and that takes the score along to 8 for no wicket. In fact, the over isn't done yet. Cook will move up to 3, and 4 to Brown, the other run a bye, and Essex not finding it at all easy in this second innings.
No, Gilchrist is bowling really well here, really tight to the stumps as well.
Bowls again, and hurries Brown there, and although he keeps it out safely enough, but as the ball just jabs about 10 yards into the offside, anything but comfortable. Excellent bowling from Gilchrist, I have to say, and without a doubt the pitch is doing things now that we never even envisaged were possible until after lunch.
No, that kept really low as well, shot a bit. I mean, it's a good length delivery from Gilchrist at pace as well, but did get bat on it, to be fair to Nick Brown. He did a good job fending that one off. But Philip Bailey, thank you, Philip, for sending us the stats. Kent 6 50s in an innings. It's the 5th time in first class cricket, most recently against today's opponents, well, this week's opponents, Essex, back in 2015 at Tunbridge Wells. If I remember, that was a game that Essex fans won't want to remember. Single off Mieye off the first ball of his next over, his 3rd over. So Kent won that one, I believe. A high-scoring contest, but that's nicely engineered by Brown off the back foot through extra cover, and it wasn't the most committed chase by Jackson Bird, I have to say, to get the ball, but that's fair enough. No point in twisting an ankle, diving for the ball at this juncture. 13 for none. Brown has 6, Cook has 6. So that at 1 by as well. Mieye gives that more loop. Could be struck for 4, this one. Quinn is manfully going after it though. It'll just go for 2 through extra cover. But actually, I think maybe he did just get the tiniest bit of turn off the pitch and got quite excited about it. Martin's been in touch as well in Tunbridge. In reply to my more time, told you, says Martin. Yeah, you absolutely did, Martin in Tunbridge, say we should just play until we had a result here. Notwithstanding that Kent had to play Lancashire on Thursday on the back foot, bludgeoned into towards Milnes, who fields at cover.
Yes, I like the idea of the game finishing at 2:30 on Wednesday afternoon and the two sides departing
for various parts of the country.
Yeah. Essex a bit Taunton. Where did you say Kent were going?
Home to Lancashire.
Yeah, well, that's the easier journey.
Canterbury. Yeah.
Well, perfectly fair then. Wednesday at 2:30.
Is that enough time to? Yeah, there's enough time to get down. Good time to Taunton, you'd think, isn't it? It's quite a long journey by coach, but you'd be there in good time for a bite of food and a good sleep if you're a player. 16 for 9 at the end of the over. A single and a dot to finish that over. As Cook has 6, Brown has 9. The deficit at 51. Doesn't mean an awful lot. Is Gilchrist going to get a 4th over here? They're really working him. I think he will. I don't know if this... I'm reading far too much into it. I've suddenly thought that they'll probably rotate their seamers during this April period. Does this mean that Gilchrist will be left out on Thursday? I don't think 4 overs here is probably going to upset him too much, is it? But
bowls now to Brown, and Brown plays the ball safely enough into the covers, and the score remaining 16 without loss, with 6 to Cook, 9 to Brown, And we're in the 7th over of the innings. Certainly been one of the more interesting periods of the match. This Essex second innings with Gilchrist beating the batsman at will. Comes in now, bowls, and Brown again is taken at slip, we think. Yes, he's on his way out. Thank you, Matt. Wasn't quite sure if it had carried, but it has. And Brown, after dallying at the middle, the ball takes the edge and went at catchable height, and that's something that hardly ever happened earlier in the game. And goodness me, if that very first ball of the second innings, which so nearly had Brown playing on, if that had gone on into the stumps, you just wonder Essex might now be sort of 2 or 3 down, and trailing by 67. There might be a bit of very late interest in the game. We may not be going home at 10 to 5, and Brown departs, caught at
Jordan Cox.
Jordan Cox
at 2, yeah. That second slip.
And a wicket for Gilchrist. And I have to say, a richly deserved wicket as well. I think Kent might even think now of having a pace bowler at the river end as well, because the ball is really doing something, this new ball, and Muyaya hasn't really suggested that he's likely to get a wicket, but I would suggest briefly at least that it's worth Kent going flat out just to see if they could really create a bit of mayhem in the Essex lineup. And currently they are 16 for 1 and still 51 runs behind.
Yeah, that's for Gilchrist, after beating the bat a number of times, as you were saying, Paul, recompense for what he's done so far. But yeah, neat take by Jordan Cox as well. I mean, he's a wicket-keeper by trade as well. I say that, and he's a sort of, what they call him, gun outfielder in T20 cricket as well. He's a good all-round cricketer. Gets a low 5 from Jackson Bird, and Gilchrist will continue. So yeah, 16 for 1. It's just an interesting period, as you say. I'm sure they could make up their over-rate deficit, even if they gave it half an hour here, you would think. Perhaps with pace at both ends, I don't know. Worth a try?
Yes, I mean, I would have done that straight away once I'd seen Gilchrist first over. I wouldn't have been intending to do it based on the rest of the match, but the way that first over was bowled by Gilchrist, you know, I think the sign was there that don't give up on this game just yet. 2 slips and a wide gully as Gilchrist is in. Bowls, that's a bouncer to Wesley, who hurriedly takes his head out of the firing line. I think there's also an argument, bearing in mind how things have been going, Matt, that an extra slip could go in there, because I mean, it's not as if Essex can threaten Kent. You know, even if there were a couple of expensive overs, they're not going to be able to get any sort of distance ahead of Kent to be able to declare. So you might as well, I think, have a third slip in, knowing what Gilchrist is getting the ball to do as he bowls to Wesley, and Wesley plays this defensively to backward point, and there is no run.
I suppose, I mean, it would have to advance very, very fast here, wouldn't it, this game? But credit to Nathan Gilchrist, as you say, he's beaten the bat a number of times. He's had Brown chopping onto his stumps as well. Finally got him. And at the very least, it's one more to his wicket tally in first-class cricket.
Well, you can say Brown was lucky to reach 9 as Gilchrist bowls to Wesley. It's a good delivery, but Wesley, who's actually looked rather more assured than either of the 2 left-handers, and plays the ball with time to spare down to mid-on. Yet to get off the mark, the Essex skipper. 16 for 1 in the 7th over. It's a hard task, I think, for Tom Wesley, following a captain like Brian Tenduscarter, who'd been very, very successful. I do feel some people like to sort of criticise the moment they think he's got something wrong in a way they probably wouldn't have done with Ryan, as this next ball is hit away beautifully by Wesley for 4, and Gilchrist just dropping that on Midland leg, and it's meat and drink to Wesley, who admittedly can sometimes be got out from his perceived strength. He can be caught at mid-wicket, but on this occasion he was right over the ball, beautifully played away, and the score moves up to 20 for 1, and that now Brown the man out, caught by Cox at second slip for 9 off Gilchrist. There are 6 to Cook, 4 to Wesley, who's restored a little bit of decorum there for Essex. with the difficulties that the two left-handers were finding facing Gilchrist. 20 for 1.
Yeah, call me overreactive, but yeah, let's not have the pace butter on. It's all over. That's fine. We're done now. That 4 says to me, end of game.
Right. And of course,
so from 2 balls ago, when I was all for going pace at both ends. Oh, I don't know, but yeah, lovely shot from Tom Wesley. Joking apart. What's that?
Yeah, so good a shot that he's bust his back.
Yeah.
I think it's the handle that has come a little bit loose. And he's
bringing out the reserve Willow. Goodness knows how many bats he'll start the season with, but
yeah, and they're not cheap nowadays. That's for sure. You're talking, even for an average about 260 quid. Frightening.
Mieye bowls to Cook. Just blocks that out, and there's no run.
Be interesting to know what the most expensive bat being used on the circuit cost.
Answers on a postcard, or the emails even, indeed. Blocked out again by Cook, and there's no run on BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com or KentCricket at gmail.com. I suppose in the last resort, though, here for Kent, if they are just pushed forward, not too confidently, as to Cook into the onside fielded by Bird. But the last resort, Kent getting through their overs quickly and making sure they're not docked any points is probably a lot more important to them than the merest chance of a victory here. A very, very slim chance. Cutaway single out towards the point boundary, fielded by Matt Quinn.
Yes, I don't think Kent would be docked points this early in the season, because they'd start with 0, and I've known Essex be sort of -2, and they've not been docked any points.
So -1 now. It might just be the feeling they don't want to overstress other bowlers, that they might bowl a quick bowler from one end, and Mieye will wheel away at this one, defended by Wesley this time. There's still the short leg and slip in, just in case there's a hint of a chance. Wesley 4, Cook 7, 21 for 1. That one driven through the offside. He's very expressive on his own bowling, isn't he? And that's gone for 4, I think. A back foot punch by Alistair Cook, which went past Matt Milnes. Was it that aerial? I'm not sure. Sorry, it's by Wesley. What I'm talking about, it's sent. I flicked through the onside.
Yeah, well, I did just say that, he can be caught at mid-wicket.
Yeah.
And it certainly was in the air for some of the way towards the fieldsman, who remained prostrate on the ground for several moments afterwards, as though he actually thought he'd missed a chance there.
I thought it hit the ground before it got to him.
I did.
I looked up, actually, as the ball was disappearing, hence my getting the batsman the wrong way around, the side of the wicket the wrong way around. But yeah, there we go. Just enthusiasm. We can't fault them for that.
Who was the fieldsman there?
Matt Milnes on
right. Yeah,
got down. I think it's going to be a change of bowling at the Hayes Close end. Yes, it's going to be Matt Quinn. 25 for 1. The deficit at 42 for Essex here. Alistair Cook has 7.
Yes.
Thomas has 8.
I'm a bit surprised at the bowling change this soon, because Gilchrist bowled really well for his 4 overs, picking up the wicket of Brown, and he would have been bowling to Cook first up, and Gilchrist has looked particularly good bowling at the left-handers. Anyway, Matt Quinn takes his place and bowls to Cook, who's played this gracefully through mid-wicket. That's going out. Won't quite reach the boundary, but they should be able to take 3 if they want them here, and Cook does want them. And Wesley responds and scored to 28 for 1 now, and Cook will move along to 10. Wesley has 8. Don't think the board which says 25. Oh yes, they have put it up to 28 for 1. Unusually slow, because normally the main scoreboard is very quick and very accurate. But Matt Quinn is just making an adjustment to the man at deep cover, being moved round, and happy with his field now. Comes into bowl to Wesley for the first time, and Wesley has pulled this ball away for 4 runs through mid-wicket, and don't give him anything which he can slam into the onside. 32 for 1. And Wesley's looked in good form since he came in, has 12.
Yeah, he didn't quite time it, did he? But it went almost all the way to the boundary, first bounce, as he was pulling away. Yeah, it's a real offering from Matt Quinn. The short stuff worked, as I said, on Friday night. Suddenly, it became like a viper pit, this pitch, seemingly, for Ben Compton and Tawanda Miyeye, but you have to get that short ball absolutely right.
And here's another one. This time it's kept down by Wesley. He's picked out the fielder on the backward square leg boundary, and that takes the score to 33 for 1. Wesley has 13, rolled the wrist there, and being attacked on his supposed strength, and sometimes it may work, and not on this occasion. We'll bring Nick Gledhill back to the microphone at the end of this over. It's me who should be going.
I've completely lost count. I thought maybe I was going.
Quinn is in bowls play, back to the bowler. And there is no run. It's 33 for 1. Brown, the man out. Caught at second slip by Cox off the bowling of Gilchrist for 9. And Alistair Cook has 13, and he hasn't looked very comfortable, or didn't do, against Gilchrist. And Wesley, on the other hand, has come in and looked very much at home in the short time he's been out in the middle. Quinn, in his first over, having replaced Gilchrist, around the wicket to the left-handed Cook, and Cook pulls this ball down to Gilchrist at fine leg in front of us, and they take a single, and Cook moves along to 14, the score to 34 for 1 in the 7th over. Essex trailing by 67, first knock. Quinn reaches the top of his run-up, just waits for Wesley, who was surveying the leg side field. And Quinn bowls to Wesley. And Wesley has pulled this ball away. Will be stopped on the mid-wicket boundary to get a single to take Wesley to 13, and the score to 35 for 1. Wesley to 14, I should say. The score to 35 for 1. That is the end of the 7th over, and Matt Cole will be joined by Nick Gledhill, possibly for the final session of the match. We'll see.
Oh, thank you, Paul. If so, it's been an absolute pleasure, as always.
Indeed, thank you.
To work with you, and let's see where we go with the bowling. It will be Miyeye to continue, and Quinn had nothing like the success that Gilchrist had with his first over there, being taken on by Wesley. 10 he's gone for. Miyeye none for 18 from 4. He bowls now, and it's beaten him, comes forward, shout for LBW. He wrapped the pad, a quick delivery from Miyeye over the wicket to the right-hander. Got very excited there. Thought he was about to do a lap of honour, but nothing doing, says umpire Pollard. Bit of gardening from Tom Wesley. Gets rid of an offensive article. 2/3 of the way down the strip. Miyeye over the wicket once more. Wesley pushing forward. And there is no run. Short leg and slip still in. Compton and Stevens respectively. The rest of the fielders inside the circle, but for one man guarding the leg side boundary. Shoulders, arms. I think the impact was quite a long way outside the stumps there, but didn't stop Tawanda Miyeye getting very excited. Nothing wrong with that.
Have we mentioned big Kent fan Bex, who's turning 25 today? If not, I shall do so.
Over the wicket comes. Miyeye keeps it a little bit low. Wesley sees it. Have we mentioned what? Sorry.
A big Kent fan Bex, who's 25 today. A birthday dedication we've been requested. So
well, happy birthday.
Yeah. And it's come from Ross.
Miyeye. Small. Wesley defends. No run up to mid-on.
You see the Essex fans, they're disassociating themselves from their birthdays today. They've given up on this game, understandably, but the Kent ones, I think, will be the more pleased.
And again defended by Wesley, and he's flown through another over. This is a maiden this time, first in this innings for him. 5 overs, 1 maidens, none for 18. Essex are 35 for 1.
Ultimately, of course, both sides will take the same number of points, but you feel that Kent will take greater satisfaction from the events of the last 2 days in particular, in the sense that they were on the receiving end for the first 5 sessions and didn't buckle under the pressure. That's why Ben Compton, his innings, which of course was played from the start of Kent's reply, was so vital. There were 5 subsequent 50-plus contributions, including, of course, Jordan Cox, who made 129 himself, but really it was Compton who would be my Kent man of the match, I think, without too much doubt, as here Cook digs out first ball of the new over from the former Essex paceman Matt Quinn, 35 for 1. And so all told, I think it's been a very good outing for Kent, and as I said, we're looking to see if they can consolidate on this when they head up to head home to Canterbury for the next couple of games, which should have decent weather, certainly the first one of them.
Yeah, it's going to warm up, isn't it? So get milder towards the end of the week.
It might sort of go downhill a bit towards the end of April, depending on what forecast you believe. There's different forecasts I've seen. That's played up towards mid-wicket by Cook. One forecast says it will go downhill and turn unchangeable and quite cool. And there's still the odd forecast suggesting mid-20s by late April, but we'll believe that when we see it. I think they were promising that for the whole of April originally, some of the Daily Express weather forecasts.
I've read variously that forecasting more than a fortnight ahead.
Yeah, it's very difficult. But they
Yeah,
are confident that the next week's going to be quite warm.
Yeah.
As Cook has taken on the pad as he flicks that one round the corner, thinks for a run that's not there. Yes, Ross Seggy says, could we please get a happy birthday from the Denley meme team to big Kent fan Bex, who's turning 25 today. Her husband Michael has the chairs out for the big day and the biscuits are stocked up. So
I didn't realise it was Bex from the Denley meme team.
There we go. So looking to celebrate an imminent Kent victory. Obviously.
I mean, of course we would be honoured to wish anybody a happy birthday. But particular regards for your fine work at the meme team. And
here's Cook just popping forward to that one from Quinn, goes back down the pitch, and there's no run. 35 for 1. Notionally the deficit is 32, because obviously as soon as they get to that point, then they're just adding runs. And of course we then look at the 10 minutes between innings and all that sort of thing, but of course only 1 wicket down, so we're not really in that sort of active crisis in the Essex dressing room mode quite yet, I don't think. Particularly while Alistair Cook is out there, of course, and Quinn bowls to him, and he plays a nice stroke here through square legs, being chased back. They've got 1 run. Warwickshire won the other battle for first innings lead by making 531 all out. They took a first innings lead over Surrey of 103, and actually there was a last wicket stand there of 122, of which Mark Burgess made 178, which may well be a career best. And showing the mettle of Michael Burgess, 178, and that I think is a career best. So really the middle order man there leading the way, and that's played defensively by Wesley up into the onside, and there's no run. That beats his previous highest, which was for Sussex against Notts at Hove in 2017. So in the end, Warwickshire took a big first innings lead, but of course time is running out there, as indeed it is here. And where are we now? We're at 4:17, and we still only got that Hampshire win from yesterday as a positive.
Yeah, good point.
Result, which
like Leicestershire
they are close to defeat, but I don't think they've lost yet, and so maybe it's an indication of better pitches. Sussex are also about to lose, but they haven't lost yet. That's the key thing.
To Cox. My apologies. I think you were summarising there, and I was just on it's Cook on the pad, but outside the leg stump. So.
Sussex lead by 13 with 1 wicket in hand at Hove against Notts.
The power of Stephen Finn there. Soft hands from Alistair Cook. Wicketkeeper's very excited. Feels Mieye is going to get the former England captain out any second.
In fact, they've got an absent player. They might be
leaning forward, pushed into the offside. There's no run.
I suspect they are set. Yes, they've got an absent injured, as Kent did. But so Notts have been set a target of 13 at Hove, so we're confident of a second.
I see, with that close, beg your pardon. Yeah. Quicker from Mieye, and just pushed into the onside by Cook, no run.
Leicestershire at 153 for 8, still need 217 to beat Worcestershire, so they've had it, one suspects, at Grace Road.
And looping delivery, forward defensive, no run.
Yeah, so we are going to get a couple of more results, I think, within the not too distant future.
Back to Mieye now. No short leg in, a slip and a short cover. That is Ben Compton who stops the ball, end of the over. It's a lightning maiden from Tawanda Mieye. I think that's his second in a row. 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 18. The score is 36 for 1, 14 for Alistair Cook. Sorry, 14 for Tom Wesley and 12 for Alistair Cook, or is it the other way around?
Yeah, so we've got, yes, 12 to Cook and 14 to Wesley.
Right the first time, yeah.
Yeah, so indication in that Worcester-Leicester game that slow bowlers can make an impression in April. Josh Baker, slow left arm, 21 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 42. Hassan Azad is 75 not out for Leicestershire, but it's not going to be enough, one suspects. Here's Quinn bowling, and here Wesley controls his hook shot and plays it away for a single down to deep square leg. He's batted with some intent, Wesley, actually, since he came in. Northants Gloucestershire game is sort of on hold a bit at the moment because Northants have built a partnership. They're 142 for 3. They still need 157. There's 30 overs minimum left. But again, that game just moves one way and another, and I suspect at the moment Northants will quietly fancy their chances again. 157 from a minimum of 30 overs at Northampton for that one. So this is a clip around the corner, 7 wickets in hand, down towards fine leg, and a single there to Cook. It goes to 13, 38 for 1. Interesting one on Time and Harmer watch, in that South Africa have declared only 176 for 6, which means that they're only on day 3 there, and Bangladesh have been set 413 and a 5 for 1, so that game could end tomorrow. I'm not sure it's going to make much of a difference in terms of Harmer getting to Taunton, but you never know. 2 slips and 4 saving 1, and Wesley plays up into the offside, and there is no run. It's definitely day 3 there, so South Africa giving themselves to, maybe if Simon Harmer had a quick word and said, "Do you mind declaring, because I've got a plane to catch."
So Bristol Airport maybe down to?
Could well be, yeah. That would be the
Exeter's one at Exeter, isn't there?
Absolutely, yeah. Be a sensible place to go to, wouldn't it? So anyway, we'll soon try and speak to Anthony McGrath. An appeal for OBW, that's going to be too high, I think. It's a good shout from Matt Quinn's, aggressive spell from him. I think it hit Wesley a little bit too high, but a good shout. 38 for 1, Wesley 15, Cook 13, Nick Brown the man out.
The replay, which they're kindly going to furnish us with in a moment. But yeah, that was my first instinct as well. It's not hit pad, it's maybe hit thigh pad from the sound. Or
Glamorgan hanging on. Scores level actually at Cardiff, but Glamorgan 149 for 4, still 6 wickets in hand on Durham. That's in the 3rd innings of the match, so they are hanging on there, Glamorgan. And perhaps the most interesting one now is at Lords. Derbyshire have just lost a 3rd wicket though, 197 for 3. There's a further 159 runs with a minimum of 33 overs left, and Wesley playing that one defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. So they could have done without losing Wayne Madsen for 54, which they've just done. Brooke Guest 42 not out, so 159 from a minimum of 33 overs, 7 wickets in hand. Now that's where to be for a finish today, I suspect. 38 for 1 here.
Bangladesh have lost the wicket.
Yep. So here's Quinn again from the Hayes Close end on familiar territory, and particularly, of course, in white ball cricket for Essex. And Wesley playing that one up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So, of course, lots of connections with Matt Walker and Ryan Tenderscarter and Matt Quinn, and so very much a home from home. How ironic that Ryan Tenderscarter should his first match as the batting coach is what he should be here. Probably warned Kent about a pitch that would be virtually very, very difficult to bat on. 38 for 1, Wesley 15 and Cook 13.
Not quite this surface, no. So Mieye continues bowling unchanged through into his 7th over now. Bowls to Cook. Little deflection down backward of square on the leg side. Grant Stewart, I believe that is, coming on a subfielder for Kent, and I'll take a single.
one thing's for sure, Tenduscarter is not going to be reading the riot act at his batsman after this performance.
No.
Be a pat on the back, I think, and more of the same.
It's a quick delivery from Mieye, and it's bludgeoned to Matt Milnes. He's been in the wars already once this innings. Maybe his right hand's all right. He's got a bit of strapping on there. That's his bowling hand.
Mieye, of course, a bit like Critchley for Essex, a very good balancer to the side, and really bats in the top 6, and obviously is also one of the sort of go-to bowlers as well.
Yeah, certainly emerging. I mean, this is the first season where he's started in the team, so it'd be interesting to see how that develops. Pushes forward. Mieye again is off for a victory lap for an LBW appeal.
That was a good shout. That
it
was a
was
good
better.
ball. Yeah, and he
Certainly
sort
the
of
one
played
last
around
over.
it. Cook. It would have been a great fillip for him if the finger had been raised for that one.
Now on the replay here, that's very handy, having it right in front of me. The bowls here. It's not bad. It was asking it to straighten. Hit straight bump ball at Compton, and there's no run. Almost has to take evasive action. It's hit so hard by Alistair Cook. Yeah, I think the umpire would just adjudge that's not straightening enough, or not gripping enough, as he thought with the spin. But again, a dot ball as it's pushed into the offside. There's no run. And pushes forward once more. I suppose it possibly.
Oh, look!
The pitch is outside.
Umpire taking sides, is patting the bowler on the shoulder.
Oh, there we go.
So there you go. I had to report on that.
I mean, I think that the pro-Kent bias by the officials has been quite obvious all the way through this. You could tell by the score.
No, it's been a good contest, well fought, and good spirit, and as I say, it's we're running down towards the close now, which we expect to be about 10 to 5.
I wonder what Paul Pollard said. Well done, you're very close there, but it's not out.
Yeah. No, I think he was. Yeah, it was probably just a word about why he didn't give Cook out.
Quinn to continue from the Hayes close end.
And in comes Quinn, 2 slips, and it's played defensively up into the covers, and there's no run. Of course, this time last year and in 2020 there'd have been no question of an umpire patting a player on the shoulder for obvious reasons.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Anyway, nice to see such just elements of camaraderie back. Yes, not target is actually 14, so it's a bit more demanding than the 13 I was suggesting. But I think the key thing for Haseeb Hameed is not to get out. He doesn't want to get out in this situation. This is a clip by Wesley. Nice stroke out towards deep mid wicket. Wesley's looked good in this brief knock, and goes along to 17 from 24 balls, 41 for 1 there. The deficit is 26, and I suppose can Essex technically declare when they're behind? Probably not. Kent might say, well, that's an innings victory then, but
with the changeover, it would only be 10
yeah,
minutes.
I mean, the funny thing is that they'd be probably setting Kent about 10 to win. With Kent's agreement, they're not going to go for it. As Quinn bowls, and that's taking the pad of Cook and runs down towards fine leg, and there's going to be 1 run, so 42 for 1. I don't know whether you can declare when you're behind. It's an interesting one, but we shall see what happens. We'll get an idea hopefully in the next 20 minutes or so.
Well, if you're talking about the end of the game, it would only be, Oh, I see what you mean. They'd have to get ahead to I
suspect so.
For them to finish the game.
Yeah,
good point.
I'm not sure. Quinn bowls, and here Wesley's looking to play a pull drive, and it goes in the opposite direction. Looking at the end of his bat, it goes in the opposite direction that he intended. Goes out to backward point. He was trying to crash that to the right of the man at mid-on into a very wide open space.
Don't to break another bat.
Yeah.
He's already got through one.
Well, Simon Harmer has come on. Now, he hasn't got the wicket. Maharaj again has got both. It's obviously turning in that South African test. Bangladesh 11 for 2. So those two are now bowling together. That could end relatively quickly tomorrow. Worth keeping an eye on. This is played back down the pitch by Wesley. And there's no other reason we've taken such a close interest in the South Africa-Bangladesh test. Not just because Harmer's playing, but obviously in relation to the fact that Essex are playing at Taunton on Thursday. So, certainly all the signs are the fact those two are bowling together at 11 for 2 suggests it's turning square. So we shall see how that progresses, but it could end relatively quickly. Remember, Bangladesh made 53 in their second innings in the first test. 42 for 1, Quinn bowls, and that's left alone by Wesley. Good carry. And the end of the over, Wesley 17, Cook 15. It's 42 for 1. The deficit is 25.
Yeah, looks like we'll have about 20 minutes left of this game. 42 for 1, as you say, and Mieye is going to continue, I think. He's given his cap to umpire Pollard, and will be staying on at this point.
Yeah, it'll be a little while yet.
I'm just trying to get the over rate on parity at least, but I would imagine that would be fairly straightforward with the speed Mieye's bowling his overs. He's around the wicket now to Alistair Cook. Ooh, that is a miss hit. It's come off the inside part of the bat, but it's gone down through fine leg, and they'll come back for 2.
Durham have just broken a stubborn 5th wicket partnership for Glamorgan, getting rid of Kieran Carson for 61, but Chris Cook is 48 not out. 158 for 5, Glamorgan at Cardiff. They lead by 9. Still slightly on the knife edge, that one.
So Mieye round the wicket to the left-handed Cook, defended to Ben Compton, and a shortish cover, and there's no run. He is warming up his shoulders. I don't know if he's intending to bowl. I know nothing about Ben Compton's bowling, so I'll admit that right now. Drive by Alistair Cook, and goes pleasantly out to Matt Milnes towards the offside boundary. He throws the ball into the bowler's end. A couple of bounces. Mieye picks it up.
And a result at Nottinghamshire beaten Sussex by 10 wickets.
Mieye keeps it a bit low, that one, crikey. It's Wesley's done well to defend that back lowest part of the bat to the bowler. Yeah, it looked like Sussex made a really good fist of that in the first innings, didn't
Mulaney,
they? But yeah, it's got all the runs in the 500 plus.
Yeah.
Defended that one as no run.
Close to 200, and that was a turning point of the game.
Big
battle a long way down Notts.
Big favourites, aren't they, for that division?
Yeah, I think Durham could challenge them.
It's on the back foot, defended by Wesley. End of the over. Mieye takes his cap, and Ollie Robinson, the Kent captain, jogging from one end to the other. If over rate is an issue, you can understand why. They're making sure everything's gone through pretty quickly. And there I was saying, well, laughingly, I don't know what Ben Compton bowls. We're about to find out.
Yeah.
Because he is, well, he's had a fine game so far, Nick. You know, a wicket here.
Yes.
That really
give
would.
It to Cook.
That really would make his day.
So I think we can say that the victory charge for Kent is off. But
I think maybe, unless this is their secret weapon. I mean, he got a century in only his 11th first-class match, so perhaps he's been keeping his light under a bushel. Bowls some off breaks.
Yeah.
Has never bowled in first-class cricket.
So he's going to have a go now, and bowls to Cook, and Cook off the back foot will give a strike to Wesley with a confident stroke away just in front of square on the offside. Out to a sweeper.
Well, joking apart, they could, if Denny obviously had been fit, they could have been bowling him at this point, and they have no other spin options, and Cox won't bowl.
BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent. We're watching Ben Compton bowling, which you weren't expecting, and Tom Wesley batting and playing it up towards mid-wicket, and there's no addition to the score. Kent have taken 1 wicket, that of Nick Brown. It's the bowling of Gilchrist, and this is a pull shot from Wesley, and well placed as well. But more or less all along the ground for 4 out to the mid-wicket boundary. He has batted well in this little cameo, Wesley. Gone to 21, the Essex 50 is up, and they're 50 for 1, and remember they started 67 behind. Played very positively, and not going to miss out on Ben Compton, I think, at the moment. There's a slip in, perhaps optimistically, as Wesley comes forward and just plays that defensively back down the pitch. So we've had our first result of the day. Notts beating Sussex. You do expect them to be certainly very strong in that division, as Wesley plays up towards mid-wicket. But depending on how things are rearranged, it might be that With certain things you have to achieve to get into maybe a top division of 12, if that's what it is. This is played out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run, so you could potentially
we're going to 12 next year?
Well, this is the thing, if they do that, they should be making an announcement before this season starts.
What, 12 and 6?
Yeah, that was the idea, wasn't it? But they should be making an announcement before this season starts. But it could be that you need, in the fullness of time, in this top division of 8, you just, by getting into the top 2, you actually make the top division of 12, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
This is a
Cook and has hoiked that away on the leg side, and Stewart runs around the subfield. They come back for 2.
But it is confusing if they start a season without knowing what they're going to be doing next year, because from what we'd heard, the ECB review and everything, it's going to be changes from next year. So we'll wait and see.
Crikey. Here's Mayeye round the wicket to Cook, in which case there may be no relegation.
Possibly. I mean, as I say, it's not been made specific, has it, this year?
4 up from an 8-team second division would seem a bit strange, wouldn't it? But Mayeye bowling to Cook into the offside, no run.
Yeah, they might relegate 2 and promote 4. That's one thing they could do. But we'll have to wait and see. There needs to be some sort of announcement if there is going to be change next year.
Mayeye to Cook, defends it, no run to Ben Compton. Take cover. Siren in the background, and no real alarm here. Defended once again by Sir Alice Cook, Knight of the Realm. 21 not out. Wesley has 21, suiting his shirt number. 52 for 1. Essex are 15 behind. Batting in their second innings. Kent making. This one's defended away. 581 in their first innings to reply to Essex's 514. They were half centuries for Jackson Bird, for Matt Milnes, and Jordan Cox finishing with 129 today, in addition to exactly 129 yesterday as well from Ben Compton, and 50s for Stevens. I'm missing someone out here.
Stevens, Milnes, Bird.
Of course.
Yeah.
6 at least half centuries in total.
This is Compton. They're certainly rushing through the overs here, Kent, and bowling to Wesley, who drives it to mid-on. And Worcestershire very close to victory now. Leicestershire are 9 down. They just lost Chris Wright, formerly of Essex. Third wicket for Dylan Pennington, who's taken 3 for 30 in 12 overs and 2 balls. 9 down, Leicestershire, a long way from their target. It's driven away nicely, wide of cover, out to the sweeper. It's going to take 1 more run. So it's 53 for 1.
Ooh. Spoiler alert on the big game in the Premier League.
He's suggesting as a goal.
Shall I mention it or no?
Well, I suspect there'll be people who are trying to avoid it. You can give a 10-second warning, I suppose, if you're going to mention it. But there's obviously a goal somewhere.
We're not on long, so yeah.
This is Cook playing up into the offside and calling Wesley through for a single. It was a tight run, but it was well judged.
I know people are cursing me now. They say, "Well, no, I know it's not a goalless draw." Well, you've ruined at least one element of it. There we are. But it's early in the game, very early. I'll keep quiet about it.
Here's Compton again. Bowls. It's played defensively by Wesley, and there's no run. 4th Derbyshire wicket goes down at Lords. It's Brooke Guest for 43, bowled by Tom Helm, who's got 2 for 45, 200 for 4. We need a further 156 at just over 5 and over. That could go either way, or could be a draw, of course. That's is Wesley playing up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Derbyshire decide that they might want to just try and emerge from Lords with an 8-point draw for a haul for a draw. That's played nicely, actually, off the pads by Wesley for a single out towards deep mid-wicket. Yes, earlier today, as Matt was mentioning, it's been very smooth progress by Kent. They went through the morning session without losing a wicket, and in the end took what seemed an unlikely first innings lead of 67, with Jordan Cox equaling Ben Compton's 129 and 50s for Matt Milnes 67, Jackson Bird 53 not out, 581. Essex bowling figures, we may not have had a chance to run through them in full, so we'll do that at the end of this over.
Mayeye will bowl to Wesley. Stretches the long front pad down, defends, no run. Takes it on his limited follow through. Bowling over the wicket to the right-hander. Slip in, no short leg now. That one's given a little bit shorter, but with the spin played to Ben Compton at mid-wicket. 3 players on the drive on the onside. And he manages to miss all of them, and it goes up to a wide mid-on. Jordan Coxfields and a single for Wesley. Moves on to 24. Alistair Cook has 22. As they see out these remaining overs, we're around about 10 minutes to go, we think now, before they'll shake hands. They want to get ahead first, as Nick said. I think they may need to get ahead. Oh, that's a lovely shot. That's pierced the field on the offside. And there's a bit of a gentleman's excuse me between Matt Quinn and Daniel Beltran as to who's going to go after it. It's not reached the boundary. I'm wondering if they were going to get an all-run 4 there for a second. But no, it's just the 3. 25 for Cook now. 59 for 1.
I can't recall an occasion where a side has declared still behind in this situation at the end of the game. It's probably allowable, but can't recall one.
No, that's an interesting quirk. Quicker delivery from Miyeye and dealt with by Wesley. Looks like they're going to be head fairly shortly anyway, and the overs are rattling past. The over rate is +1 now for Kent, so hopefully that will have allayed any qualms they had about being penalised. As defended by Cook into the offside. Compton Fields, end of the over. 5 off from Miyeye, who has none for 30 now, off his 10. And Compton looks like he will continue from the Hayes close end.
581 included 17 byes, 7 leg byes, and 16 no balls. So Porter none for 91 off 29 overs. Cook very good, 2 for 63 off 32. Mark Stacchetti on debut, 29 overs, 7 maidens, number 96. Probably bowled a bit better than that suggests. Snater, very tight, number 68 in 24 overs. Matt Critchley, the Essex man of the match, 46 overs, 9 maidens, 4 for 114. And Dan Lawrence, as Compton bowls, and this is played off the back foot by Wesley for 4. Lovely shot through mid-wicket. Really has played quite well here, Wesley. It's a good sign ahead of the Taunton game. 29 to him and 64 for 1. Dan Lawrence, 24 overs and 3 maidens. 24 overs and 24.3 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 98. So very good from Dan Lawrence. First ever went for 14, and pretty good thereafter as Wesley drives to mid-on. There's no run. Alistair Cook, 1 over, no maiden, none for 8. Taken off. I think it was a pre-arranged solitary over, and Wesley 2 overs for 19. As Wesley here drives wide of mid-on, calls Cook through for a single, and Essex are 65 for 1. And Nick Brown caught by Cox off Gilchrist for 9 when the score was 16. The only man to go in this Essex second innings, as that's played elegantly by Cook, but straight to mid-wicket. It was very well timed.
Yeah.
Straight to the man, otherwise it would have been another 4.
It's a full toss, that wasn't it? But
yeah. Feel he's missed out there, but in the fullness of time, won't worry too much about it in the context of this game. That one just left alone.
It's a leave. Compton, there we go. That's a Jaffa delivery from Ben Compton. That
Compton
one
with great respect. As Cook goes on the cut and sends it out into the covers, and there's no run. So obviously Surrey Warwickshire is a certain draw, and we know that Notts have won, and Leicestershire are very close to defeat. They're 9 down against Worcestershire. Worcestershire tend to have one good season and one bad one. Well, last season actually turned out to be a pretty bad one because they couldn't win a game really at New Road, mainly because of the nature of the pitches there. So maybe they're going to have a more prosperous campaign this time round, but almost certainly they're going to start with a victory in that game here. Essex are 65 for 1, Wesley 30, and Cook 25.
Yeah, he will continue. Although chat between the umpires and Ollie Robinson there, perhaps they're working out exactly when they can. Oh, I don't think there's anything untoward going on there. The umpires walked over to Tawanda Miyeye. They're chatting with Alistair Cook as well.
Essex about to take the lead, of course.
Looks like they are just slowing things down here. Why would they be doing that? Cricket is a weird, mysterious game sometimes. Even if you've been following it for years, have no idea what's going on there. But the ball played up to mid-on. trying to slow their over 8 down now. Oh, sorry, the partnership's gone through 50. I do apologise.
Yeah,
there we go.
It is.
Just
small crowd in, but
the applause,
recognising
little bit
that
of delayed reaction. Pushed into the leg side for a single. So we're getting very close to the point now where we think they'll shake hands, and the lead is 0, so they could technically declare, could they not, at this point?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's just a sort
or
of
shake
convention
hands,
thing.
sorry,
that,
yeah, absolutely right. I suppose it would.
Nothing more than a convention thing I was thinking of,
Yeah.
declaring behind.
So, scores level, 67 for 1, Wesley 31, Cook 26, Mieye over the wicket. I'm sure he'd love a wicket, as it's a lean by Tom Wesley into that full toss, and picked up by Jordan Cox at wide mid-on. So they take a single. So that leads now 1. Another hour, what could happen? Is Mieye 2 slips in now. Oh, they're really getting aggressive now, Kent. They really wanted to go at Sir Alistair Cook. They could see the big man, and that, I think, is it? Paul Pollard is literally waving Tom Wesley away.
Game over.
I think that is game over indeed.
Yeah, it's
seems to be.
It's being done in a not particularly clear fashion. So
Well, players are moving in different directions,
yes.
but Paul Pollard has waved. Oh no!
Unless this is the because Essex have taken the lead. Maybe I don't know whether that's something to do with it.
Ollie Robinson is going over to talk to Paul Pollard, and they had a chat before this over. Are they just waiting? They may just be waiting for the minutes to elapse until 10:02 when they can officially do it. Oh, they're taking a drinks break.
Ah, yes.
There we go.
Wesley
That's
and
what
Cook
it is.
Discussing whether a target of 2 is appropriate.
I mean, I would have to go back to my previous statement that cricket is a weird and mysterious game, but for these quirks, we love it dearly. In what other game would you have them playing out time with an enforced drinks break? And they wait until, I suppose strictly they do have to wait until 10
I think
to...
I mean, I think it's before 10 to 5 is very familiar in this situation in the third innings.
We had a fantastic situation there, though, with players moving in 3 or 4 different directions at the end there, as if it was choreographed. Some to go and get drinks.
They'll be annoyed if they hear that they've agreed to draw Edgbaston before here, but so they haven't yet. But we're keeping an eye on that. It's a completely similar situation.
Ollie Robinson is just standing with the umpires. Is he looking at one of their watches, or just having a good old chat?
So actually, Surrey might have to bat for 10 minutes longer because they're still way behind, even though they've got 10 wickets in hand.
Luke Benkenstein has been very, very diligent. The 12th here, he's brought out 4 different bats and 2 different drinks. Is that to waste even more time?
I've never seen a drinks break and then a cessation of play. That would be very unusual.
Tom Wesley is trying out another couple of bats.
Yeah, they probably don't want to risk worsening their batting average.
Yes, that's right.
No, I was... But, I said the 12th man has brought out more bats. Perhaps Tom Wesley is just trying them out for another time, the balance of them.
Yes, it does seem to be one of those things that...
There's some more hanging around going on.
In an ideal world, you'd say probably both sides could have agreed at the close of play yesterday. They didn't need to play today.
No, that's true.
But Essex are so used to not having 4th days at Chelmsford, probably Essex administratively would have quite, even 120 people would have come in as, something.
Have to go through.
Probably mainly members, of course.
Yeah. To go through the conventions. Darren Stevens has come over for a chat with Paul Pollard and Nick Cook.
Well, time is about 12 minutes to 5. In fact, maybe about 11 to 5 on the pavilion clock. But it does seem this is probably the game at its daftest, really.
Yeah, we're not expecting any more play. I think... No. Wait a minute. They're going back towards the middle.
Yeah.
Do they have to complete the over?
You can declare midway through an over.
Well, presumably they can shake hands. Well, Ben Compton's overs aren't taking very long, to be honest. So he will bowl, will he? Maybe. Tom Wesley has decided on one of 4 bats to... is he even at the striker's end? Has he got his best running bat now? Is that the...
Yeah.
Could be. He's getting the gloves on. He is taking his time.
Simon Harmer's got a wicket in the Bangladesh second
There we go.
innings. That's Tamim Iqbal, who remains one of the best known Bangladesh batsmen. He's gone for 13 and Bangladesh are 27 for 3, increasing the chances of that game ending relatively early tomorrow at a notional target of over 386. So, yeah, that game won't go, I think, too far into its 4th day. Clearly turning a lot there with the spinners bowling together.
Should say Kent are attacking here. They put in an extra slip to try and turn this game in the last 30 seconds. It's 32 for Wesley, 26 Cook, 68 for 1. Oh, and they shake hands. There we go. Well, there we are.
That's a slightly daft 5 minutes to end a slightly surreal game on a pitch which, if you're a bowler, you'll never want to see again. Dan Lawrence might say got a bit out of it, but and Matt Critchley, I suppose, at times. But that's a slightly surreal 5 minutes to end a game that on a pitch that Essex won't want to see again this season.
No, I think it's fair to say, but the batsmen have filled their boots, haven't they? Many of them centuries for Messrs Brown and Cook on the first day, and more than that. Critchley as well, a great debut for him. So too for Ben Compton. He'll remember this long and hard with his 129. Jordan Cox with a century today. Kent with 6.
And Ollie Robinson's in total. That must be the very anguish-filled moment of having to decline a chase of 2.
Yeah. He's still talking to the umpires about that one. Yeah. Cover's coming on, but that is it. Yeah, a draw. Both sides taking.
It's been a strange game. As I say, let's hope. I think from both sides' point of view that to come this point of the next round of games next Sunday afternoon, that we're somewhere in the 4th innings with a chance of a positive result, because that's been a disappointing angle. I think Kent take more out of this game than Essex, but Essex will know, but they were rather hampered by the nature of the pitch, which really didn't play to their strengths at all. So thanks very much for listening. We look forward to you being with us either at Canterbury or Taunton on Thursday. Kent, Lancashire and Somerset, Essex, 2 really big games. Do enjoy our coverage of those on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kent. But for now, from myself, Matt Cole, and from Paul Newton and Nick Leadhill, thanks very much for listening. Take care and have a good evening.